Chapter 791. Yixian, this is bad. The left checkpoint is under attack. There are at least 5,000 soldiers. Go and help them. The sixth prince exclaimed. What? Yixian was shocked. There were 5,000 soldiers? When the battle started, each side had a starting force of 1,500. Even if the first prince had taken over 6 resource points, he would only have 4,500 soldiers in total. However, there were now 5,000 soldiers. This meant that the first prince had used his dragon luck to exchange for a large number of soldiers. After all, they still had to defend their base. I'll go now. Yixian immediately replied. However, the next moment his eye of revelation saw something. He immediately opened his eyes wide and shouted to the sixth prince. Sixth prince, there are also a large number of Wolfang cavalry at the right checkpoint. What? How many? The sixth prince asked in shock. Yixian paused for a few seconds and then reported. At least 4,000. Damn it, the first prince and the seventh prince are working together to eliminate me first. The sixth prince immediately reacted. The left checkpoint was under attack by 5,000 soldiers, while the right checkpoint was under attack by 4,000 soldiers. Although both checkpoints had 3,000 soldiers, they were under attack at the same time. Sixth prince, should we all retreat to the main city? Yang Qi took out the sixth prince's token and asked. The sixth prince thought for a moment and said, no, if we lose the 2 checkpoints, the first prince and the seventh prince can attack at the same time. At that time, all the resource points will be taken. We won't have any chance of winning. Yang Qi, immediately lead a team to the left checkpoint. I will immediately exchange for some Wolfang cavalry to support them. Yes. Yang Qi did not say anything else and left. Sixth prince, there are also 4,000 soldiers here. Should we go out and fight? Yixian asked. I'll give you command of the right checkpoint. You take over. The sixth prince's voice came from the sixth prince's token. Now Yixian was the overall commander of the right checkpoint. It was up to Yixian to decide whether to fight or defend. Now that Yang Qi had left, Gu Jian was still waiting outside the city. Only he and Chief Shuo were left on the city walls. They were just enough to control the 2 arrow towers. Attacking the city was not that easy. The reason why the seventh prince's team had not attacked yet was because they were afraid of the 2 arrow towers. Yixian, what do we do now? Chief Shuo asked with a frown. Chief Steward Shuo, you guard the arrow tower. If they attack, use the arrow tower to attack. I'll go out of the city and meet up with Lone Sword. Then we'll go and spy on the enemy. Yixian replied. There were 4,000 soldiers here, representing the seventh prince. Because each prince could only control 2 divisions, there were only 1,000 or so soldiers. Then be careful. Chief Steward Shuo reminded. Yixian nodded silently. He went down the city wall and left through a secret passage. He first obtained it with Gu Jian, then went alone to spy on the military situation. I wonder how many golden armor generals the seventh prince has sent over. Yixian guessed as he carefully sneaked over. The golden armor general was comparable to a physique sealing realm master. Moreover, it was indestructible. It was almost invincible in the hidden territory. At first, the sixth prince had 3 golden armor generals. Then he used his draconic luck to exchange for 2 more. Unfortunately, Yang Qi left with 2 divisions and 1 golden armor general. The other golden armor general was with Lone Sword. So there were no more golden armor generals on the right side of the checkpoint. There are too many soldiers. It's an advantage for me. Why don't I go and harass them first? Yixian planned. Of course, this was assuming that the enemy did not have a large number of experts. He snuck over and scanned with his eye of revelation. Sure enough, there were 4 living people. That black-robed woman is here too. The other 3 don't look strong. They're at most 90% physique sealing realm masters. However, they brought 3 golden armor generals. Are they here for revenge? Yixian's heart trembled. The black-robed woman was at physique sealing realm. The 3 golden armor generals were also at physique sealing realm. There's no other way. I can only try. Yixian was also helpless. Even if the sixth prince exchanged for a large number of soldiers, it would still take some time for them to arrive. It would be difficult to defend for more than an hour. If the 4,000 soldiers launched an all-out attack, it would take more than half an hour. Therefore, Yixian could only set an example and try to harass the enemy. Kill! Yixian immediately drew his Wolf-Fang sword. Draconic Fortune of the Universe. Firmament Fissure. His attack, enhanced by Draconic Luck, pierced through the air and instantly cut the 80% physique-sealing Realm Masters in half. In just a second, Yixian destroyed more than 10 Wolf-Fang cavalry soldiers. What? The black-robed woman, who was waiting for the order to attack, was shocked. She immediately understood that the enemy had sent someone to harass them. Find them! The black-robed woman shouted. At the same time, she flew out and controlled a golden-armored general to rush in the direction of the commotion. Perception was greatly reduced in the secret realm. Therefore, the black-robed woman could not accurately pinpoint Yixian's location. She could only rely on the direction of her attack. Unfortunately, Yixian was harassing them without any rules. His plan was to kill as many people as he could. That black-robed woman is here. Good, Heavenly Fist puppets. Yixian released 2 Heavenly Fist puppets that he had just subdued. In fact, he was very reluctant to do so, but this time he had no choice but to sacrifice them. The 2 Heavenly Fist puppets directly charged into the Wolf-Fang cavalry army. Meanwhile, Yixian quietly left. His target was not the black-robed woman, but the other 3 controllers. As long as one of them was sent out of the secret realm, the army of 4,000 would be reduced to 3,000. The other 1,000 could only watch as no one controlled them. As Yixian ran, he used his insightful eye to observe. As expected, the black-robed woman was attracted. A physique-sealing realm master has left. The other 3 don't look strong. One of them is my old friend Xia Yuni. Yixian's eyes flickered. In the first round of the Battle of Draconic Luck, Xia Yuni was crippled by him, and then kicked out of the secret realm. After that, Xia Yuni received treatment and recovered from his injuries. At the same time, he also broke through to 90% physique-sealing realm. However, he was still vulnerable in front of Yixian. At this moment, Yixian quietly sneaked over. He glanced at the black-robed woman in the distance and then suddenly attacked. Draconic Luck. Firmament Splitter. Several powerful attacks pierced through the air. Xia Yuni was startled. By the time he reacted, the attacks were already in front of him. Now that Yixian was at 80% physique-sealing realm and had a large amount of Draconic Luck, even if Xia Yuni broke through to 90% physique-sealing realm, he was still not his match. Fortunately, there were 2 long saber generals in front of Xia Yuni who were at 90% physique-sealing realm. After Yixian's attack split the 2 long saber generals in half, its power was less than half when it reached Xia Yuni. Chapter 792. Bam! Although the attack was less than half done, it still caused a lot of trouble for Xia Yuni. His hands were numb from the impact. At the same time, he recognized the attack. However, he did not associate the person who killed his grandson with the person who attacked him. After all, the person who killed his grandson was only at 45% physique-sealing level. He was as weak as an ant. Whoosh whoosh! Xia Yuni was sent flying, but he quickly controlled one of the golden-armored generals to rush towards Yixian. What a pity that I didn't eliminate him directly. Yixian felt a little helpless. He quickly moved away from the spot. This time, the 7th Prince's team brought 4 golden-armored generals. If he was surrounded, he would be in danger. Hence, he had to resort to guerrilla warfare. At the same time, the moment Xia Yuni stabilized himself, a voice came from his prince token. Attack! The voice belonged to the 7th Prince. He gave the order to attack the city at the same time to the black-robed woman and the others. Coincidentally, Yixian also heard it. They're attacking? He raised an eyebrow and quickly launched an attack. Even if he could not stop the entire army, he had to reduce some of them. The black-robed woman, who was about to cause trouble for the 2 Heavenly Fist puppets, stopped in her tracks when she heard the order. She immediately controlled the army to advance. However, even if she did not receive the order, she knew that she had been lured away. More than 3,000 Wolf-Fang cavalry charged madly towards the right checkpoint. 6th Prince, the right checkpoint is attacking. Yixian quickly took out his prince token and reported. All right. The 6th Prince replied. Yixian's prince token could not be used by others. It had to go through the 6th Prince. The sixth prince received the news and immediately notified Gu Jian and Chief Steward Shua. A huge battle broke out. At this moment, Yi Xian had already avoided the army. He circled around and attacked from the back. His attacks were very fierce. Every time he attacked, he would cut several Wolfang cavalry in half. The Wolfang cavalry in the secret realm could not be reassembled. One killed meant one less. Chief Steward Xia, find that kid. I'll attack the city. The black-robed woman shouted. All right. Xia Yuni replied. He also understood that the people who came to disturb them this time were very powerful, so he deliberately left behind a golden-armored general and 2 long-blade deputy generals. However, in order to be safe, Yi Xian had already made a detour to the 2 heavenly fist puppets. He immediately put them away and then quickly concealed himself. Damn it, that brat ran away. This was Xia Yuni's first thought, but he didn't care so much. He directly led the golden-armored general and the Wolfang cavalry to charge forward. Yi Xian was only here to harass them. There was no need for him to be so calculative. Attacking the city was more important. As long as they broke through a checkpoint, the 7th prince would be able to move freely. Ignoring me and going to attack the city? Yi Xian's eyes flashed. The defensive power of the formation on the city gate was not bad. With the addition of Chief Shua's arrow tower, they should be able to hold on for a while. What he needed to do now was to clear the people out. At that moment, he stealthily approached Xia Yuni, who was lagging behind, and summoned the 2 heavenly fist puppets again. Kill! Yi Xian and the 2 puppets attacked from the rear. Ka! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out. These were the sounds of the Wolfang cavalry being cut in half by Yi Xian. Behind! Xia Yuni had also guessed that Yi Xian would attack from the rear, so he had the golden-armored general follow behind him, while he hid behind the Wolfang cavalry. The black-robed woman and the other 3 golden-armored generals were already charging towards the right checkpoint. If they worked together, who knew how long the city gate would last? Thus, Yi Xian had to be dealt with quickly. Old man, you gave me a good beating that day. Now I'm going to collect some interest. Yi Xian controlled the 2 heavenly fist puppets and quickly broke through. His speed was so fast that Xia Yuni was stunned. Stop them! Xia Yuni controlled the golden-armored general to meet them. However, Yi Xian immediately controlled the 2 heavenly fist puppets to block them, while he himself attacked Xia Yuni. A mere 90% sealed physique. Get out of here! Yi Xian shouted. A sword beam and a purple fist shadow blasted towards Xia Yuni at almost the same time. Xia Yuni's expression was gloomy. He did not have the ability to block these 2 attacks. Boom! The sword beam sent him flying, while the purple fist shadow smashed right in front of him. The prince's token shattered and he was sent flying out of the mystic realm. At this moment, he also saw the Wolfang sword in Yi Xian's hand and confirmed Yi Xian's identity. There were still hundreds of Wolfang cavalry around Xia Yuni, but without the prince's token's control, they would only attack the nearest person. Go! Yi Xian did not care too much. He directly sent the defenseless golden-armored general flying, then recalled the heavenly fist puppets and quickly disappeared into the forest. The army of 4,000 was now down to 3,000. At the same time, the black-robed woman and 2 others had already rushed to the city gate, but Gu Jian swept out before them and intercepted them, preventing them from attacking the city gate. On the city wall, Chief Steward Shua looked at the densely packed figures under his command and controlled the arrow tower to attack crazily. Pooh! 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 The arrow tower swept wildly, shooting out dozens of arrows with extremely strong penetrative power in 1 second. These arrows could easily pierce through the armor of the Wolfang cavalry. Seeing the Wolfang cavalry crumble one by one, the black-robed woman was shocked. She did not expect the arrow tower to be so powerful. It could probably take out at least 10 Wolfang cavalry in 1 second. You guys, give me control of the golden-armored general. I will go and blast open the city gate. The black-robed woman shouted. At this moment, there were still 3 golden-armored generals. Including the black-robed woman, there were 400% sealed physique masters. Although the city gate's array was powerful, under the joint attack of 400% sealed physique masters, it would probably be broken in less than 5 seconds. Not good. Hearing this, Yi Xian's face fell. He immediately informed the sixth prince to let Gu Jian enter through the secret passage and take control of the arrow tower. There were a total of 2 city gates, so they had about 10 to 15 seconds to open the gates. Before that, Yixian had to clear out the Wolfang cavalry as quickly as possible. Found him, he's over there. Yixian's eyes flashed. He immediately released 2 heavenly fist puppets. His target this time was still a person who had 90% sealed physique. This person's golden armor general had been taken away by the black-robed woman, so his defense was too weak. Yixian directly rushed in like a sharp knife. Leave the item and scram. Facing the murderous god Yixian, this person did not have the ability to change hands. He had his arm chopped off and the prince's token shattered. He turned into a ray of light and flew out of the secret realm. However, his mission had been completed. Even if he was chased out, the Wolfang cavalry would take the initiative to attack the surrounding enemies. Chapter 793. Yixian quickly took the interspatial ring. Unfortunately, the items in the interspatial ring could not help him break through. If that's the case, that's all I can do. In this situation, Yixian had only one option, and that was to break through. Only by breaking through would he be able to face 4 body seal experts by himself. Right now, other than the extra dragon pattern golden armor, his most precious things were the 2 heavenly fist puppets. Although the dragon pattern golden armor was precious, he had no other choice. He immediately devoured the dragon pattern golden armor. Not enough. Yixian's eyes flashed. He quickly rushed over and devoured the 2 sky fist puppets as well. Ding! The host has broken through. Currently at 85% body seal. His realm had increased again. Yixian was able to fight the black-robed woman to a draw. Now that he had broken through, it should be no problem for him to defeat the black-robed woman. Haha! Don't even think about attacking the city. Yixian roared, and the Wolfang cavalry that were pouncing on him were sent flying. Complete annihilation. Yixian was no longer afraid of anyone. He charged directly at the black-robed woman. What? The black-robed woman, who was controlling the 3 golden armor generals to charge forward, suddenly felt something. She turned her head to look and discovered that Yixian was charging straight towards her. The Wolfang cavalry and the deputy general that were blocking the way were all easily dealt with by Yixian. However, the black-robed woman had already broken through the encirclement and reached the city gates. Her mission this time was to break through the checkpoint. As long as she could break through this checkpoint, it would be fine even if all the Wolfang cavalry were killed. However, now that Yixian had broken through, it would not be so easy to break through the checkpoint. Draconic Fortune. Firmament Fissure. Yixian launched an attack at the black-robed woman. Nether Spike. The black-robed woman turned around and stabbed with her sword. Bang! The 2 chi collided, and the shockwave disintegrated the Wolfang cavalry around them. My Eye of Illusion was useless against you back then. Now that I've broken through, have a taste of it. Yixian glared at him. The Eye of Illusion could be activated as long as one could see the other party's eyes. In the next moment, the black-robed woman's body trembled slightly. Although she had been on guard previously, she did not know how Yixian had attacked her, so she was hit again. Alright, Wolfang charge. Yixian thrust out his sword, and a giant wolf head pounced over, biting the black-robed woman. The interspatial ring is mine. Yixian hurriedly rushed over. Facing such a vicious woman, he would not show mercy. He immediately slashed out with his sword and chopped off the black-robed woman's wrist. At the same time, the 3 golden armor generals surrounded him and began to attack him. The golden armor generals were comparable to physique-sealing realm masters, but Yixian also had the dragon pattern golden armor, so the 3 golden armor generals were no threat to him. 4 directions extermination. Get lost. Yixian suddenly unleashed a blast of energy around him, forcing the 3 golden armor generals to take 2 steps back. Then, he thrust his sword at the black-robed woman. The Eye of Revelation could not only see the environment in the black-robed woman's body, but also detect objects with spiritual energy, such as the prince's token. At the same time when Yixian thrust his sword, the black-robed woman came to her senses. She looked at the sword and immediately used her trump card. Nether Walk. The black-robed woman dodged the attack and immediately ran away while sticking close to the wall. This move again? Yi Xian's eyes widened. This martial art was too strange. The black-robed woman used this move to escape the last time. However, he had learned his lesson this time. He directly used the Eye of Revelation and the devouring system to copy the information into the devouring system. Ding! Copy of Nether walks successfully. Learn. Yes, Yi Xian replied. Now that he had this martial art, it would not be a problem for him to catch up with the black-robed woman. However, just as he was about to give chase, he thought of a problem. If he left, the 3 golden armor generals would definitely break into the city. When that happened, the 3 golden armor generals would charge into the main hall of the checkpoint and destroy the dragon pillar. Then, the gate of the checkpoint would not be able to be closed. At the same time, the 7th prince would be able to leave the main city and move freely. The 1st prince, the 6th prince, the 7th prince, and even the 4th prince who did not make it into the top 3 had already achieved 100% physique ceiling. They were very powerful and it would be troublesome if they were released so easily. After all, the 6th prince was the one who broke into the checkpoint, not the 7th prince. I'll let you go this time. Yi Xian finally decided to guard the checkpoint and not chase after the black-robed woman. He quickly took off the black-robed woman's interspatial ring and checked it. The Saintess of the Nether sect? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. No wonder the 7th prince had so many elites supporting him. It turned out that he had a Saintess with him. However, if the Saintess was already at 100% physique ceiling, then the sect leader should be at least at 100% physique ceiling as well. He just did not know where the sect leader of the ghost cult was. Yi Xian did not care too much. He looked at the 2 armies fighting outside and quickly rushed out. The golden armor generals may be powerful, but they are not indestructible. Yi Xian thought to himself. If the golden armor generals were indestructible, then why would they need the Wolf-Fang cavalry to attack the city? They could just use their draconic luck to exchange for the golden armor generals. Why would they need so many soldiers? Firmament Fissure. Skyquake Fist. Nether Spike. Yi Xian grabbed a golden armor general and pressed it against the city wall, attacking it madly. The other 2 golden armor generals were also attacking him, but he took their attacks head-on. In 3 seconds, the golden armor general endured countless attacks. After 3 seconds it finally collapsed. Then Yi Xian spent some time dismantling the other 2 golden armor generals. Then he charged into the enemy army. Yi Xian, how is the checkpoint on the right? The 6th prince's voice sounded. It's defended. The 7th prince lost 3 golden armor generals. Yi Xian replied. At this point, he had already dismantled 3 golden armor generals. The 4th golden armor general was still in the forest tens of thousands of meters away. Because there were no enemies, they just stood there. What? The 6th prince was shocked again. Yi Xian actually dismantled 3 golden armor generals. This was too amazing. The 6th prince had used his draconic luck to exchange for the golden armor generals. The amount of draconic luck he used to exchange for the golden armor generals had made his heart ache for a long time. He did not expect that the golden armor generals could only be dismantled in front of Yi Xian. Your Highness, I suggest that we immediately attack the 7th prince. Yi Xian hurriedly said. All right. You will still be in command of the checkpoint on the right. The 6th prince immediately agreed. Understood. Yi Xian replied and continued to attack the Wolf-Fang cavalry. At this moment, his Eye of Revelation suddenly swept across a person. It was the last person on the 7th prince's side. Chapter 794. You want to run? Stay. Yi Xian controlled his only golden armor general and charged forward. Not long after, his opponent turned into a ray of light and flew out of the secret realm. The 7th prince's side had lost 1 person in the first round. When they entered the 3rd round, there were only 9 people left. Then when Yi Xian took over the resource point, there were only 8 people left. Now, other than the black-robed woman, the other 3 were all cleared out of the secret realm. Therefore, the 7th prince's side only had 4 people left. This was a good opportunity for a counterattack. Without a leader, the Wolf-Fang cavalry was like a sheet of loose sand. In less than a minute, they were completely annihilated by Yi Xian. Speaking of which, it was strange that the black-robed woman did not take the golden armor general with her. She was probably scared out of her wits and ran with all her might. In this way Yi Xian benefited from it. After Yi Xian destroyed the 4th Golden Armor General, all of the troops were annihilated. As for the army that Gu Jian was hiding in the forest, they also suffered heavy losses. There were less than 200 of them left. His Highness the 6th Prince has already gone all out to reinforce the left side. Manager Zhua, Gu Jian, you too defend the city. I will lead 1,000 soldiers to attack the 7th Prince. Yi Xian said to Manager Zhua and Gu Jian. Okay. Gu Jian and Manager Zhua nodded. By now they had witnessed Yi Xian's strength. Even if Yi Xian was alone, he could take down one of the checkpoints. After Yi Xian destroyed the 4th Golden Armor General, all of the troops were annihilated. As for the army that Gu Jian was hiding in the forest, they also suffered heavy losses. There were less than 200 of them left. His Highness the 6th Prince has already gone all out to reinforce the left side. Manager Zhua, Gu Jian, you too defend the city. I will attack the city alone. Yi Xian said to Manager Zhua and Gu Jian. Okay. Gu Jian and Manager Zhua nodded. By now they had witnessed Yi Xian's strength. Even if Yi Xian was alone, he could take down one of the checkpoints. Yi Xian immediately left. This time, the 7th Prince had lost 4,000 soldiers and 3 members. It was a great loss. This was a good opportunity to beat the dog while it was down. With Yi Xian's current realm, he would probably be able to break through the city gate in 10 seconds. Then, he would charge into the main palace and destroy the dragon pillar. After leaving the right checkpoint, he used the netherworld escape that he had just learned and rushed toward the 7th Prince's main city. The nether escape was a quasi-supreme martial art that focused one's true chi on the feet. Although it was impossible to attack while running, it was very good for running. Oh! Yi Xian single-handedly led the entire battle. Not only did he annihilate 4,000 soldiers, but he also destroyed the Golden Armor Generals. He was a monster. A monster, a monster. Although the Golden Armor Generals are not controlled by anyone, it is not so easy to destroy them. He actually destroyed 4 Golden Armor Generals. I'm afraid that only the 3 princes can fight against him now. Looking at his route, it seems like he's going to the 7th Prince's territory. Is he planning to attack the 7th Prince? He's really powerful. He single-handedly stopped 4,000 Wolfang cavalry. Now that he's going to attack the city alone, I feel like the other 2 gatekeepers are useless. The 7th Prince and the eldest prince teamed up to eliminate the 6th Prince, but they didn't expect Yi Xian to hold on to one of the checkpoints. I'm afraid the 6th Prince won't win. The ministers continued to discuss. However, even the emperor didn't know when the 7th Prince and the eldest prince had teamed up. Could it be that they had discussed this before entering the secret territory? 6th Prince, how's the checkpoint on the left? On the way to the 7th Prince's territory, Yi Xian took out the Prince Medallion and asked. It's not good. The 6th Prince said, but in the next moment he exclaimed, Not good, the gate on the left has been breached. What? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. If the left gate was breached, then things would be troublesome. The eldest prince's army could directly charge into the main hall of the checkpoint and absorb the dragon luck on the soaring dragon pillar. That way, the gate wouldn't be able to be closed and the eldest prince would be able to move freely. After receiving the news from the poison matriarch, the 6th Prince immediately ordered the poison matriarch to absorb the dragon luck on the soaring dragon pillar and bring everyone back to the main city. The left checkpoint couldn't be taken anymore. With one of his front teeth broken, the eldest prince's army could directly charge into the main city. Not only that, but the eldest prince also ordered Yang Qi to head to the main city to guard it because the eldest prince was going to personally lead the battle. 6th Prince, should I return? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. No need. Once the poison matriarch destroys the soaring dragon pillar, I will be able to leave the main city. At that time I will teach these people a lesson. The 6th Prince said angrily. The one that had been broken through was the 1st Prince, and the one who had broken through this barrier was the 1st Prince. Thus both he and the 1st Prince could move freely. However, the eldest prince was still far away in his main city, so the 6th Prince was waiting for the poison matriarch. As long as the soaring dragon pillar was destroyed, he would immediately head to the left checkpoint and join the battle. Sixth prince, if I break through one of the seventh prince's checkpoints, the seventh prince will be able to move freely. At that time he will join forces with the eldest prince. Won't our main city be in danger? Yixian asked. No, they don't have many experts left. Given your strength, if you can breach the checkpoint, then you have the ability to breach the main city. Once the checkpoint is breached, he will be able to move freely, but he won't dare to leave the main city. The sixth prince replied. Since that's the case, I will attack the city at full speed. Yixian couldn't care less and headed straight for the seventh prince's territory. With his strength, only the three princes would be able to stop him in the entire area of the siege battle. However, the seventh prince's attack on the right checkpoint failed, so he couldn't move freely. Hence Yixian could at least take down one checkpoint. At the same time, at the left checkpoint, boom! With a loud sound, the soaring dragon pillar on the left checkpoint of the sixth prince's camp was destroyed by the poison matriarch. Then, the poison matriarch led her men and the golden armored general to escape, leaving the 3,000 Wolfang cavalrymen behind to block the enemy's advance. Sixth prince, you can move freely now. The moment the soaring dragon pillar collapsed, the sixth prince heard a voice. It was Eunuch Wu's voice. At that moment, he directly charged out of the main city and charged towards the left checkpoint. His speed was much faster than Yixian's, who was currently using the netherworld escape. This was an existence that was almost invincible amongst half-step sovereigns. Chapter 795. After the left checkpoint was breached, the first prince's army chased after the 3,000 Wolfang cavalry. When the 3,000 Wolfang cavalry were wiped out, the first prince's army retreated, leaving the sixth prince with nothing to show for it. They retreated as expected. They're saving up their strength. Next time we'll launch an all-out attack. The sixth prince gritted his teeth in anger. With one of his two front teeth missing, the enemy would be able to pass through this checkpoint and come and go as they pleased. The other front tooth would probably be pulled out soon as well. This was bad news. Right now, the sixth prince could only pray that Yixian's attack would succeed. At that time, the seventh prince would be pinned down by Yixian, while the sixth prince could focus on dealing with the first prince. An hour later, Yixian, who was using the nether escape to travel, finally arrived in front of the seventh prince's checkpoint. He scanned the area with his eye of revelation and found that there were only two people on this checkpoint. That black-robed woman didn't come back. Is she afraid that I'll kill her halfway and then go to the other checkpoint? Yixian narrowed his eyes. But it didn't matter. The arrow towers are powerful, but they haven't discovered me yet. I can charge straight to the city gates. With that thought, Yixian charged out. Firmament Splitter. Netherworld Spike. Skyquake Fist. Yixian also used all of his killing moves. When the formation on the city gate was attacked, a loud rumbling sound immediately rang out. Someone's attacking the city. The two people on the city walls cried out in alarm. But when they poked their heads out, they found that there was only one person attacking the city. It's him. Quick, inform the seventh prince. The two of them recognized Yixian. After all, they had just received news from the seventh prince that their side had suffered a crushing defeat. But it was useless to inform the seventh prince because the dragon pillar was not destroyed. The seventh prince could only watch over the main city and not come out. First, destroy the first checkpoint, then go around to the second checkpoint and destroy the dragon pillar. This was Yixian's plan. As long as they went around it, they would be able to reach the main hall where the dragon soaring pillar was located. The reason why the first prince's army didn't go was probably because they wanted to leave this checkpoint to the seventh prince. It could also be because the sixth prince had already killed his way out. The first prince was afraid that the sixth prince would kill all of his soldiers, so he retreated. Boom! Amidst a loud sound, Yixian spent 6 seconds to break through a city gate. The formation on the city gate was stronger than he had imagined, but it didn't matter. He only needed to spend another 6 seconds to break through the second city gate. Not good, he broke through the city gate, let's go. The two warriors on the city wall immediately left. This checkpoint did not even have a single golden armored general, only 2 long saber deputy generals. Even the Wolfang cavalry only had 500 men. How could they defend it? Boom! 6 seconds later, the second gate collapsed as well. Yixian charged into the main hall of the checkpoint and destroyed the dragon pillar. Sixth Highness, we've broken through a checkpoint. Yixian hurriedly reported to the sixth prince. Good. I'll leave the other checkpoint to you. The sixth prince replied. Without further ado, Yixian quickly rushed to the seventh prince's other checkpoint. As long as 2 of the seventh prince's front teeth were destroyed, the seventh prince would not dare to leave even if he could. Dare to leave? Be careful of the main city being ambushed. Yixian believed that he was fast enough, but before that, he had to send the seventh prince's 2 subordinates out of the secret realm first. With the Eye of Revelation, he found a secret passage in the checkpoint and dealt with the 2 experts who had reached 85% body seal realm. Meanwhile, in the seventh prince's main city, Seventh Highness, you can now move freely. Eunuch Wu's voice fell into the seventh prince's ears. How could this be? That damned Yixian defeated my 4,000-strong army all by himself and even broke through my checkpoint. Just who is he? The seventh prince muttered to himself. Although he really wanted to rush out, find Yixian and beat him up, he did not dare. What if Yixian was different from what he thought? What if Yixian didn't go to the other checkpoint and instead hit around the main city and suddenly attacked the city when he was out? Once the main city's soaring dragon pillar was destroyed, he would be eliminated. Damn it, I only have 3 people I can use now. The seventh prince cursed. He had lost 1 person in the first checkpoint, so he only had 9 people left in the third checkpoint. One of the resource points had been ambushed by Yixian, and 3 of the 4,000-strong army had been lost in the siege. Now that the 2 guarding the city had been eliminated, including the black-robed woman, he only had 3 people he could use. 3 people at most could control 3,000 Wolfang cavalry. Including the seventh prince himself, it would only be 5,000. At this time, after sending the seventh prince's 2 people out of the secret territory, Yixian quickly rushed to the seventh prince's other front tooth. As a precaution, the seventh prince had ordered the 2 people above to retreat to the main city. Now the checkpoint was an empty city. Therefore, Yixian easily destroyed the soaring dragon pillar. Now that the seventh prince's 2 front teeth had been removed, he could only stay in the main city and defend it. Sixth prince, both checkpoints have been destroyed. Yixian reported again. Good, we have now withdrawn our troops to the main city. You can stay in the wilderness and wait for orders, the sixth prince replied. Yixian nodded silently. Now he analyzed the situation. On the eldest prince's side, they had only lost 1 person. Both checkpoints were still there, but because they had destroyed one of the sixth prince's checkpoints, he could move freely. On the seventh prince's side, both checkpoints had been destroyed, so he could only defend the main city. Although the sixth prince had only lost 1 checkpoint, he had gathered his troops and retreated to the main city. All in all, the eldest prince had the greatest advantage. Now they could only wait and see. They could only wait for the resource site to spawn at midnight. The eldest prince has too much of an advantage. I'll go to his side and scout. If I see anyone traveling alone, I'll send them out. Yixian thought for a moment, then rushed to the 6th resource point that the first prince occupied before the resource point was refreshed. Yixian, you have to be careful. You're the only one outside. Since the eldest prince has broken through our checkpoints, he can personally take action. The 6th prince reminded him. Now he could only rely on Yixian. As long as Yixian could reduce the eldest prince's troops, they would have a fighting chance. It was close to midnight, but there was no one at the 6th resource site. This made Yixian feel strange. Could it be that the eldest prince has sent people to the 7th prince and 6th prince's resource sites? Yixian guessed. But at this moment, a figure entered his line of sight. Someone had finally arrived. He doesn't look strong. Kill him first. Chapter 796. The other party had not noticed Yixian yet. Suddenly there was a whistling sound in the air. Whoosh! The person was shocked. He turned around and saw a giant wolf head pouncing at him with its mouth wide open. However, just as he was about to retaliate, Eye of Illusion! Yixian glared at the other party. The other party fell into an illusion, and was bitten by the giant wolf head made of true qi. The excruciating pain pulled him back to reality. Firmament Splitter. Nether Spike. Yixian immediately attacked. One attack was responsible for cutting off the other party's hand, while the other was responsible for shattering the prince's token. Rip. Crack. The man in black was pierced through together with the prince's token. He turned into a streak of white light and flew out of the secret realm, leaving behind half of his arm. Yixian quickly rushed over and collected the interspatial ring. However, he found something interesting in the interspatial ring. What's going on? He's from the Nether cult too? Yixian was shocked. The person he attacked earlier was on the first prince's side, but he also had the token from the Nether cult. What was going on? Could it be that the Nether cult was not only supporting the seventh prince, but also the first prince? No wonder the first prince and the seventh prince are working together. Yixian's eyes gleamed. Now there were only 8 people on the first prince's side. He immediately occupied this resource point and rushed to the next one to see if he could find a second person. Unfortunately, the second resource point had already been occupied. Yixian did not see anyone. Forget it. I'll give up on this resource point. With my level, it doesn't matter how many Wolf-Fang cavalrymen there are. Yixian decided to give up and went straight to the first prince's checkpoint. What he needed to do now was to scout the situation and see how many people were guarding the checkpoint. Half an hour later, Yixian arrived at the first prince's checkpoint. He scanned it with his eye of revelation. There were 3 people guarding this checkpoint. At the same time, Yixian also noticed that there were 3,000 Wolf-Fang cavalry and 2 golden armored generals at this checkpoint. They aren't very strong, but I wonder if the first prince is among the 3. Yixian narrowed his eyes. His eye of revelation could see through a person's body, but he could only tell if the person was a man or a woman. However, in the next moment he reacted. The first prince isn't among the 3. That's because the Sunflame Imperial family cultivates the Heavenly Imperial technique and conceal the draconic fate in their bodies. Since my insightful eye can see the circulating true qi, I can definitely see the draconic fate as well. Yixian suddenly recalled the enormous amount of draconic luck in the 6th prince's body, so he deduced that the first prince was not among the 3. Since that was the case, he would try to attack the city. 6th Highness, I'm currently at one of the Crown Prince's checkpoints. I feel like I can give it a try. Should I attack? Yixian asked. The first prince can move freely now, and his strength is unfathomable. I'm afraid he's even stronger than me. Be careful. The 6th prince reminded. All right. Yixian nodded and immediately charged out. Under the night sky and with his extreme speed, he was already in front of the city gates before the other party noticed him. Firmament Splitter. Nether Spike. Skyquake Fist. Yixian began to attack the city gates. Not good, someone is attacking the city. The people on the city walls reacted, but it was useless. Yixian only needed 6 seconds to break through a city gate. Boom! One of the city gates collapsed. Although the people on the city walls wanted to control the arrow towers, they couldn't shoot at the city gates, so they could only watch. Go, let's retreat quickly. When the 3 people on the city walls saw Yixian destroy a city gate in 6 seconds, they were scared witless. If the 2 generals worked together to attack the city gates, they would need at least 10 seconds. However, Yixian only needed 6 seconds. Boom! The second city gate collapsed. Yixian immediately rushed over and killed his way into the secret passage, kicking the 3 first princes' subordinates out of the secret realm. After that, he went to destroy the Soaring Dragon Pillar. If the Soaring Dragon Pillar at the checkpoint was not destroyed, the city gate could be repaired. Unfortunately, Yixian wouldn't give it a chance to repair. Crack! Yixian slashed the Soaring Dragon Pillar with his sword, causing it to crack and shatter into pieces. Now the first prince had one of his front teeth pulled out. Although he could move freely, he was probably on his way to the main city. 6th Prince, we've broken through the checkpoint. Yixian reported. That's great. The 6th Prince was surprised and delighted. Yixian had brought him too many surprises. If not for Yixian, he would have been eliminated from this siege. 6th Prince, I'll go to the first prince's main city to take a look, Yixian said. He had the Eye of Revelation, which was very useful for spying. If the first prince wasn't in the main city, he wouldn't mind attacking alone. As long as the Soaring Dragon Pillar was destroyed, the first prince would be eliminated, and the rest would be simple. At the same time, in the Imperial Palace outside the Secret Realm. This kid is really daring. How does he know that the first prince isn't in the checkpoint? Maybe he's just trying his luck. After all, the sixth prince has retreated to the main city. If the first prince's checkpoint isn't broken, the first prince can wander around and put a lot of pressure on the sixth prince. Oh, he's going to the main city. Is he going to defeat the first prince in one fell swoop? I don't think so. Although the first prince isn't here, there are still experts and 5 golden armored generals in the main city. This kit probably won't be able to break through. Not necessarily. The first prince is in danger this time. If the checkpoint is broken through, the first prince will be eliminated. The ministers were still discussing. Now the siege battle had reached its climax. The 3 princes could move freely, but they didn't dare to go out recklessly. The only first prince who was wandering outside was the first prince. Yixian had broken through the checkpoint and rushed straight to the main city, so he was also rushing back at full speed. In fact, when he found out that the expert with the 95% physique seal level had been eliminated, he realized that something was wrong. Therefore, when Yixian broke through the checkpoint, he was also about to reach the next checkpoint. However, Yixian still rushed ahead of the first prince and arrived in front of the first prince's main city. He scanned with the Eye of Revelation and found that there were only 3 people inside. He had killed 2 of the first prince's subordinates in the wilderness and 3 more at the checkpoint. Logically speaking, there should be 5 people left. However, there were only 3 people in the main city, which meant that there were 2 people outside, probably at the other checkpoint. Fortunately, Yixian's Eye of Revelation didn't look at people with draconic luck. In other words, the first prince wasn't here. Since he wasn't in the main city, things would be easier. Chapter 797. If the eldest prince isn't here, then this is a good opportunity. Among the 3 factions, the eldest prince is the strongest. If we can eliminate him, then the 6th prince will definitely win. Yixian's eyes lit up, but he still asked for the 6th prince's opinion. Although the 6th prince did not understand how Yixian was so sure that the eldest prince was not in the main city, he chose to believe him. After receiving the 6th prince's approval, Yixian's morale soared. This time he was going to attack the main city. Come on! Yixian shouted in his mind as he charged toward the main city's gates. The main city's gates were much stronger than the gates of the checkpoints, but Yixian knew that he would be able to break in if given enough time. Firmament Fissure. Skyquake Fist. Nether Spike. Before Yixian even got close, he had already launched a frenzied attack. When the loud noise echoed, the gatekeepers on the main city's walls noticed Yixian. Someone's attacking the city. Their expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly notified the eldest prince with their prince tokens. However, the eldest prince was still on his way, so they had to defend the main city. The main city could not be breached, or the eldest prince would be eliminated. At this moment, a middle-aged man in black on the main city's walls had a dark expression. He thought to himself, "Is this the brat that our leader warned us to be careful of? Why does this brat know the nether spike of our nether spike?" He could not figure it out, but he did not care. He turned around and said, "The 2 of you stay here. I'll bring the 5 golden armored generals to deal with this brat." With that, he turned around and left. There were still 5 golden armored generals in the main city. This time he brought all of them with him. Yixian was still attacking the city gate, but at this moment, 6 figures suddenly appeared from the side. Have they come out of the main city's secret passage? Yixian narrowed his eyes. He was shocked to find that 5 of the 6 figures were golden armored generals. The last human was also at 100% physique ceiling. Now it was 1 against 6. Good timing. Yixian shouted. These 6 physique ceiling experts were the main city's last fighting force. As long as they were taken care of, the eldest prince would lose. Brat, stop it! The middle-aged man in black shouted as he stabbed his sword at Yixian. Whoosh! The sword light flashed and Yixian easily dodged it. However, he recognized this move. Nether Spike. As I thought so, the eldest prince is related to the Nether Spike. Yixian's eyes suddenly opened wide as he retaliated. Whoosh! It's Nether Spike. Estes Nether Spikes STS. Although the black-clothed middle-aged man didn't understand how Yixian learned the Netherworld Thorn, It wasn't the time to care about this right now. He struck out with his palm, and a huge palm print smashed towards Yixian. It seemed that the power of the palm print was even stronger than the heavenly fist's inheritance, the heaven-shaking fist. Ding! Copy of the Netherworld palm successfully. Do you want to learn it? Yes. Yixian replied in his mind. Ding! Host has learned the nether spike. Yixian immediately followed up with a palm strike. Nether spike. Boom! The two huge palm prints collided and then dissipated one after another. What? You even know the nether spike? The middle-aged man in black was shocked again. Meanwhile, the 5 golden armored generals surrounded Yixian and slashed their swords at Yixian. Humph! Soulless puppets get lost. 4 directions annihilation. With a series of crisp sounds, the 5 golden armored generals were all forced back several steps by the powerful impact. In this situation, Yixian actually had 3 choices. First, he could capture the leader and clear the middle-aged man in black out of the secret realm. Second, he could kill the 5 golden armored generals. Third, he could destroy the array on the city gate while fighting. Yixian thought for a while and made his decision. The middle-aged man in black was only slightly stronger than the woman in black, and the 5 golden armored generals were no threat to him. After all, he was wearing the dragon-patterned golden armor. So he decided to break the city gate first. Dragon Fortune. Firmament Fissure. Yixian attacked the city gate while dodging the middle-aged man's attacks. As long as the city gate was broken, he would not need to fight the 5 body seal masters. He could just rush in and destroy the soaring dragon pillars. Damn brat, go and guard the gate. The middle-aged man in black cursed in his mind and immediately sent 2 golden armored generals to guard the city gate. However, this was of no use. Although the city gate was important, the golden armored generals would still be destroyed in this siege. So Yixian could only carry out the second and third plan at the same time. Boom! 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 The 2 golden armored generals stood guard outside the city gates. Facing Yixian's attacks, they found it difficult to defend. However, Yixian's speed was extremely fast. Attacks would still land on the city gates and destroy the city protection array. Bastard, the eldest prince will be back soon. If you have the guts, continue. The middle-aged man in black shouted. Yixian's heart trembled when he heard that. He did not know if the middle-aged man was telling the truth. Now that the main city was under attack, the eldest prince was definitely on his way back. He just did not know when he would arrive. The middle-aged man might be bluffing when he said that. But if the eldest prince really did come back, he would be like a cornered beast. Although the eldest prince was also a body seal master, the imperial family members all cultivated the heavenly imperial technique. The heavenly imperial technique was a paragon martial technique, and its combat power was outstanding. Coupled with the dragon fortune, he was no match for it. If he was forced out of the secret realm, the 6th prince would definitely lose. Humph, I don't believe it. With victory in sight, Yixian decided to take a gamble. If he could get rid of the eldest prince, the victory would belong to the 6th prince. Damn it, this kid is not doing anything. The middle-aged man in black cursed in his heart. He did not know where the eldest prince was and how long it would take for him to arrive. He was also afraid that he would not be able to defend the main city. At that moment, Yixian's eyes suddenly widened. The Eye of Illusion. The middle-aged man in black was thinking about something else and was instantly immersed in the illusion. But his mental state was extremely high, and he immediately reacted. This middle-aged man is stronger than the saintess of the Nether cult. Could he be the leader of the Nether cult? Yixian could not help but mutter to himself when he saw the Eye of Illusion disappear in the blink of an eye. He originally wanted to end the battle with the Eye of Illusion, but he did not expect it to be dispelled in an instant. It seemed that he could only continue to attack. Rumble. Loud sounds echoed as Yixian dodged and attacked at the same time. A few seconds later, Kacha, one of the golden armored generals guarding the city gate, suddenly disintegrated. Chapter 798. Now, only 4 of the 5 golden armored generals were left. In order to defend, the middle-aged man in black had no choice but to deploy another golden armored general. TSK. Let's see how long you can last. Yixian sneered. He was faster than the middle-aged man in black. At the same time, he had the dragon-patterned golden armor, so the middle-aged man in black could only attack him with palm techniques. Palm techniques were generally slower than sword techniques, so Yixian had not been hit by a single attack yet. He felt that if he was given another 10 seconds, he would be able to destroy the main city gate. A few seconds later, Gotcha! The second golden armor general disintegrated. There were only 3 golden armor generals left. The middle-aged man in black had a gloomy expression. He watched as Yixian's attacks landed on the main city gate, but he could not do anything. Not only that, but his danger level had also increased. Now that I have a golden armor general to help you, let's see how you can stop me. Yixian shouted and suddenly turned to attack the middle-aged man in black. Firmament Fissure. Wolfang Charge. Nether Palm. The middle-aged man in black realized that he was in trouble. If he was knocked out, the city gate would fall. Nether Escape. The middle-aged man in black quickly used his trump card to escape. However, Yixian did not chase after him. Instead, he quickly swept toward the 2 golden armor generals guarding the city gate and gave them a good beating. Gotcha! The third golden armor general disintegrated. Then Yixian hurriedly attacked the city gate again. Bastard, if the leader doesn't come back soon, the main city will be breached. The middle-aged man in black had no choice but to go back and try to stop Yixian. At this moment, boom! Suddenly there was a loud noise. The formation on the main city gate was broken, and the city gate was directly destroyed by Yixian's palm. The middle-aged man in black became nervous. There were 2 main city gates in total. There was another one at the end of the city wall passage, but one had already been destroyed by Yixian. There was nothing he could do. If the crown prince did not return during this time, they would lose. Haha! Yixian laughed 3 times when he saw the main city gate collapse. He sent a nearby golden armor general flying with a swing of his sword and then rushed in. As long as they could break through this door, victory would be the 6th prince's. Once the 6th prince became the crown prince, the benefits would definitely be great. Breaking through to the supremacy realm would be just around the corner. However, right at this moment, I'll be right there. How's the situation? Suddenly, a strange voice fell into Yixian's ears. Yixian turned his head and saw that the prince's writ in the arms of the black-clothed middle-aged man was glowing. This voice belonged to the first prince. Damn it, the first prince is about to arrive. Yixian's heart trembled. Could it be that he had to give up on this door and leave? Your Highness, he has already broken through one of the city gates. The black-clothed middle-aged man hurriedly replied. I'll be there in 5 seconds. The eldest prince's words made Yixian completely give up. He wouldn't be able to break through this main city gate in 5 seconds. If the first prince were to return, he might be stuck in the passageway leading to the city wall. Let's go. Yixian didn't dare to dawdle. He immediately used the netherworld escape and rushed out of the passageway leading to the city wall. While using the netherworld escape, he could only gather his true energy under his feet and couldn't attack. Thus, he brushed past the black-clothed middle-aged man. What? Netherworld escape? The black-clothed middle-aged man was shocked once more. He was beginning to suspect that Yixian had infiltrated the ghost cult. Otherwise, how could he know the ghost cult's secret techniques? Damn it, I must stop him. The black-clothed middle-aged man also used the netherworld escape and followed closely behind Yixian. In truth, Yixian was still a little unwilling to give up. He couldn't be scared off by the first prince's words. Thus, he wanted to wander around the forest and see if the first prince would appear in 5 seconds. If he didn't, he would quickly return to attack the city. If the first prince really did appear, he would quickly leave, hide, and wait for the next attack. However, he was right to give up on attacking the city. In less than 5 seconds, the first prince appeared in front of the city gate. However, Yixian was using the Eye of Revelation. Thus, the first prince didn't discover him. He only saw the remains of the 3 golden armor generals. In the secret realm, one's perception would be greatly reduced. 5 seconds was definitely enough for Yixian to get away from the first prince. Fortunately, I left quickly. Otherwise, I would have to face the first prince. Yixian's heart trembled. In fact, he really wanted to fight the first prince. Although the first prince practiced the paragon martial technique, Yi Xian had the eye of revelation. However, so what if Yi Xian learned the paragon martial technique? He didn't dare to use it in the secret realm. After all, there were many officials watching outside. Even the Sunflame Dynasty Emperor was present. If he dared to use it, he would definitely be hung up and interrogated. He might even harm the sixth prince. Moreover, the first prince knew the paragon martial technique. His strength was extraordinary. Otherwise, why would he restrict the movements of the three princes? Thus, Yi Xian couldn't take the risk. This guy keeps chasing me. The first prince might follow. No, I have to stop him. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He suddenly stopped in his tracks. In the next moment, his true energy started to burn rapidly. Dragon Fortune. Firmament Fissure. Wolf Fang Rush. Nether Palm. Yi Xian attacked crazily. The black-clothed middle-aged man who used the nether escape was extremely fast. However, he was still hit by the nether palm. If it was any other time, Yi Xian would definitely follow up with another attack. However, this was a critical moment. The first prince had already noticed the commotion caused by the palm strike. He had to leave. Nether escape. Yi Xian quickly fled. The black-clothed middle-aged man was hit by the nether palm. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He was heavily injured by the palm strike. At the same time, he lost sight of Yi Xian. Not long after, a figure flew over. It was the first prince. "Are you all right?" The first prince asked with a frown. "I'm fine. I just lost him." The black-clothed middle-aged man shook his head. "Forget it." The first prince looked ahead. Fortunately, he had made it back in time. If he had been half a minute later, he would have been eliminated. Although the three princes could move freely now, they were all pinned down. The three princes were basically guarding the main cities. However, the sixth prince had Yi Xian as his trump card. In this secret realm, Yi Xian had no opponents other than the three princes. Outside the secret realm, the entire palace was in an uproar. This is too exciting. If the first prince had been a little slower, that kid would have broken through. Yeah, that kid is too monstrous. Even without the dragon-patterned golden armor, he could have taken down the city alone. The first prince can't move around freely now. If that kid finds an opportunity to break through the city and destroy the soaring dragon pillar, the first prince will lose. Chapter 799. Now, all the officials' attention was on Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian had led the entire siege. The princes who had lent their dragon's luck to the sixth prince were livid when they saw the first prince and the seventh prince jointly attacking the sixth prince. Now they were relaxed because the sixth prince was the one who had the highest chance of winning. If the sixth prince became the crown prince, they, as the sponsors, would be able to gain many benefits. At the same time, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty Emperor was also smiling as he thought. Now the seventh prince doesn't have enough troops and the first prince is pinned down. How is the sixth prince going to deal with this? He didn't expect this siege to be so exciting. It was even more intense than the battle decades ago. Thinking back, he had also stood out from the other princes and become the crown prince. After evading the first prince, Yi Xian didn't leave immediately. Instead, he quickly ran toward the first prince's other checkpoint. The first prince had 5 people on his side and 3 in the main city. Then, there might be 2 more at the other checkpoint. As long as those 2 were dealt with, the first prince's 2 front teeth would all fall out, just like the 7th prince. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the unbroken checkpoint. At this time, this checkpoint was already empty. The first prince had already ordered his troops to leave. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and quickly destroyed the soaring dragon pillar. Now, other than the 6th prince, who still had a barrier, the 7th prince and the eldest prince were both gone. 6th prince, what should I do now? After breaking through the second checkpoint, Yi Xian quickly returned to the first prince's main city, and then to the 6th prince. Yi Xian, you hold the first prince back. Tomorrow, I will send troops to the 7th prince and eliminate him. The 6th prince replied. Okay. Yi Xian replied. In terms of military strength, the 6th prince didn't have many Wolfang cavalry left. However, he still had 9 people who had been eliminated from the start. Thus, he could directly control 9,000 soldiers. 3 of the first prince's subordinates were in the main city, while the other 2 were in the wilderness. No one knew where they were stationed. At the same time, 4 golden armored generals were also damaged. There were only 4 people left on the 7th prince's side. Adding them all together, they had at most 4,000 soldiers. There was nothing to fear. Today Yixian had only occupied 1 resource point. The other 9 were divided between the 1st prince and the 7th prince. But now that Yixian was guarding the 1st prince's main city, the 1st prince couldn't send anyone out. So if they wanted to occupy the resource points, they could only rely on the 2 people stationed outside. Soon it was almost midnight. Let's go out for a walk to prove that I'm still here. Yixian, who was hiding in a forest outside the main city, suddenly dashed out and attacked the city gate from afar. Again, the 1st prince's expression darkened. He immediately charged out of the city, but in the next moment, Yixian had already disappeared. In these few hours Yixian had harassed him countless times, making the eldest prince very angry. Now, he simply didn't return to the main city and stood guard outside the city gate. Damn, it seems that I've angered him. Yixian scanned with the eye of revelation and smiled helplessly. After a while the resource points finally refreshed. Before this, the 6th prince had been guarding the 7th prince's checkpoint. And there were people guarding the other checkpoint as well. If the 7th prince dared to go out, the 6th prince would directly attack the main city. In this way the 6th prince occupied almost all of the resource points. Yixian, we've occupied 9 resource points. The 6th prince's voice came from the Prince Command Medallion. After all, the entire neutral zone was the 6th prince's army. If anyone dared to come out, they would immediately trigger the alarms, and then the golden armor generals would immediately rush over. As for the last resource point, it should have been occupied by the 2 members of the 1st prince's camp, but it didn't matter. 9 resource points had increased the 6th prince's army by 4,500 soldiers. Yixian continued to guard. I'll eliminate the 7th prince tonight, the 6th prince suddenly said. Okay, Yixian replied. It seemed that this battle was coming to an end. The 7th prince was forced to defend the main city, and many of his men had been crippled by Yixian. He had also lost 4 golden armored generals. Even if he exchanged his dragon luck for an army, his own dragon luck would be greatly reduced, and he wouldn't be able to defeat the 6th prince. The 6th prince was preparing to attack the city, but he didn't need to bring too many Wolfang cavalry. Instead, he summoned 10 golden armored generals. Originally, they only had 5 golden armored generals, but to be safe, the 6th prince deliberately exchanged his dragon luck for 5 more. 10 golden armored generals and the powerful 6th prince were enough to take down the 7th prince's main city. Tonight was destined to be an eventful night. At dawn, the 6th prince had already led the 10 golden armored generals to the 7th prince's main city. 6th brother, you still came. The 7th prince stood on the city wall and said to the 6th prince, 7th brother, it's time to end this. Come down and fight. The 6th prince said calmly. Okay. The 7th prince replied and led the last of his men out of the main city. After the previous battle, he was only left with 4,000 men and 2 golden armored generals. Although he still had 4 men under him, the only one who could fight was the black-robed woman. Behind the 6th prince, there were 10 golden armored generals with 100% of their body seals. The disparity in strength was huge. 6th brother, let's fight. If you win, I'll back out, the 7th prince said. Okay. The 6th prince agreed. Although he had exchanged a large amount of dragon luck, he had plenty of dragon luck. It wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with the 7th prince. The 2 of them looked at each other in silence, each holding a long sword. 6th brother, I'm sorry. The 7th prince shouted and activated the imperial heavenly technique of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. Almost at the same time, the 6th prince also activated the imperial heavenly technique. A great battle was about to begin. The 7th prince knew that he couldn't defeat the 6th prince. After all, the 6th prince still had the dragon-patterned golden armor. His chances of winning were less than 10%. However, even if he lost, he had to lose honorably. The 2 princes were already at 100% of their body seals. However, they were much stronger than the black-robed woman. Together with the imperial heavenly technique, they were almost invincible in the half-step to supreme realm. It was a pity that the sixth prince was much stronger than the seventh prince in terms of cultivation level and dragon luck. Hence, the seventh prince was quickly defeated. Boom! A loud sound reverberated. The seventh prince was sent flying by the sixth prince's sword. I lost. The seventh prince's eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, as a superior, he understood that the winner was always right. A loss was a loss. Immediately, he turned his head and ordered one of his men to destroy the dragon pillar in the main palace. The seventh prince's main city dragon pillar is destroyed. The seventh prince is eliminated. Chapter 800. The seventh prince's soaring dragon pillar has been shattered. The seventh prince has been eliminated. Eunuch Wu's voice rang out in the sky. Following that, the seventh prince and his men transformed into streaks of light and left the secret realm, including the seventh prince. As for the remaining troops, they stood quietly in their original positions, not moving at all. Now the tripartite balance of power had turned into a two-sided balance of power. Yi Xian, the seventh prince, has been eliminated. The sixth prince had obtained it through the prince seal and Yi Xian. There's nothing unusual about the eldest prince's side. No one has come out. Yi Xian replied. Alright, since that's the case, we'll wait for one more day. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll attack the eldest prince's main city. The sixth prince was in a very good mood. Now that he had eliminated the seventh prince, his only opponent was the eldest prince. Furthermore, the eldest prince was restrained by Yi Xian, so he could move freely in the secret realm. He immediately sent out experts to search for the two people outside the secret realm. He spent an entire day and finally found the two people, then sent them out of the secret realm. In a few hours, the resource points would be refreshed again. At that time, the sixth prince would occupy 10 resource points and gain an additional 5,000 soldiers. By then, he would have a total of 10,000 soldiers. The ministers outside the secret realm began to discuss again. However, the outcome was very clear. The eldest prince could at most hold on for half a day. As long as the sixth prince's army pressed in, the eldest prince would definitely be unable to stop them. Then, the position of crown prince would belong to the sixth prince. It would be noon soon. When the sixth prince occupied 10 resource points, he would immediately send out his troops. However, at this moment Yi Xian, who was squatting in the forest and occasionally using his eye of revelation, suddenly felt that something was amiss. The yuan qi of heaven and earth was rapidly gathering in the eldest prince's main city. What's going on? Yi Xian was shocked. He hurriedly took out the prince seal and asked, Your Highness, the yuan qi of heaven and earth is beginning to gather in the eldest prince's main city. The sixth prince immediately reacted and exclaimed, Yi Xian, quick, attack the city. The eldest prince is undergoing the supremacy tribulation. What? Yi Xian was shocked. Transcending the supremacy tribulation in the midst of a siege? However, when he thought about it, it made sense. The first prince was at the end of his power. If this continued, he would definitely lose. However, Yi Xian would never have thought that the first prince would choose to undergo the supreme tribulation at such a crucial time. One had to know that the supreme tribulation was extremely dangerous, so many people deliberately suppressed it. Out of 10 half-supremes with 100% body seal, it would be considered pretty good if one of them could break through to the supremacy level. At this moment, the crown prince was actually going to undergo the tribulation. This was simply courting death. After all, once the supreme being tribulation was disturbed, it was very likely that one's soul would be scattered. Sixth Highness, am I really going to attack the city? Yi Xian asked subconsciously. Now that the first prince was in the middle of transcending the supreme being tribulation, if he were to be disturbed, the first prince's experts would definitely kill him. Attack. No one is stopping you. This means that they have agreed. Attack. The sixth prince said without hesitation. With this reminder, Yi Xian immediately came to his senses. If the imperial family did not want him to disturb the first prince's supreme being tribulation, Eunuch Wu would definitely appear. Now that he had not appeared, it meant that the imperial family had tacitly agreed to attack the city. Kill. Yi Xian widened his eyes and rushed out. Although the first prince was very likely to fail the tribulation, if he succeeded, the sixth prince would not be able to break into the main city no matter how many troops he had. Rumble. The sound of the siege was deafening, alarming the experts in the main city. His Highness is undergoing the tribulation. Quick everyone, kill your way out. Don't let him disturb His Highness. The black-robed middle-aged man shouted. The next moment, they rushed out of the main city through the secret passage. Previously, the first prince's camp had 4 golden armored generals destroyed by Yi Xian. Now, only 2 body seal experts were left with 100% combat strength. However, they still had many saber generals. This was a critical moment. They had to stop Yi Xian from entering the main city. They had to succeed. After all, the first prince was undergoing the tribulation next to the dragon pillar. At this moment there was an uproar outside the secret realm. No one had expected the first prince to choose this time to break through. The entire palace was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were focused on the Sunflame Dynasty Emperor. He chose this time to undergo the tribulation. What is he thinking? The Sunflame Dynasty Emperor narrowed his eyes. He had more than 20 sons. However, a few of them were still underage. Hence, they were still living in the palace. Many of the princes who had competed with him for the position of crown prince had also undergone the tribulation. However, most of them had died. It was normal for some of the imperial family to die. However, the first prince was his first son. He was still concerned about him. Hence, he gave the first prince a set of precious dragon-patterned golden armor. He has accumulated a lot of dragon luck, and his strength is not weak. With the dragon-patterned golden armor, he should be able to break through. The Sunflame Dynasty Emperor thought. However, he was now considering whether to ask Eunuch Wu to stop the tribulation. If he did, it would be unfair to the 6th prince. If he didn't stop the tribulation, it would be a tragedy if the first prince was disturbed and struck to death by the sovereign lightning tribulation. Your Majesty, what's your decision? All the ministers and princes were thinking. In the secret realm, Yi Xian attacked the city alone again. However, the guards this time were much weaker than before. Underworld Palm. The black-clothed middle-aged man attacked Yi Xian crazily. However, Yi Xian dodged all of his attacks. Yi Xian didn't care about anything else and continued to attack the city. The sovereign tribulation was to condense the yuan qi of heaven and earth above one's head. After the condensation, a tribulation lightning would strike. As long as one could withstand the tribulation, they would be able to condense the sovereign golden body. If they couldn't, their soul would scatter. Yi Xian was also very nervous. He cursed the first prince for being so shameless to break through at this critical moment. Wasn't he obviously trying to get the imperial family to stop the tribulation? Fortunately, the Sunflame imperial family didn't seem to be involved. Hence he continued to attack. Soon the first city gate collapsed. Yi Xian quickly rushed in and attacked the second city gate. He was also very helpless. He had already destroyed a city gate before, but it was repaired. Otherwise, he would have already rushed into the main city. Rumble. Yi Xian's attacks all landed on the city gate. Quick, stop him. The black-clothed middle-aged man shouted. At the same time, he led a golden-armored general and charged in. Not only that, but more than 10 deputy generals with long sabers also rushed in. However, 5 black-clothed middle-aged men and 5 golden-armored generals couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. Now there was only one. How could it be enough? Irritating guy, get lost. Here's an event. The Super Devouring System's current rating is 530, based on 500 points. By 12 o'clock p.m. on the 31st of December, for every 100 points of 5 stars, 1 chapter will be added on New Year's Day. For every 200 points, 2 chapters will be added and so on. Chapter 801. Get lost, you annoying bastards. Yi Xian suddenly turned around to attack. These people were too annoying. The passageway to the city wall was not spacious, and these people would affect him greatly if they rushed in. For directions annihilation, a surge of energy surged out, and the saber-wielding deputies around Yi Xian were sent flying. At the same time, the middle-aged man in black rushed to Yi Xian's side and struck out with his palm. Smack! The palm landed on Yi Xian's dragon-patterned golden armor. The palm energy passed through the armor and penetrated Yi Xian's body, severely injuring Yi Xian's internal organs. Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood on his armor, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Oh no, I fell into his trap. The middle-aged man in black immediately reacted. He thought that Yixian's prince token would be in front of his chest, but it was not there. This was indeed Yixian's intention. Otherwise, the middle-aged man in black would not have been able to get close to him. I'll deal with you first. Eye of illusion. Yixian widened his eyes. An invisible energy entered the middle-aged man in black's eyes, stunning him for a moment. Although this happened in less than a blink of an eye, it was enough for Yixian. Swish! With a sweep of the Wolf-Fang sword in Yixian's hand, the black-clothed middle-aged man's arm was thrown into the air. At the same time, Yixian had already punched out, accurately smashing onto the prince's token on the black-clothed middle-aged man's waist. Gotcha! With a crisp sound, the middle-aged man in black's prince token shattered, and he turned into a ray of light and flew out of the secret realm. Before he disappeared, Yixian saw the middle-aged man's terrified expression. However, what Yixian did not expect was that the items in the middle-aged man's interspatial ring were beyond his imagination. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The great emperors will seal the body at 85%. He suddenly made a breakthrough. What? He's only the vice leader of the Nether sect? That means... Yixian's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that the first prince was the leader of the Nether spirit sect? However, now was not the time to think so much. Breaching the city was more important. After breaking through, Yixian's attack power had at least doubled. In less than 3 seconds, the city gate collapsed with a loud rumble. Haha! Yixian quickly rushed in and laughed loudly. It seemed that victory belonged to him. However, just as the city gates were about to collapse, there was a flash in the sky. The supreme tribulation lightning struck down. Yixian was stunned. He watched as the supreme tribulation lightning struck the main hall, creating a huge hole in it. Now the tribulation lightning had already struck down. As long as the crown prince could successfully withstand the tribulation lightning, he would be able to condense the sovereign golden body and become a sovereign. If he couldn't, then his soul would be destroyed. Yixian immediately rushed over. He couldn't care less. Since the imperial family wasn't interfering, it meant that the crown prince trial was still ongoing. He had to destroy the dragon pillar as soon as possible. However, when he arrived at the main hall, he saw that the crown prince had already stood up. At this moment, the crown prince's entire body was glowing with a golden light. Even his eyes were golden. Yixian didn't know that the crown prince had the golden dragon plate armor, because the crown prince had already kept it. However, Yixian could tell that the crown prince had withstood the tribulation lightning to become a sovereign and condense the sovereign golden body. Not good. Yixian's expression changed as he hurriedly slashed with his sword. The target of his attack wasn't the crown prince who was experiencing his new strength. Instead, it was the dragon pillar beside the crown prince. As long as the dragon pillar was destroyed, the sixth prince would be the victor. Even if the crown prince became a sovereign, it would be useless. Whoosh! The firmament splitter tore through the air. However, the crown prince's eyes suddenly returned to normal. He took a step forward and blocked the dragon pillar. Boom! The firmament splitter landed on the crown prince's body. After a muffled sound, the crown prince was unharmed. Sovereign golden body. Yixian widened his eyes and scanned with his eye of revelation. He realized that his eye of revelation couldn't see through the crown prince. There was a layer of golden membrane around the crown prince's body that blocked the eye of revelation. This was the sovereign golden body. He had already lost the best opportunity to attack. Now that the crown prince had successfully passed the tribulation lightning, he couldn't destroy the dragon pillar in front of a sovereign. The crown prince trial was over. Brat, are you the one who almost defeated me? Today, even if father comes, he won't be able to save you. Die. When the crown prince saw Yixian, his anger surged. He took a step forward with his left foot and immediately punched out. This punch was aimed directly at Yixian's head. Although Yixian had the golden dragon plate armor, this punch was enough to blow his head apart. The crown prince wanted to kill him. Could it be that I'm going to die just like this? Yixian's eyes widened as the flow of time around him suddenly slowed down. His thoughts were in a mess. Although he could dodge this punch, what if he could dodge the pursuit of the first prince, a supreme expert? No, there was still a way. Let's fight to the death. Yixian silently chanted the special devouring skill. Ding! The special devouring skill of sword intent is successful. The current level is incomplete sword intent. A system notification sounded. Just now, Yixian had blasted the middle-aged man in black out of the secret realm and obtained his yin and yang ring. Because of that, he had broken through. However, Yixian had rushed in at that time and had not tried the special devouring skill of sword intent. Now that he had tried it, he realized that the devouring crystal was enough. Sword intent. He had finally comprehended sword intent. He could block this punch. Not only that, but he could also destroy the dragon pillar. Firmament splitter. Yixian slashed out with his sword. This attack contained sword intent. Sword intent was something that even Supreme Being experts might not be able to comprehend, but Yixian had. Because it was his first time, Yixian did not know the power of this sword intent. This circular slash easily broke through the Crown Prince's fist shadows. Under the Crown Prince's shocked gaze, the slash sank into his chest and sliced the dragon pillar in half. Rip! A crisp sound rang out, and the first prince's eyes widened. Lowering his head, he discovered that his left arm had fallen to the ground, and a bloody line had opened up in front of his chest. Blood spurted out, and his entire body fell backward in two halves. The sovereign golden body had been destroyed. Not only that, but the Crown Prince's heart had also been sliced in half by Yixian's slash. What? Looking at the Crown Prince's body that had been sliced in half, Yixian was shocked. He had expected this attack to severely injure the Crown Prince. Then, he would use the Crown Prince's body to break the dragon pillar. He did not expect that the Crown Prince would be sliced to death with a single slash. Who was the Crown Prince? The Crown Prince was the eldest son of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor. He was the Crown Prince of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. However, he had died here. This was serious. It's over. This was Yixian's first thought. Chapter 802. It was Yixian's first time using sword intent, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful that it could kill a Supreme Being expert. Perhaps it was because the first prince had just made a breakthrough and hadn't fully condensed the sovereign golden body yet. Now he was in for a tragedy because the Sunflame Imperial family wouldn't let him go. Plop! The soaring dragon pillar fell. When the loud sound reached Yixian's ears, the entrance of a secret realm suddenly appeared in front of him. Immediately, several figures rushed out. One of the figures was the Sunflame Emperor. He looked at the first prince's corpse and said in shock, "How could the sovereign golden body be broken?" After saying that, he suddenly turned to Yixian and asked, "You comprehended sword intent?" The first prince had already made a breakthrough. Although he hadn't fully condensed the sovereign golden body, it wasn't something a half-step Supreme Being could hurt. If one wanted to hurt the sovereign golden body, only sword intent could do so. Yixian's heart trembled when he saw the Sunflame Emperor's murderous gaze. He knew that he couldn't escape, so he could only nod and say, "This is the incomplete sword intent that I suddenly comprehended when I was facing death." After hearing Yixian admit it, the Sunflame Emperor and the surrounding people were shocked. Sword intent. It was actually sword intent. One had to know that even the Sunflame Emperor, a Supreme Being expert, had yet to comprehend sword intent. Emperor. The first prince's corpse has mutated. At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly pointed at the first prince's corpse and said, After being reminded, the emperor shifted his gaze from Yixian to the first prince's corpse. He discovered that the lower half of the first prince's corpse had a patterned tail. Not only that, but even his face had undergone a huge change. Alien race. The First Highness is actually an alien race. That's the Snake Demon clan. The middle-aged man exclaimed in shock. When the emperor heard that, he was slightly shocked. He carefully sized up the first prince. Indeed, the first prince wasn't human. There were other patterns on his face. That was his original form. The demonic snake clan of the first race had the ability to disguise themselves. He had directly transformed into the first prince's appearance and infiltrated the imperial family. Even Supreme Being experts didn't notice him. My son is already dead? The Rimflame Emperor immediately realized that the dead crown prince was not a human. He was a snake demon disguised as his eldest son. He hurried over and put away the first prince's interspatial ring. After checking it, his expression suddenly changed. I'm afraid this alien race has been here for more than 10 years. The Sun Flame Emperor gritted his teeth. He found some clues among the experts of the demonic snake clan who had disguised themselves as the first prince. The entire imperial court had probably been infiltrated by the demonic snake clan, who knew how to disguise themselves. However, there was no list of names in the interspatial ring. Yi Xian was also trembling with fear. He had heard of the mutated tribes before, but this was the first time he had seen one. In this world, other than humans, there were many other races such as the demon race, the sea race, the beast race, and so on. To humans, these demon races, the sea race, and the beast race were all alien races. The beast race was a race between the human race and the demon race. Their ancestors were actually humans, but some humans chose to mate with beasts, giving birth to the beast race. The demonic snake clan was the beast race, which was the mutated tribe that the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor was talking about. It was a race that was born from the crossbreeding of humans and snake saint beasts. Yi Xian was also helpless. A human and a snake could actually mate. This was heaven-defying. For a moment, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor didn't know what to say. Originally, Yi Xian had killed the first prince with his sword intent, so he definitely wanted to kill Yi Xian. However, the first prince wasn't the eldest son of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty, but a member of the demonic snake clan who had infiltrated the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. In that case, Yi Xian was considered innocent. Your Majesty, now. Eunuch Wu, who was beside him, asked. I didn't expect the mutated tribes to infiltrate the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty so much. The first prince is already dead, and he was disguised by the demonic snake clan. Even I didn't notice. The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor was shocked. He continued. Stop the Crown Prince test for now. Capture all the members under the first prince. No, capture everyone who participated in the Crown Prince test. Don't let anyone escape. Yes, Eunuch Wu answered. Then the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor looked at Yi Xian and said, what's your background? Hearing this question, Yi Xian couldn't help but stiffen. He said, I exchanged for the title of Marquis in the 6th Heaven prison, and then the 6th Prince's people took a fancy to me. Yi Xian made a long story short, but the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor didn't believe anyone. He said, although it's because of you that we saw through the mutated tribes, it doesn't prove anything. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Your Majesty, the first prince. There's a middle-aged man in black next to him. He's the person I eliminated when I attacked the city. He's the vice leader of the ghost sect. Not only that, but the woman in black next to the 7th prince is the saintess of the ghost sect. Yi Xian quickly took out a few interspatial rings, poured the evidence into them, and handed them over. I know about the ghost sect, and I also know that the first prince is the leader of the ghost sect, but I didn't expect the mutated tribes to be behind this, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor said with narrowed eyes. The first prince was the leader of the ghost sect, and it wasn't a big deal for such a person to become the emperor. After all, every emperor had to fight openly and secretly with their brothers before ascending to the throne, and many had died. When the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor ascended to the throne, he had also done some shady things. However, the demonic snakes tribe was a mutated tribe, and the first prince had died long ago. Even if the throne fell into the hands of an outsider, it couldn't fall into the hands of an outsider. Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart trembled again. As expected, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor knew about the ghost sect, and it seemed like he had silently agreed with the first prince and the 7th prince's actions. The ghost sect had a secret technique that allowed one to use a large number of ghost lanterns to forcibly raise one's cultivation. This required killing a large number of peak kings and half-supremes. However, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor had also silently agreed to this. If one wanted to ascend to the throne, how could one do it without some tricks? Gather everyone in the Sunflame Palace. With that, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor left the secret realm. In the next moment, the scene in front of Yi Xian changed. He left the secret realm, and the 6th prince was standing beside him. Yi Xian, what's going on? Did we win? Asked the 6th prince, who still didn't understand what had happened. Yi Xian shook his head and said, I killed the first prince by mistake. However, the first prince isn't a human. He's from the demonic snakes tribe. I'm afraid the real first prince is already dead. What? The sixth prince trembled when he heard this. When he heard that Yixian had killed the first prince by mistake, he was scared half to death. However, when he heard the rest of the story, he was so shocked that his jaw dropped. The demonic snake's tribe? The first prince is a mutated tribe? Yang Qi asked in astonishment. Yes. Yixian nodded. That was why they had been teleported to the Sun Flame Palace. What they were going to do next was probably to be interrogated. Soon, the 16 princes were gathered together. Not only that, but all the members who had participated in the Crown Prince trial were also called over. Chapter 803. Consecrator Liang, I'll leave this to you. The Sunflame Dynasty's emperor suddenly appeared. Behind him was a black-robed old man. The black-robed old man's eyes were extremely sharp. After a quick glance, his gaze landed on Yixian. The black-robed old man had been watching the Crown Prince trial from another location. Naturally, he recognized Yixian, who had led the attack. So strong, another supreme being expert. Yixian's body trembled. Just a glance from the black-robed old man was enough to make his heart palpitate. The black-robed old man was definitely a supreme being expert. Are all the members of the first prince's faction here? The Sunflame Dynasty's emperor sat on the dragon throne and looked around. They're all here, just enough for 10 people. Eunuch Wu whispered. The Sunflame Dynasty's emperor followed Eunuch Wu's gaze, and it landed on the black-robed middle-aged man. You're the vice-sect leader of the Nether Spirit cult, right? The black-robed middle-aged man's heart trembled. He was also shocked when he saw the first prince's corpse turn into a serpent man's body. Thus, he did not dare to hide anything and nodded. Yes, your majesty. Who's the sect leader of the Nether Spirit cult? The Sunflame Dynasty's emperor asked again. It's the first prince. The black-robed middle-aged man answered without hesitation. Are you a human? The Sunflame Dynasty's emperor asked again. Yes. The black-robed middle-aged man answered without hesitation. At this time the imperial family's consecrator walked over and said coldly, "Look into my eyes." The black-robed middle-aged man looked into the consecrator's eyes. Then the consecrator asked again, "Are you related to the other races?" "No." The black-robed middle-aged man answered immediately. However, the moment the words left his mouth, a crisp sound rang out. The black-robed middle-aged man's arm was thrown into the air once again. Previously, he had been cut by Yixian. When he came out, he immediately treated himself and grew a new arm. But now he was cut off again. If one wanted to determine whether he was a member of the other races, one could tell from the severed arm. If he was a member of the other races, the severed arm would mutate. This black-clothed middle-aged man's severed arm did not mutate and was still a human arm. So it could prove that he was a human, but it could not prove that he was not related to the other races. The eagle-eyed old man judged whether the other party was telling the truth by looking at their eyes. Although he didn't see any fluctuations in the eyes of the black-clothed middle-aged man, there were still times when he was unsure. "Stand aside," the eagle-eyed old man said. Then he shouted, "Where's the saintess of the Nether Soul sect?" The voice echoed in the hall. Someone in the hall trembled. When the black-robed woman saw that it was her turn, she immediately turned around and rushed out of the Sunfire Hall. "You want to leave?" An expert guarding outside the Sunfire Hall suddenly leaped up and kicked out. Bang! The black-robed woman was sent flying and landed beside the eagle-eyed old man. Yixian raised his eyebrows. This black-robed woman was at least 100% body seal, but she had been kicked to the point of vomiting blood. Her opponent was very strong. He immediately used his eye of revelation to scan the surroundings, but he discovered that he couldn't see through the armored man. The other party was also a supreme being. This person should be the emperor's personal bodyguard. Yixian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Rip! At this moment, the black-robed woman's arm suddenly flew up. The eagle-eyed old man had made his move. If there was no ghost, why did the black-robed woman run away? As expected, the black-robed woman's broken arm changed after a while. Strange green patterns suddenly appeared on it. The demonic snake clan. What? This woman is also from the demonic tribe? Yixian was shocked. When he used his eye of revelation to scan the black-robed woman, he didn't discover any difference in the environment of her body. Since she was from the demonic tribe, the Eye of Revelation should at least be able to scan her tail. However, Yixian didn't see anything. This meant that the demonic snake clan's disguise ability was very strong. It was no wonder that the first prince wasn't discovered by the Supreme Being experts of the Sunfire Sacred Dynasty, and had been hiding for more than 10 years. At this moment, Yixian suddenly remembered something. Previously, he had cut off the black-robed woman's wrist. However, after he took off the interspatial ring, he threw away the severed arm. He didn't notice it. If he had paid more attention, he would have discovered that it was the arm of the demonic snake clan. Humph! You really are from the demonic tribe. The eagle-eyed old man instantly flew over and directly captured the black-robed woman. Impossible! Suddenly, a shout attracted everyone's attention. The seventh prince rushed out from the crowd and looked at the mutated severed arm on the ground. He said in shock, "Impossible! How can you be from the demonic tribe?" The seventh prince didn't continue speaking because he had slept with the black-robed woman for at least hundreds of days and nights. Now that he knew that she was from the demonic snake clan, he almost vomited. He was actually a demonic snake clan. The human race had done an experiment before. As long as a human and a beast were married, the bloodline would be mutated and the child would still be a beast. If the black-robed woman gave birth to a child, this matter would be serious. The seventh prince had the bloodline of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's imperial family. If he gave birth to a demonic tribe child, this would be a shocking scandal. However, the black-robed woman and the first prince were from the demonic snake clan. They wouldn't choose to give birth to a child. After all, this would expose their identities. Humph! The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor's face changed and he glanced at the eagle-eyed old man. The latter immediately understood and said, "Seventh prince, please excuse me." Rip. Before the seventh prince could react, his wrist was cut off. He knew that he couldn't escape the fate of being interrogated. Immediately, he quickly took out a spiritual elixir from his interspatial ring and swallowed it. Before long, the severed arm grew back. After all, a half-step to Supreme Being was still in the empty God realm. Therefore, it was easier to heal an injury. If one became a Supreme Being and condensed the golden body of a Supreme Being, it would be more difficult to injure them. However, once a Supreme Being was injured, such as having an arm cut off, it would be miserable because the golden body of a Supreme Being was extremely difficult to repair. When the seventh prince's severed arm grew back, his severed arm still didn't mutate. This proved that he wasn't a demonic tribe member. However, the black-robed woman was inextricably linked to him. Therefore, he couldn't escape being implicated. "Seventh prince, please stand to the side," the eagle-eyed old man said. Then the eagle-eyed old man took out 2 bone spurs from his interspatial ring and pierced the black-robed woman's shoulder. This could suppress the circulation of the black-robed woman's true energy. Ah! The black-robed woman cried out in pain. When she realized that she couldn't circulate her true energy, her face turned gloomy and she was dragged to the side by a guard. "Next, please come up one by one. You should know what to do." The eagle-eyed old man looked around and said, "What to do?" Of course, it was to cut off one of their own arms. Everyone present knew that they couldn't escape. One by one, they went up to cut off one of their own arms and received a precious elixir to recover. One by one, the severed arms and legs fell on the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. Blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 804. None of the people before him reacted strangely. Then it was the sixth prince's turn. The sixth prince knew that he was also under suspicion, so he cut off one of his arms to prove his innocence. "All right, sixth prince, please stand aside." The eagle-eyed elder narrowed his eyes. Then, his gaze fell on Yixian, who was standing behind the sixth prince. Although Yixian killed the first prince and forced him to reveal his true form, he was still a suspect. Yixian took out his Wolf-Fang sword, ready to cut off his own hand. But at that moment, the Sunflame Emperor spoke up. "Wait, forget about it." The Sunflame Emperor looked at Yixian and said, "What?" Yixian was shocked. The Sunflame Emperor chose to trust him. This shocked him greatly. After all, many people had already cut off their hands before him, including the sixth prince, who was about to become the crown prince. And his position in the Sunflame Emperor's heart surpassed that of the sixth prince. However, Yi Xian also understood the Sun Flame Emperor's intention. Imperial power. Because he had comprehended the sword intent that even Supreme Being experts might not understand, the Sun Flame Emperor valued him greatly. The latter wanted to rope him in, so he trusted him. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief and thanked the emperor. In fact, he was also afraid of being cut off. After all, he had the bloodline of the divine tree of life in his body. If his arm was cut off, it would wither instantly. At that time, he would be mistaken for a beast. He walked to the side and stood beside the sixth prince. "Yi Xian, you have comprehended the sword intent?" The sixth prince asked in shock. "Yes. Previously, when I attacked the city, I angered the first prince. After the first prince passed the Supreme Being tribulation, he wanted to kill me. At that time, I happened to comprehend the sword intent and almost caused a disaster." Yi Xian nodded. The sixth prince was in disbelief. A half-supreme being who had comprehended the sword intent was a super genius. The number of Supreme Being experts who had comprehended the sword intent in the imperial family could be counted on one hand. There was not a single half-supreme being who had comprehended the sword intent. Even if one turned the entire Sunflame sacred dynasty upside down, one would not be able to find one. At this moment, the sixth prince could only describe Yi Xian as a monster in his heart. At this moment, 16th prince, what are you waiting for? The eagle-eyed old man narrowed his eyes. 16th prince was actually only 19 years old. Perhaps it was because he had never suffered any injuries before, unlike Yi Xian, who had fought his way up to this level, so he was a little hesitant. But in the next moment, the eagle-eyed old man took his place. Hiss! A wrist fell to the ground. Then 16th prince suddenly leaped up and stabbed his sword at Emperor Rian. It is indeed the outsiders. The eagle-eyed old man caught the sword in an instant. Then, he took out 2 bone spurs and stabbed them into the 16th prince's shoulder. The true chi in the 16th prince's body was instantly sealed. Sigh, I didn't expect 16 to die as well. The emperor of the Sun Flame Empire sat on the dragon throne inside. Another member of the demonic snake clan had appeared. Everyone present could not help but gulp. They did not know if their family and friends had already died, and were replaced by members of the demonic snake clan. After the 16th prince, a few more outsiders appeared and were all captured. Those who broke their wrists to prove their innocence were not released. Instead, they were all captured by the eagle-eyed old man and interrogated in a room. The eagle-eyed old man's eyes were very sharp. In addition to his strength, he managed to capture a few more outsiders. When the emperor of the Sunflame Empire reported this to the Sunflame Imperial family, the Sunflame Imperial family was also shocked. Then they launched a large-scale operation. As long as they were outsiders, they would chop off their wrists. This time, the purge of the outsiders took a total of 7 days and 7 nights. It had to be said that the outsiders had infiltrated very deeply. They had captured more than 1,000 eunuchs, palace maids, and concubines. There were only 10,000 people in the imperial palace, but 1/10 of them were from the demonic snake clan. Moreover, this was only in the imperial palace. The 17 princes' mansions had not been thoroughly searched yet. While the 17 mansions were being thoroughly searched, Yi Xian was summoned by the emperor of the Sun Flame Empire. At this time, in a small hall in the imperial palace, Yi Xian, just the fact that you helped the Sun Flame Imperial family discover the demonic snake clan is enough to prove your innocence. The emperor of the Sun Flame Empire said with his hands behind his back, facing Yi Xian. Many thanks for the emperor's trust. Yi Xian quickly cupped his fists. Previously, I saw you take out the Wolf-Fang sword. You should have obtained the inheritance of the ancient Saint Dynasty's Wolf-Fang general, right? The emperor of the Sun Flame Empire asked again. Yi Xian paused for a moment and nodded. Yes. Although the Wolf-Fang general's inheritance was in the secret realm of the War of Dragon Luck, it did not contain the Wolf-Fang sword. The Wolf-Fang general contributed a lot to the ancient Saint Dynasty, but in the end, he died under the lightning tribulation. Actually, I know where his tomb is. The emperor of the Sun Flame Empire said. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, but immediately calmed down. The things in the tomb were all in the Sun Flame Imperial family, which was why the emperor of the Sun Flame Empire did not send people to excavate it. Let's not talk about this. What do you think of the outsiders? The Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire asked again. The outsider's view. Yixian paused for a moment and subconsciously answered. Those who are not of the same race are bound to have ulterior motives. What a good ulterior motives. The Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire suddenly turned around and said. The Snake Demon tribe actually infiltrated our Sun Flame Holy Dynasty without us noticing. They must have disguised themselves as humans to infiltrate our Sun Flame Holy Dynasty. Their goal should be to control our Sun Flame Holy Dynasty. Yixian did not speak, and he listened quietly. Our Sun Flame Holy Dynasty has been infiltrated to such an extent, so it must be the same for the surrounding holy dynasties. Our Sun Flame Holy Dynasty and the Snake Demon tribe are separated by several holy dynasties, only the Mad Leopard Holy Dynasty. Therefore, the Snake Demon tribe should have infiltrated from the Mad Leopard Holy Dynasty. The Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire continued, but Yixian did not understand why the Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire was telling him this. While he was puzzled, the Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire finally said, You comprehended sword intent as a mere half-step venerable. You are the most outstanding genius in the history of our Sun Flame Holy Dynasty. Now let me ask you, are you willing to join our Sun Flame Holy Dynasty and serve us? As expected. After hearing the Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire's words, Yixian's heart trembled. The Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire really wanted to recruit him. Seeing Yixian's hesitation, the Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire's eyes flickered and he asked, Are you not willing? Yixian jumped in fright and said solemnly, My ambition is not in the Sun Flame Empire. He had mustered up a lot of courage to say this because there was a chance that he would be killed by the Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire with a single slap. When the Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire heard this, his body trembled. After 3 seconds he said, With your talent, our Sun Flame Holy Dynasty cannot keep you. However, you can use our Sun Flame Holy Dynasty as a springboard. Yixian thought that he had heard wrong. The Emperor of the Sun Flame Holy Dynasty actually said such a thing? Using the Sun Flame Holy Dynasty as a springboard? To put it nicely, it was a springboard. To put it bluntly, it was a stepping stone. Everyone, please give this book a 5-star review. Search for the Super Devouring System in the bookstore, and do not enter the circle of readers. There is a comment section under the introduction and you will get a rating there. Until the end of the year, every 100 new fans will get an additional chapter on New Year's Day and so on. Chapter 805. Yixian didn't expect that someone like him who had only comprehended incomplete sword intent would be so highly regarded. The Sun Flame Emperor wanted Yixian to join the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty first. When he became an expert in the future, he would help the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty. Since that's the case, I agree. Yixian naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Now that this matter had happened, even though the 6th prince had won, he would still be investigated. Therefore, he wouldn't be made the crown prince for the time being. He would only be made the crown prince after he was proven innocent. Alright, then you will be a first-grade consecrator of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty from now on. This interspatial ring is for you. In addition, all the martial arts of the Imperial family will be open to you, including our Imperial Heavenly Art. The Sunflame Emperor said as he handed Yixian an interspatial ring. These things are enough for you even if you are a supreme being. Yixian took the interspatial ring and almost went berserk when he saw it. As expected of the Emperor, he was so generous. The things in the interspatial ring could definitely help him break through to the body-sealing realm. Thank you, Emperor. Yixian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. I will arrange a place for you to stay in the palace for the next few days. Try not to go out. Now that the demonic snake clan has been exposed, I think the demonic snake clan and the ferocious leopard sacred dynasty will make a move. Be careful, said the Sunflame Emperor. After that, an imperial guard took Yixian away. The demonic snake clan and the ferocious leopard sacred dynasty were alien races. The demonic snake clan wanted to use a disguise to seize power. Now Yixian, who had comprehended sword intent at the half-supreme being level, would become a hidden target. After Yixian left, a person suddenly walked out from behind the screen. It was the eagle-eyed old man who had appeared in the Sunflame Palace that day. Consecrator Liang, what do you think of this kid? Asked the Sunflame Emperor. Nothing strange, at least I didn't see anything strange. The eagle-eyed old man shook his head. Forget it, let's not talk about this. How are the alien races? Asked the Sun Flame Emperor. The eagle-eyed old man shook his head once more. They're all very tight-lipped. However, I have a friend who knows how to speak, so I can invite him over. All right, no matter how much we have to spend, we have to find every single one of them. Also, send some more messengers to inform the emperors of the nearby dynasties to head over from the heavenly prison. The Rimflame Emperor nodded. Yes, the eagle-eyed old man acknowledged and left. In fact, the Rion Emperor was afraid that the demonic snake clan had infiltrated the imperial palace. They were supreme being experts. At this time, Yi Xian was led to his new residence by an imperial guard. Now, he was a high-ranking member of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. First-grade Reverend was the highest rank, followed by second-grade Reverend and third-grade Reverend. Lord Yi, this lowly one will take his leave, the imperial guard said and left. Yi Xian looked at his small lakeside building and walked in. Then, he scanned it with his eye of revelation. There was no one inside. Originally, there were eunuchs and maids in the small building, but after the appearance of the demonic snake clan, they were all arrested for investigation. Forget it, I'll break through first. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and swallowed the items in the interspatial ring. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, he is at 90% physique ceiling realm. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, he is at 95% physique ceiling realm. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, he is at 100% physique ceiling realm. The Rimflame Emperor was generous. The items he gave helped him break through to 100% physique ceiling realm. However, he was unable to break through to the Supreme Being level. If a 100% physique ceiling realm wanted to become a Supreme Being and condense the Supreme Being golden body, he would have to undergo the Supreme Being tribulation. Yi Xian was no exception. Ding! Host has a 30% success rate of passing the Supreme Being tribulation. The system notification. Sure enough, there's a success rate of passing the tribulation. However, isn't 30% a little too low? Yi Xian was exasperated. Moreover, the dragon pattern golden armor should be included. Without the dragon pattern golden armor, the success rate would definitely be lower than 30%. Could be 20% or even 10%. The dragon pattern golden armor could weaken the power of the Supreme Being tribulation by 20%, but it only gave Yi Xian a 30% chance of breaking through. It seemed that he had to use other methods to increase the success rate. If I combine with my avatar to pass the tribulation, the success rate will probably increase. Moreover, I can also cultivate the Supreme Being martial arts. The Imperial Heavenly Technique of the Imperial family can use the dragon luck to resist the power of the tribulation. I wonder what my success rate will be if all these factors are added together. Yi Xian thought about it and casually found a room to rest. He had just broken through, so it was better for him to stay here and wait for some time before he went to cultivate the Supreme Being martial arts. He stayed here for 7 days. At this time, half a month had passed since the death of the first prince. In this half a month, the Rimflame Sacred Dynasty was still capturing the demonic snake clan. There were already thousands of them. Yi Xian didn't care too much. He left the small building by the lake and headed for the Imperial Family's Martial Arts Pavilion. The Imperial Family's Martial Arts Pavilion was the biggest pavilion in the Rimflame Sacred Dynasty. There were countless martial arts gathered here. You must be the kid who comprehended the sword intent. Not bad, not bad. Our Imperial Family's martial arts are on the 3rd level. You can go and take a look. If you want to learn the Imperial Heavenly Technique, come to me. An old man sat behind the counter and said to Yi Xian with a smile. Yi Xian scanned with his eye of revelation. As expected, it was blocked by the old man's Supreme Being golden body. The old man was also a Supreme Being. Thank you, Senior. Yi Xian thanked him and walked in. These martial arts were only names and introductions, so Yi Xian gave up the idea of copying them into the devouring system. He went straight to the 3rd floor. The martial arts on the 3rd floor were all Supreme Being martial arts. The Supreme Being martial arts were extremely powerful. Any one of them wasn't something a half-step Supreme Being could withstand. This was also the reason why Yi Xian didn't dare to fight with the 3 princes. However, Supreme Beings had the Supreme Being golden body. If one didn't have the sword intent, it would be difficult to kill a Supreme Being with just the Supreme Being martial arts, unless the Supreme Being martial arts were of a very high level. Yixian went upstairs and chose a few Supreme Being martial arts. Then he came back down. Senior, I've already chosen. Yixian said the names of the Supreme Being martial arts. Then the old man passed the secret manual to him. Kid, remember not to pass these Supreme Being martial arts to outsiders. As for the Imperial Heavenly Technique, follow me. After the old man finished speaking, he led Yixian to the basement of the martial arts pavilion. The Imperial Heavenly Technique was recorded on a stone tablet. The Imperial Heavenly Technique was created by the founding emperor of the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty. However, the Crown Prince also cultivated it. Since the Crown Prince's original body was of the demonic snake clan, the Imperial Heavenly Technique must have been leaked. Therefore, the old man didn't take any measures. Ding! The Imperial Heavenly Technique has been copied successfully. Does the host want to learn it? Chapter 806. Ding! The Imperial Heavenly Technique has been copied successfully. Will the host learn it? Yes. Yixian replied in his mind. Ding! The host has learned the Imperial Heavenly Technique. Yixian glanced at it and realized that the Imperial Heavenly Technique was divided into 3 parts. The first part was the Imperial Heavenly Sword Technique, the second part was the Imperial Heavenly Dragon Roaming Steps, and the third part was the Imperial Heavenly Tyrant Body. As the name suggested, the Imperial Heavenly Sword Technique was an offensive martial art, the Imperial Heavenly Dragon Roaming Steps was a movement martial art, and the Imperial Heavenly Tyrant Body was a martial art that could enhance one's physique using the dragon luck. Imperial Heavenly Tyrant Body? Yixian took out the Prince token and used the Imperial Heavenly Technique to channel all the dragon luck into his body. He glanced at the panel and realized that the success rate of the tribulation had increased from 30% to 35%. The Imperial Heavenly Tyrant Body can seal the dragon luck into one's body and refine it to strengthen one's physique. No wonder all the princes want to obtain the dragon luck. Yixian squinted his eyes and continued to learn the other martial arts. Although there were offensive martial arts in the Imperial Heaven Arts, the martial arts that Yixian learned this time included palm techniques, fist techniques, and so on in case of emergencies. My success rate of the tribulation is only 35% now. If I use all the dragon luck to strengthen my physique, it might increase to 50%. Yixian left the martial arts pavilion as he thought about it. He returned to his small house by the lake and began to refine the dragon luck in his body. It's a pity that I can't absorb the dragon luck directly. I have to use the Imperial Heavenly Tyrant Body to absorb it, which is a little slow. Yixian felt helpless and began to cultivate on his own. This time it took him another half a month to absorb all the dragon luck he had obtained. His success rate of the tribulation had reached 53%. The higher one's cultivation level was, the more worries one had and the more one feared death. Yixian was no exception. He wouldn't joke about his life, so he couldn't directly undergo the tribulation. Oh right, the 6th prince said that there are only 2 or 3 items in the national treasury that I need. I used the cave spirit fruit and the illusory spirit fruit to activate the Eye of Insight and the Eye of Illusion. I wonder if there are any other treasures. At this time Yixian's eyes suddenly lit up. Thus he wanted to ask the emperor. If there was, then he could open another heavenly eye. Yixian, who had become a first-class consecrator of the imperial family, wandered around the imperial palace until he arrived at the palace where the emperor resided. Lord Yi, please wait a moment. A guard went in to report. At the same time, Yixian subconsciously scanned his surroundings. He discovered that there were actually 4 sovereigns guarding the surroundings of the flaming emperor's residence. It was truly a dragon's lair and tiger's den. Yixian thought to himself as he waited quietly. Soon the guard returned and let him in. When Yixian saw the Emperor of the Sun, he was accompanied by several armored generals. Yixian, why are you looking for us? The Emperor of the Sun asked. Yixian glanced over and noticed that the flaming emperor's expression wasn't too good. It seemed that something had happened, but he didn't pay attention to it and directly asked, Your Majesty, I've already broken through to 100% of the seal. In a while I might be going through tribulation. What? The flaming emperor and the surrounding generals were all shocked. 20 days ago, Yixian had only sealed his body to 85%, but now he had actually reached 100%. In a while, he would be going through his tribulation. Wasn't this cultivation a little too fast? The Emperor of the Sun gave Yixian a lot of cultivation resources back then. If it was someone else, it would take several months to break through to the physique sealing realm. However, Yixian did it in less than a month. The Emperor of the Sun sensed that Yixian was indeed at the physique sealing realm, and he seemed to have mastered the imperial heavenly tyrant body. Good, good, good. The Emperor of the Sun Flame was excited. He said, "Then what do you need this time?" Yixian did not waste time and handed over a list. The Emperor of the Sun Flame glanced at it and said, "In the treasury, there is only the Void Observation Vine." Void Observation Vine? Yixian narrowed his eyes. The Void Observation Vine was a necessity for the Eye of Perception. The Eye of Perception had a powerful perception ability that could enhance the host's senses and aura. Although it was not as useful as the Eye of Revelation or the Eye of Illusion, it was still very useful. I have already given you the salary of a first-grade consecrator. If you want the Void Observation Vine, you will have to exchange for it with contribution points. The Emperor of the Sun Flame suddenly said. Good. Yixian nodded. Ever since the demonic snake clan was exposed, the news spread. The 4 sacred dynasties around our Sunflame sacred dynasty are restless. Among them, the Wild Leopard sacred dynasty has sent troops to our Sunflame sacred dynasty. Now, I will appoint you as the great general of suppression. You will resist the Wild Leopard sacred dynasty's attack. The Emperor of the Sun Flame said. Yes, Your Majesty. Yixian answered. The Wild Leopard sacred dynasty was one of the sacred dynasties that bordered the Sunflame sacred dynasty. The demonic snake clan should have come from the Wild Leopard sacred dynasty. Both the demonic snake clan and the Wild Leopard sacred dynasty belong to the beast race sacred dynasty, so they did not see each other as enemies. Now Yixian had become the great general of suppression of the Sunflame sacred dynasty. He had to go to war to earn contribution points. In the past, the 6th prince had fought many battles and earned a lot of contribution points. He then used them to exchange for dragon luck. I can give you the Void Observation Vine first, but you have to win the battle. The Sunflame sacred dynasty's emperor said softly. Good. Yixian nodded. The wars between us lower-grade sacred dynasties are not allowed to send Supreme Being experts. With your strength, you are invincible among the half-step Supreme Being experts. You have the ability to kill Supreme Being experts. However, you have to be careful. Our Sunflame sacred dynasty might have Supreme Being experts from other tribes. They might try to assassinate you. The Sunflame sacred dynasty's emperor reminded him softly. Hearing this, Yixian could not help but raise his eyebrows. It was not a joke for a Supreme Being expert to assassinate him. Although he had comprehended the sword essence and could kill a Supreme Being expert, he could still die if he was ambushed. I will be careful. Yixian nodded. Good. Then you should get ready. 7 days later, you will follow General Yuan to battle. The Sunflame sacred dynasty's emperor said. Yixian immediately turned around and left. This time, he planned to return to the general's tomb and merge with his doppelganger. He wanted to raise the level of his doppelganger. After all, his doppelganger was his second life. However, just as he was about to leave, someone suddenly stopped him. It was an imperial guard. Lord Yi, the emperor ordered me to give this to you. The imperial guard gave Yixian an interspatial ring and left in a hurry. Yixian took the interspatial ring and saw that it contained the Void Observation Vine. Ding! The host has activated the Eye of Perception. Chapter 807. Ding! The host has activated the Eye of Perception. Now Yixian had activated 3 heavenly eyes. They were the Eye of Revelation, the Eye of Illusion, and the Eye of Perception. When he activated the Eye of Perception, his body trembled violently. This was because there were many powerful auras in the palace he was in. Only a Supreme Being could emit such an aura that made his heart palpitate. Even if the other party concealed their aura, he could still sense it. His sensing ability was probably more than 10 times stronger. Not bad. When I close my eyes, I still have the effect of the supersonic bat bloodline. I can sense even the slightest movement within tens of thousands of meters. I can fight even with my eyes closed. Yixian opened his eyes. The heavenly eye bloodline was not bad. He was looking forward to it because there were still a few heavenly eyes that had not been activated. The burning eye, the eye of the void, the eye of eternity, the eye of nirvana, the eye of glory, and so on. These heavenly eyes all had unique effects. If all of them were activated, Yi Xian's strength would be very strong. After activating the eye of perception, Yi Xian hurriedly left the imperial city. However, before he left the imperial city, he discovered several people following him. There are 6 in total. I wonder if they were all sent by the Emperor of Sun Yan. With the eye of perception, Yi Xian could pinpoint the location of these 6 people. At the same time, he could sense that their realms were around 90% of the physique ceiling realm. As long as no supreme being came, they would not be a threat to him. Forget it. I'll return to the desert of death first. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian immediately left the imperial city and ran all the way. When the 6 people saw him leave the imperial city, they immediately returned to report. With Yi Xian's current realm, it only took him a day to reach the desert of death and merge with his doppelganger. Before merging, his success rate was 53%. After merging, his overall strength increased by 10%. However, his success rate increased by 15 points, reaching 68%. After returning from this expedition, I'll probably be able to break through to the Supreme Being level. Maybe I won't even need to come back. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. At this time, he still had one advancement point that he could add to his Gemini bloodline and increase his strength by 10% after fusion. At that time, the success rate of transcending the tribulation would probably reach 80%. However, what he wanted was not 80% but 100%. After all, he would only be left with 1 life after fusing. If his luck was bad and he encountered that 20%, then it would be 1 corpse and 2 lives. To be safe, he could only go out and earn battle merits to exchange for dragon luck. After the secret meeting, Yi Xian secretly left and returned to the imperial city. When the Sunflame Dynasty Emperor heard that Yi Xian had left the imperial capital, his heart skipped a beat. Now that Yi Xian had returned, he was relieved. Yi Xian had the potential to become the strongest expert in the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. If he was secretly killed by the alien race experts, it would be disastrous. Soon the day of Yi Xian's expedition arrived. At this moment, at the entrance of the imperial city, Yi Xian, this time the 3 of us will be mixed in with the troops. We will be responsible for escorting you to the border, but we will not interfere in the battle. After the eagle-eyed old man finished speaking, he led the 2 supreme being experts of the imperial family and mixed in with Yi Xian's troops. Yi Xian was a little shocked because these were 3 supreme being experts. It was enough to prove that the Sunflame Dynasty Emperor valued him highly. This time, other than Yi Xian, there were a few other generals. Although their strength was not strong, they were much better than Yi Xian when it came to arranging troops. At the same time, the 6th prince also came to send Yi Xian off. When Yi Xian joined the 6th prince's residence, he was only 65% physique ceiling. Now, his strength was invincible among the half-step supreme being experts. He had the strength to kill a half-step supreme being. Very soon, the expedition team left the imperial capital and headed towards the border at high speed. On the way, they met up with the Sunflame army, so their speed was a little slow. At this speed, it would take them about a month to reach the border. However, there was no other way. After all, he had to bring the others with him. Previously, they did not encounter any problems. After all, the Sunflame army was so large that the bandits did not dare to approach them. However, on the 15th night after Yi Xian left the imperial capital, the Sunflame army was resting in the camp. Yi Xian was grilling meat. There were a few generals around him. As for the 3 of them, they were hiding. At this moment, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. "General Yi, what's wrong?" a general asked in surprise. At this moment, within Yi Xian's range of perception, 3 figures had already sneakily stepped in. Their auras are so strong. They are 3 supreme being experts. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide and immediately shouted, "Senior Eagle Eye, 3 supreme being experts are approaching. They are in the forest behind me." What? When Consecrator Liang and the other 2 people who were in the same tent heard this, they were also surprised for a moment because the 3 of them did not sense the enemy's aura. However, Yi Xian was not an ordinary person, so they chose to believe him. "Who are you? Show yourself." Minister Liang, who had a pair of fierce eyes, roared to the sky. The 3 people in the forest looked at each other. The leader in the black robe shouted, "Don't care about those small fries. Kill that guy first. Go." The next moment, the three figures rushed out of the forest. At the same time, they exposed their auras and were targeted by Eagle Eye and the other two generals. 3 against 3 just right. The 6 Supreme Being experts started to fight. At the same time, Yixian took out his Wolf Fang sword and followed them. With his current strength, he should be able to fight against the Supreme Being experts. However, he did not rush out rashly. He wanted to see the strength of his opponents first. At this moment, Minister Liang suddenly shouted, "Minister He, it's you." He knew the leader of the Supreme Being experts who came to assassinate Yixian. "So what if it's me, Eagle Eye?" The leading man sneered and revealed his true form. He was from the demonic snake clan, disguised as a human. Although it was difficult to repair the sovereign golden body of a Supreme Being expert, there were many good medicines in the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's treasury. It was relatively easy to repair a broken pinky bone. However, it was unknown who leaked the news. After that day, some Supreme Being experts in the palace fled because they were afraid of exposing their identities and being besieged by the experts of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. Minister He was one of the Supreme Being experts who fled the Imperial City. However, the two people behind him were not the Supreme Being experts of the demonic snake clan. They were 2 burly leopards. The 6 of them started to fight fiercely. Chapter 808. In a 3-on-3 situation, the difference in strength between the two parties was not very obvious, so they usually did not suffer any casualties. However, one should not forget that Yixian had comprehended sword intent. Although it was only half of it, it was enough to cause a lot of damage to the sovereign golden body. The Mad Leopard clan is extremely fast, but the leader of the demonic snake clan is obviously not an ordinary sovereign. Let's find a mad leopard to kill first. Yixian squinted his eyes and quickly rushed out. Although the beast clan was descended from humans, they were more beastly. Therefore, Yixian estimated that his beast god bloodline should have an amplification effect. In addition to his sword intent and imperial heavenly sword art, it should not be a problem to kill one person. However, just as he was about to help, another aura quickly approached. "What? There's another one?" Yixian was shocked for a moment. Then he fiercely slashed his sword in the direction he sensed. Imperial Heavenly Sword Art. Imperial Slash. An attack infused with half of his sword intent instantly slashed into the forest, but it did not hit the other party. The other party nimbly dodged it. "Good boy, you found me again. You're courting death." A 2-meter-tall mad leopard waved its claws and rushed toward Yixian. Let's see who's going to die." Yixian coldly snorted and faced it head-on. He, who was only at 80% of his Emperor Will Seal, already had 100% of his Emperor Will Seal. Now that he had 100% of his Emperor Will Seal, and with his bloodline it was not a problem to fight a sovereign. Imperial Slash. Mad Claw. Boom. Yixian's slash collided with the other party's claw attack. Shockwaves surged, but the one who had the upper hand was indeed Yixian. Although breaking through to the sovereign level would allow one's true energy to leap by leaps and bounds, Yixian was using a sovereign-level martial art. In addition to the Sword Emperor's bloodline and sword intent, his attacks were enough to severely injure an ordinary sovereign expert. However, the Mad Leopard clan was known for their speed, so the other party dodged the Imperial Slash. "Brat, I know you've comprehended sword intent. It's hard for me to imagine that a human could comprehend sword intent at half-step Supreme Being. This is a huge threat to my clan." The Mad Leopard sneered and flew towards Yixian. His attacks couldn't compare to Yixian's, so naturally, he couldn't exchange blows with him. Therefore, he wanted to get close to Yixian and then tear Yixian, who didn't have a sovereign golden body, into pieces. "You want close combat? As you wish." Yixian harumphed coldly in his heart and rushed over. Although he didn't have the sovereign golden body and would be torn apart by the other party's claws if he wasn't careful, his speed was still not something an ordinary person could compare to. Imperial Heavenly Roaming Dragon Steps. Yixian moved quickly like a slippery loach. Ding! The proficiency of the Imperial Heavenly Roaming Dragon Steps has increased. It is currently at 50%. Ding! The proficiency of the Heavenly Imperial Sword Art has increased. It is currently at 70%. Since the quasi-sovereign martial art was a transition, There was no proficiency to speak of. However, the sovereign martial art appeared again. Yi Xian held the Wolfang sword and exchanged blows with the Mad Leopard clan expert. In terms of speed, he wasn't inferior to the other party at all. How is this possible? A mere half-step sovereign martial artist can actually keep up with the speed of my Mad Leopard clan? This is impossible. The Mad Leopard clan expert roared in his heart. The Mad Leopard clan was known for their speed. Moreover, he was a sovereign martial artist. It was the first time he saw a half-step sovereign martial artist catching up to him. Brat, no matter what, I will kill you today. The Mad Leopard clan expert shouted, and his attacks became more and more violent. Yi Xian felt a little regretful because the Mad Leopard clan expert was also using a sovereign martial art. It was a claw technique that looked very powerful. Unfortunately, his eye of revelation couldn't see through the sovereign golden body, so he couldn't steal it. He just had to wait until he broke through to the sovereign realm. At that time, he should be able to do it again. The Heavenly Eye clan bloodline, other than using advancement points to upgrade, would also upgrade according to the realm. Boom! 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 Loud sounds kept coming out from the area. After all, there were 7 Supreme Being experts fighting here. In a battle of this level, the 50,000 Blazing Sun army couldn't interfere at all. That brat is indeed powerful. He can actually fight the Mad Leopard clan expert to a draw. The eagle-eyed old man glanced at Yi Xian. It was the first time he had seen a half-step sovereign martial artist challenge a real sovereign martial artist. However, at this moment, ding! The proficiency of the Imperial Heavenly Sword Art has increased. It is currently at 90%. Ding! The proficiency of the Imperial Heavenly Dragon Roaming Steps has increased. It is currently at 70%. 2 notifications sounded at the same time. Yi Xian suddenly increased his speed and slashed out with his sword. Imperial Heavenly Sword Art. Imperial Slash. Boom! The Mad Leopard clan expert couldn't react in time. He opened his eyes wide and watched as the slash landed on his shoulder. Rip! A crisp sound was heard, and the Mad Leopard clan expert retreated a few steps. He and Yi Xian had fought more than 100 rounds, but he was the first one to be injured. How was this possible? He wasn't the only one who was shocked. Yi Xian was the same. The sovereign golden body of this Mad Leopard clan expert is at least twice as powerful as the first prince. Yi Xian thought to himself. The first prince had just passed the sovereign tribulation and hadn't finished condensing his sovereign golden body. His sovereign golden body wasn't even 10% complete, so he was killed by Yi Xian. The Mad Leopard clan expert in front of him had broken through many years ago, so his sovereign golden body was naturally powerful. Yi Xian took advantage of the fact that the Mad Leopard clan expert was at a disadvantage. Imperial Heavenly Sword Art. Rising Dragon Sword. Yi Xian held the Wolfang sword and slashed viciously from the bottom to the top. Rip! The Mad Leopard clan expert's chin was cut open. Fortunately, he dodged quickly. Otherwise, his head would have been cut in half. We can't fight him head-on. Retreat! The Mad Leopard clan expert finally realized the danger and hurriedly shouted. The 6 people fighting on the other side didn't have such injuries. This was enough to prove the strength of the sword intent. If they continued to fight, they would be the ones to die. Retreat! The demonic snake clan expert in the lead also shouted. In an instant, the 4 of them quickly fled into the forest. After them, the eagle-eyed elder shouted. What a joke. They had the advantage now, so how could they not chase after them? Yi Xian naturally wouldn't let this Mad Leopard clan expert go. After all, this was a sovereign golden body expert. If they killed him and devoured the treasures inside, they might be able to break through. However, the Mad Leopard clan had another racial characteristic. They were extremely fast when running in a straight line. They were 30% faster than when they were fighting. In the blink of an eye, they pulled away from Yi Xian. Damn it! Stop chasing! The eagle-eyed elder suddenly called out to everyone. What if they were ambushed if they continued to chase? Yi Xian also chose to give up. It was indeed not so easy to deal with a sovereign golden body expert. It seemed that his timing wasn't right. Yi Xian immediately met up with the eagle-eyed elder and the other 2. Chapter 809. Fortunately, they don't have enough manpower this time. Otherwise, it would be dangerous. The eagle-eyed old man heaved a sigh of relief. Upon hearing this, Yixian nodded silently. If another Supreme Being expert came, then he would have to face two of them alone. If you want to go to the border, I'm afraid you will have to abandon the army. The three of us will escort you. As long as we reach the border, the Holy Verdict Alliance will deter them from making a move. The eagle-eyed old man said. Holy Verdict Alliance? Yixian raised his eyebrows. He had heard of the Holy Verdict Alliance before. It was a force used to guard the lower-grade Holy Dynasty. In the war between the lower-grade Holy Dynasty, Supreme Being experts were not allowed to intervene. Those alien races were able to make a move, because they were in the territory of the Sunflame Holy Dynasty. The Holy Verdict Alliance was very strong and well-informed. Previously, a Supreme Being expert of the Holy Dynasty took advantage of the situation and made a move in the war, but unexpectedly, he was killed by the experts of the Holy Verdict Alliance. As long as they reached the border, those Supreme Beings who had infiltrated the Sunflame Holy Dynasty would not be able to make a move. Then, I will have to trouble the three seniors. Yixian thanked them. Splitting up was the only thing he could do. Who asked him to have such a high hatred? As for the 50,000 soldiers of the Sunflame Holy Dynasty, they were not worried. After all, they were not interested in them. Immediately, Yixian followed the three of them and left the army secretly. Yixian had the perceptive eye and left under the cover of the night. Therefore, the enemy should not be able to find him. Originally, it would take about 15 days to reach the border, but Yixian and the other three only spent a little more than a day to reach the border. Originally, there was a Supreme Being expert guarding the border to prevent the enemy's Supreme Being experts from making a move. Now, with the addition of the three of them, there were four. Yixian, the three of us will stay here. After the war is settled, we will send you back. The three of them were stationed at the border, but they were Supreme Being experts, so they could not intervene. This border was connected to the Wild Leopard Sacred Dynasty. There was a total of 50,000 soldiers of the Blazing Sun Army. They were all elite soldiers, and the weakest among them was a half-step Supreme Being. The core strength of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty was the half-step Supreme Beings. This was actually not a big deal because one Supreme Elixir could allow a 9th-stage Great Sovereign to break through to the half-step Supreme Being realm. Yixian was a Marquis, and he could receive 10,000 Supreme Elixirs a month. A Duke could receive 100,000 Supreme Elixirs. Therefore, half-step Supreme Beings were not a big deal. General Yi, this is the military intelligence that our spies have found out. In a valley 10,000 li away from the border, there are 20,000 Mad Leopard army troops stationed there. A general in black armor handed a military report to Yixian. Yixian glanced over and said casually, only 3 half-step supreme martial artists with 100% physique seal cultivation? I'll deal with them myself. What? General Yi, this? The black armored general was startled. Yixian was actually going to face the 30,000-strong Wild Leopard army alone. What kind of joke was this? The black armored general didn't know about Yixian's past, so he couldn't help but look at Yixian strangely. General Yi, the Mad Leopard clan is extremely fast. They are very difficult to deal with. The black armored general reminded him. I know, but I'm only at 80% physique seal cultivation. Now that I've reached 100% physique seal cultivation, as long as no supreme being comes, they won't be a threat to me. Yixian knew that the general didn't know him, so he said this. Invincible under the supreme being realm? The black armored general immediately reacted. He didn't understand why the royal family only sent a brat, but now it seemed that Yixian was indeed capable. Invincible under the supreme being realm, he could totally lead a war. Immediately, Yixian left the border and followed the military intelligence. It was still night, and it was very suitable for a massacre. The night was dark and the wind was strong. It was a night for killing. Tonight, there would be rivers of blood and thousands of corpses lying on the ground. After running for a while, Yixian felt a huge aura. It was the aura of 30,000 Mad Leopard soldiers. The 30,000 Mad Leopard soldiers were led by 3 half-step supreme beings with 100% physique seal cultivation. Yixian didn't know how many merits he would get if he killed all of them. Anyway, he just had to kill them all. Yixian quietly sneaked over and hid behind a tree. He squinted his eyes and saw that there were many Mad Leopard soldiers among the tens of thousands. If the real supreme beings can't participate in the battle, then I'm invincible. Yi Xian directly took out his dragon-patterned golden armor and charged over. Although he was very confident it was better to be safe. After all, he didn't have the supreme being golden body, only the dragon-patterned golden armor. When he was only 1,000 meters away, Yi Xian raised his hand and used the Sword Emperor's slash on the mad leopard soldiers in front of him. The Sword Emperor's slash, which contained sword intent, was extremely powerful. It broke through the air like a meteor flashing past. Swish! 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 The Sword Emperor's slash moved in a straight line, taking away the lives of thousands of mad leopard soldiers. This Sword Emperor's slash was only the appetizer. After it, countless more Sword Emperor's slashes attacked the mad leopard soldiers. Yi Xian stood 1,000 meters away and attacked crazily. In just a second, more than 10,000 mad leopard soldiers fell. What? The 3 physique seal experts leading the mad leopard soldiers were already shocked when they saw the corpses. Just a moment ago they were still eating and eating, but now they were suddenly cut in half. Blood spurted out crazily. This scene frightened them. But in the next moment, a white slash came and cut them in half at the waist. Yi Xian's attack could even injure a supreme being. These half-step supreme beings without the supreme being golden body couldn't withstand his attack. Then Yi Xian flew into the air and killed those who were cut in half but didn't die. In less than 10 seconds, all 30,000 mad leopard soldiers were killed by Yi Xian. He was invincible below the supreme being level. Battle merits were calculated by the number of people killed. Therefore, Yi Xian directly collected the corpses of the mad leopard soldiers. There were more than 31,000 corpses in total. This meant that there were more than 30,000 interspatial rings. When marching to war, we don't bring many things. All of them are healing medicines and the like. Yi Xian was a little helpless. Although there weren't many things in each interspatial ring, the quantity was huge. Moreover, the 30,000 corpses could bring him a lot of battle merits because there were 3 physique seal experts among them. Then Yi Xian quickly left. When he returned to the border, everyone was shocked because Yi Xian seemed to have left less than 5 minutes ago. Could it be that Yi Xian had suddenly changed his mind? But when Yi Xian took out the high-grade interspatial ring that contained the 30,000 corpses, everyone was shocked. In 5 minutes he had taken care of 30,000 Berserk Leopard Tribe experts, including 3 Body Seal experts. These 5 minutes included the time taken to go back and forth. In other words, it took him at most 1 minute to kill the 30,000 mad leopard soldiers. Invincible below the supreme being level. Amazing! Chapter 8:10. Yi Xian asked someone and did some calculations. After exchanging the draconic luck and refining it with the imperial heavenly tyrant body, he estimated that he could only increase his chances of passing the tribulation to 60%. If he added the clone and the advancement point, it would be around 90%. Thus, he estimated that he would have to do it 1 or 2 more times. Of course, it would be best if he didn't use the advancement point. After all, he rarely merged with his clone, so it wasn't worth it to waste 1 advancement point. Simply put, before he merged with his clone, he had to increase his chances of passing the tribulation to 80%. When he merged with his clone, his strength increased by 10% and his chances of passing the tribulation increased by 15%. However, as his strength increased, the 10% increase was more than before, so his chances of passing the tribulation were around 80%. That army was sent back by the scouts of the Sunflame army. Yi Xian, who was eager to pass the tribulation, decided to go personally this time. As long as he encountered the Mad Leopard tribe, he would kill without mercy. Yi Xian left the border again and began to wander around. His speed was so fast that as long as he encountered a living creature, it wouldn't be able to escape his eye of perception. Moreover, the eye of perception could transmit the shape of a living creature to his brain, allowing him to instantly distinguish whether it was a human or a foreign race. The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Mad Leopard Sacred Dynasty bordered each other, and between the 2 borders was an unclaimed land. Yi Xian quickly moved through this unclaimed land. What surprised him was that after searching for an entire night, he didn't find a second Mad Leopard army. He only encountered a few scouts of the Mad Leopard tribe. I didn't expect there to be no other army stationed here. Since that's the case, I'll attack the city. Yi Xian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Since he couldn't find them, he would attack them himself and break through the entire border. Immediately, he rushed toward the border of the Mad Leopard tribe. With his strength, he was invincible below the Supreme Being level. He could lead a battle alone. Breaking through the border wasn't a problem. Soon Yixian found the border of the Mad Leopard tribe before dawn. A battle without any suspense had begun. Kill! Yixian wore the dragon-patterned golden armor and wielded the Wolfang sword as he charged forward. Imperial Heavenly Sword Art. Imperial Slash. Incomplete Sword Intent. Yixian immediately launched an attack on the city gate. Sword will had unparalleled power. Even Supreme Being experts who possessed the sovereign golden body could be severely injured by it. How could a mere array door stop Yixian's footsteps? Bang! With just one sword strike, Yixian blasted open the Mad Leopard Sacred Dynasty's border gate, and then charged in. Not good, an expert is breaking through. The Mad Leopard tribe soldiers on the city wall shouted. But at this time, Yixian had already killed his way in. As long as it was a foreign race, he would kill without mercy. When two nations were at war, no one could guarantee that they would win every battle. Hence, both sides had captives from the other. This time Yixian could save the captives from the Wild Leopard Holy Dynasty. Behind the border was the Mad Leopard Holy Dynasty's army camp. There were a total of 100,000 Mad Leopard army soldiers stationed at the border. Haha, an army of 100,000? Are you preparing to attack soon? Turn into souls under my sword. Yixian laughed inwardly and immediately launched an attack. Heavenly Emperor Sword Art. Sword Emperor Slash. Incomplete Sword Intent. A Supreme Being martial arts that had fused with incomplete sword intent had terrifying power. One sword strike could cut the entire army camp in half. One sword strike could kill at least 1,000 people. Yixian could slash more than 10 times in a second, which meant that Yixian could kill more than 10,000 people in a second. Killing more than 10,000 people in a second was something that not even a Supreme Being could do, but Yixian could because he had comprehended sword intent. The entire border of the Mad Leopard Holy Dynasty was in an uproar. After all, Yixian, the god of slaughter, had arrived. The Mad Leopard army soldiers were well trained, but who would have thought that Yixian would only need a second to break through the border gate? By the time they reacted, more than 10,000 people had already died. The remaining people were still waiting for orders because they couldn't find Yixian. Most of them didn't even know what had happened. In Yixian's eyes, these foreign races were living targets. In less than 10 seconds, Yixian had killed more than 80,000 people, and the remaining 20,000 were cut in half. Only a few hundred people were unharmed. Then Yixian collected the corpses in interspatial rings while killing the surviving foreign races. If the beasts were compared to the humans, the beasts would be stronger than the humans. What the humans knew, the beasts also knew. However, many of the beasts had special abilities. For example, the Snake Demon Clan could disguise themselves, while the Fox Demon Clan could charm and control others. Now that the two countries were at war, Yixian didn't show any mercy. He killed the foreign races on sight. In just a few minutes, the corpses of the foreign races were collected by Yixian into the Devour space. The entire border gate was covered in a sea of blood. 100,000 interspatial rings. What a great profit! At this time, Yixian had already collected everything into the Devour space. Although it was a war, there were still some things in the interspatial rings that were useful to him. After devouring those useful things, Yixian's strength increased by a lot. His success rate of passing the tribulation also increased, reaching 65%. My physique and true chi have improved. Now, even if I don't use my advancement points, just the battle merits from the 130,000 corpses will be enough for me to pass the tribulation. Yixian thought to himself. However, he suddenly changed his mind. He didn't want to return to the imperial capital first. It was better to kill in the Mad Leopard Holy Dynasty. Not everyone in the Mad Leopard Holy Dynasty was bad. There were also many ordinary people. Therefore, Yixian chose those who were stronger, such as the city lords. But before that, he had to rescue the Sunflame army soldiers who were captured by the Mad Leopard Holy Dynasty. There was a place to hold the Sunflame army captives at the border, but there weren't many of them, only 1,000. After releasing them, Yixian sent them back to the Sunflame army's border gate. As for himself, he decided to enter the Mad Leopard Holy Dynasty. Although the Mad Leopard Holy Dynasty is the same as the Sunflame Holy Dynasty, a low-grade Holy Dynasty, the Mad Leopard Holy Dynasty is stronger than the Sunflame Holy Dynasty. It is said that some of the city lords are Supreme Being experts. If I can kill a Supreme Being expert, I can more or less become a Supreme Being expert. Yi Xian thought to himself as he moved away from the border gate. The Mad Leopard Holy Dynasty's border gate had been completely wiped out by him. With the eye of perception, even if the enemy hid well, they couldn't escape from him. Therefore, there was no one left in the border gate. When the Sunflame Army captives returned to the border gate, they would report this matter to the general guarding the gate. Then, the general guarding the gate would definitely send troops to occupy the border gate. Chapter 8:11. With the arrival of Yi Xian, the Wild Leopard Sacred Dynasty's city was once again plunged into a bloodbath. However, it was only in the City Lord Mansion. There were no Supreme Being experts in the city. After Yi Xian killed his way in, he killed all the high-level half-step Supreme Beings in the City Lord Mansion in less than half a minute and plundered their belongings. After devouring all the items that could increase his strength, Yi Xian's success rate increased again, reaching 67%. The Wild Leopard Sacred Dynasty should know about the loss of the border soon. I have to move faster and increase my success rate to 100% before they react. Then, I will undergo the tribulation and become a Supreme Being. Yi Xian thought in his heart, then left again, heading for the next city. The Holy Adjudicator Union judged that his action was no longer considered a siege, so the Supreme Being experts of the Wild Leopard Sacred Dynasty could attack him. After all, he was alone and did not lead an army. Fortunately, his speed was very fast and he had a precise target. It took him less than 2 hours to go from one city to another. 2 hours of travel was just for a few minutes, but the harvest of these few minutes could increase his success rate by a lot. In one day, Yi Xian swept through 10 cities of the Wild Leopard Sacred Dynasty. At this time, his success rate had reached 80%. If he turned back now and merged with his doppelganger, he would have a 100% success rate even if he did not exchange for dragon luck or use his advancement points. However, he did not choose to go back. 80%. In 1 or 2 more days, I will have a 100% success rate. At that time, I will condense the Supreme Being Golden Body and become a Supreme Being. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Supreme Being was a realm he yearned for. Now that the breakthrough was imminent, he did not want to stay for a moment. However, after he swept through a few more cities, he encountered a problem. At this time there was a big city in front of him. It was said that the city lord was a Supreme Being expert, so he was considering whether to rush in and fight with this Supreme Being expert. The wealth of a Supreme Being expert was definitely worth 10 cities. After hesitating for a moment, he made a decision. Kill. He put on the dragon-patterned golden armor and killed his way into the city. The Wild Leopard Sacred Dynasty was a foreign race. Adult leopard men were generally more than 2 meters tall. Yi Xian was about the same height as a female leopard man. The dragon-patterned golden armor could prevent him from being recognized. But leopard men's legs and legs were different human legs. Yi Xian could not disguise himself. So, he could only kill his way in and alert the Supreme Being expert. A human has entered the city, shouted a leopard man. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these leopard men, who only had 70 to 80% of the emperors will seal their bodies. He directly charged towards the city lord's mansion. His aura isn't weak. He's slightly stronger than the leopard man I fought before. Yi Xian, who possessed the eye of perception, instantly determined the other party's cultivation level. However, when he was attacked by the foreign races, his success rate was only 53%. Now his success rate had increased to 80%. This meant that his physique had improved by quite a bit. There. Over there. Yi Xian locked onto the aura of the sovereign expert and directly slashed out with his sword. Whoosh! The sword ray pierced through the air, and the wind whistled. The Supreme Being expert in the City Lord Mansion sensed a powerful force closing in on him. His expression changed as he dodged the attack with a flash of his body. However, the half-step Supreme Being expert behind him could not dodge the attack. Rip! The leopard man was cut in half. Who is it? The leopard man shouted. He did not even look at the corpse and dashed out of the house. However, what answered him were streaks of sharp sword gleams. Poof! 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 The leopard man began to move quickly, dodging the sword rays. His expression was gloomy because he had sensed the sword intent in the sword rays. It's sword intent. Who wants to kill me? The leopard man's heart trembled. In the next moment he saw Yixian in golden armor. You want to kill me? The leopard man took out a big sword. Now that Yixian was wrapped in the dragon-patterned golden armor, his face could not be seen, so the leopard man could not guess what race he was. Among the beasts there were many races that were similar to humans. For example, the fox race had a similar body to humans, except for different ears and an extra tail. You know what you've done. Today I'm here to kill you. Yixian said coldly. He was now able to lie seriously. He had never seen this leopard man before, and he only had one purpose in killing him, which was to gain benefits. However, he would lie if he could. After all, it did not cost him money. You're not even a supreme being yet. Do you think you can kill me with sword intent alone? The leopard man snorted coldly. We'll see if I can kill you or not after we fight. Yixian did not waste any more time and directly attacked with his sword. Heavenly Sword Art. Sword Emperor / Incomplete Sword Intent. Almost at the same time, the leopard man attacked. Dominating Sky / Boom! The two slashes collided, and the shockwaves blew down the surrounding walls. In the first round of attacks, no one gained the upper hand. However, because he was in the leopard man's territory, he quickly rushed out of the city. When two supreme beings fought, the slightest mistake could destroy the entire city. Chapter 8:12. There was a fundamental difference between a half-step supreme being and a true supreme being. But Yixian relied on his sword god bloodline and incomplete sword intent to fight evenly with his opponent. Breakthrough, breakthrough. As long as the Imperial Heavenly Sword Art breaks through, it will be time for him to die. Yixian muttered in his heart. The sword god bloodline increased his sword skill comprehension by 50%. Yixian believed that he would be able to raise the Imperial Heavenly Sword Art to 100% mastery in this battle. Boom! 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 Where did this kid come from? Why have I never heard of him? The leopard man's supreme being was very surprised. He was only a city lord, and only the royal family of the Mad Leopard dynasty knew that Yixian had comprehended sword intent. It was just that the news had not reached him yet. A half-step supreme being already had the battle prowess of a supreme being. If Yixian broke through to the supreme being level, wouldn't killing a supreme being be as easy as cutting vegetables? Humph, no matter what, I will kill this human genius. The leopard man's supreme being thought to himself. Imperial Heavenly Sword Art. Imperial / Hegemon / Their attacks collided and then dissipated. At this moment, the two had already fought more than 100 rounds, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. But at this moment, ding! The proficiency of the Imperial Heavenly Sword Art has increased. It is now at 100% mastery, and its power has doubled. A system notification sounded. Yixian's lips suddenly curled up. Now it was time for him to erupt. The Imperial Heavenly Sword Art had finally reached 100% mastery. Now Yixian's attacks would not be evenly matched with the leopard man's supreme being. Die! Yixian shouted in his heart and slashed out with his sword with all his strength. Imperial Heavenly Sword Art. Imperial / A cold light flashed and instantly dispersed the leopard man's supreme being's attack, and then slashed his body. Puff! The leopard man's supreme being's golden body was broken, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The wound was so deep that his bones could be seen. If Yixian did not comprehend sword intent, this imperial slash would probably only cause a small amount of damage. But after it was merged with sword intent, its power was much stronger than before. The leopard man's sovereign didn't expect Yixian's attack to suddenly become so powerful, and was directly sent flying. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yixian quickly flew over. This slash, I will take your life. Yixian once again slashed out with his sword, aiming straight for the leopard sovereign's throat. No. Slash slash. Slash slash was slash slash slashes slash was slashes slash slashes slashes slash. The sword intent is too powerful. Just the incomplete sword intent allowed me to cross a huge gap and kill a supreme being expert. Slash slash. 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 S slash. 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 Slashes slash. Slash. Slash slash. S slash. Slash. However, an attack that was infused with sword will could easily break through the sovereign golden body. It was truly a divine skill. Immediately, Yi Xian hurriedly rushed over and put away the other party's universe ring and corpse. The wealth of a supreme being expert was definitely not small. After Yi Xian took a look, he swallowed everything that was useful. The success rate of the tribulation is now 100%. Yi Xian was overjoyed. Previously, his success rate was only 80%. Now, his success rate had increased to 100%. What he wanted to do the most right now was to find a place and undergo the supremacy tribulation. Humph! Let's break through here in the Wild Leopard Dynasty. Yi Xian grinned, muttered a few words and left the area. Just now there was too much of a commotion and people would disturb him. Therefore, he found a place deep in the mountains and forests to break through. Ding! Would the host like to begin the Supreme Being Tribulation? Yes. After Yi Xian answered in his mind, the surrounding heaven and earth Yuanqi quickly gathered above his head and began to condense into tribulation lightning. I have the dragon pattern golden armor with a 100% success rate. After the breakthrough, I will teach the Wild Leopard Dynasty a lesson. Yi Xian was very excited. He, who was only half a step away from being a supreme being, had the strength to kill a supreme being expert. If he broke through to the supreme being level, his true energy would have a qualitative leap, and killing supreme beings of the same level would be as easy as cutting vegetables. Of course, when he condensed the supreme being golden body, the dragon pattern golden armor would be useless. The supreme being tribulation lightning is about to descend. Countdown of 3 seconds. After hearing the notification, Yi Xian did not think too much. He would think about it after breaking through to the supreme being level. 2 seconds. 1 second. Boom. Suddenly there was a flash in the sky, and an extremely powerful supreme being tribulation lightning struck down, hitting Yi Xian in the head. At that moment, the supreme being tribulation lightning's power was weakened by 20% by the dragon pattern golden armor, and then it entered Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian's body was very strong. Although it was a little painful, he could still bear it. At that moment, Yi Xian could feel that the environment in his body had undergone a tremendous change. His muscles, bones, skin, flesh, internal organs, and even his brain had a qualitative leap. In the blink of an eye, his aura skyrocketed by several times. Ding! The host has successfully broken through. The host is currently at the first tribulation supreme being level. Ding! Beginning to condense the supreme being golden body. The current completion rate is 1%. Ding! Beginning to condense the supreme being golden body. The current completion rate is 2%. The system notifications rang out one after another. Yi Xian's smile became brighter and brighter. After working so hard for so long, he had finally become a supreme being. Although the first prince had survived the supreme being tribulation lightning, the supreme being golden body had not been fully condensed, so he had been easily killed by him. If the first prince's supreme being golden body had been fully condensed, his sword might not have been able to kill the first prince. Ding! Beginning to condense the supreme being golden body. The current completion rate is 10%. The completion rate was increasing bit by bit. Yi Xian estimated that it would take less than a minute for the supreme being golden body to be fully condensed. Time passed little by little. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the mountain. However, just as he was condensing the supreme being golden body, a figure suddenly stepped into the range of his senses. That's fast. It's the supreme being of the Wild Leopard clan. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the other party was attracted by the supreme being tribulation. Although Yi Xian's supreme being golden body had not been fully condensed, it did not matter. Soon, a 2-meter-tall figure entered Yi Xian's sight. I didn't expect you to succeed in the tribulation, but from the looks of it, you haven't fully condensed the supreme being golden body. TSK. What a pity. You're going to die in my hands. The leopard man supreme being sneered and threw a punch at Yi Xian's head. Haha. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and swung his wolf fang sword. Bang! The Leopard Man Supreme Being's fist was instantly split open. The next moment, the Leopard Man Supreme Being's head was thrown into the air. Instant kill. He originally wanted to make a fortune, but he did not expect to be killed in an instant. A sword broke his attack, broke his Supreme Being golden body, and cut off his head. This was sword intent. When the Leopard Man Supreme Being realized what had happened, it was too late. Chapter 8:13. Plop! The Leopard Man Supreme Being's head rolled a few times on the ground, and the burly headless corpse fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Is this the strength of a Supreme Being? Yi Xian's confidence suddenly exploded. He was now an early-stage First Tribulation Supreme Being, and this Leopard Man Supreme Being was also an early-stage First Tribulation Supreme Being, but he could kill him instantly. After the Leopardman's death, Yi Xian did not move, but just sat there quietly. After a while, the completion rate finally reached 100%. Ding! Refining the Supreme Being golden body completed. The system notified. Hearing this, Yi Xian slowly got up and stretched. Now the dragon pattern golden armor was useless. He walked over and put away the Leopard Man Supreme Being's interspatial ring and corpse. There are quite a lot of things. Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. There were still many good things in his interspatial ring. The things he had devoured before were all heavenly treasures that could increase the success rate of his tribulation. Now he was going to devour all of them. His aura skyrocketed. Now that I'm an early-stage First Supreme Being, devouring heavenly treasures can not only increase the strength of my true energy, but also improve the Supreme Being golden body. My strength is probably comparable to a mid-stage First Supreme Being. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said in his heart, an early-stage First Tribulation Supreme Being could also be called an early-stage First Supreme Being. In the future, when he broke through to the peak of First Supreme Being, he would have to undergo another tribulation. At that time he would have to face two Supreme Being Tribulation Lightning, and its power would be much stronger than the one Yi Xian faced just now. Now that I've broken through to the Supreme Being level, Wild Leopard Holy Dynasty, you're doomed. Yi Xian grinned, and in the next moment, he left behind afterimages as he rushed out. The Wild Leopard Holy Dynasty was stronger than the Sunflame Holy Dynasty, and there were many Supreme Being experts. Therefore Yi Xian's current target was these Supreme Being experts. After breaking through, he had the Supreme Being golden body, and his speed was more than twice as fast as before. Even if he encountered a mid-stage First Supreme Being expert, he was not afraid. Half a day later he arrived at the second big city. He directly destroyed the city gate and killed his way in. Although the Eye of Perception could sense the Supreme Being in the City Lord Manor, Yi Xian's Eye of Revelation could also see through the bodies of Supreme Beings after his breakthrough. He immediately locked onto the Leopard Man Supreme Being. Imperial Heavenly Sword Technique, Imperial Slash. Yi Xian rushed to the outside of the City Lord's mansion and slashed out with his sword. What? The Leopard Man Supreme Being had just reacted when the sword light arrived in front of him. Hiss! A head fell to the ground. Another instant kill. Weak too weak. Yi Xian shook his head and rushed in to collect the corpse and the universe ring of Leopard Man supremacy. His cultivation base improved once again. After breaking through to Supreme Being, Yi Xian's battle prowess had increased by at least 2 to 3 times. He could easily kill Supreme Beings of the same level. Although he had never fought with a level 1 Supreme Being expert before, he was still confident. However, after breaking through, his experience points had also increased greatly, so he was on the move again. The Wild Leopard Man dynasty had just found out that Yi Xian had infiltrated their territory. At the same time, they had also received news that many city lords had been killed. They were sending experts to surround and kill Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian's whereabouts were unpredictable. It was not that easy to catch him. He had killed his way from the south of the Wild Leopard Man dynasty to the west, then to the north and finally to the east. In total, he had killed 17 Supreme Being Leopard Men, which took him nearly 10 days. At the same time, he had also raised his cultivation base to the peak of level 1 Supreme Being. Given a few more days, he would be able to break through to level 1 Supreme Being. However, just as Yi Xian had killed the 18th Supreme Being, and was about to leave the city in search of his next target, 3 figures suddenly stepped into the range of his senses. What powerful auras, level 1 Supreme Being experts, and 3 of them at that. Could they be the experts sent by the Wild Leopard Man dynasty to hunt me down? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Ever since he had broken through, he had wanted to fight against level 1 Supreme Being experts. Now it seemed that his wish would come true. So what if they are level 1 Supreme Being experts? I will kill them all. Yi Xian did not evade. He rushed out of the city and met them head-on. Heavenly Emperor Sword Art, Sword Emperor / Incomplete Sword Intent. In an instant, Yi Xian attacked more than 10 times, and all of them were aimed at the same person. The speed of the slashes was astonishing. The unlucky person had just reacted when he was hit by the continuous attacks. Boom! 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 The level 1 Supreme Being Leopard Man was sent flying. There was a big hole in his chest and his heart was crushed. He died instantly. What? The other 2 leopard men were shocked. Wasn't Yi Xian's strength a little too strong? How dare you kill our Wild Leopard Man dynasty's Imperial Consecrator? You are courting death. One Leopard Man Supreme Being shouted. In truth, he was afraid because Yi Xian had such strength. If the 3 of them joined forces, they would have a great chance of winning, but now one of them had died. He did not know if the 2 of them would succeed. After all, the opponent had comprehended the sword intent. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian came into contact with the 2 Leopard Man Supreme Beings. After knowing that Yi Xian had the ability to kill them instantly, the 2 Leopard Man Supreme Beings did not dare to be careless, because if they were not careful, they would be killed by Yi Xian. Rumble! The sound of battle was louder than thunder. Yi Xian was facing the 2 Leopard Man Supreme Beings, but he did not show the slightest bit of worry. Let me see the strength of level 1 Supreme Beings. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he directly faced the claw of one of them. Boom! The claw tore 3 holes in his Supreme Being golden body, but in the next moment the 3 holes began to repair. The bloodline of the divine tree of life. What? That's impossible! One of the Leopard Man Supreme Being exclaimed. The Supreme Being golden body was indeed powerful, but it was extremely difficult to repair. Without using heavenly treasures or healing elixirs, it would not be able to repair itself. However, the Leopard Man Supreme Being saw Yi Xian's wounds heal. If it was not for the blood flowing out, he would have suspected that he had not broken Yi Xian's Supreme Being golden body. Haha, the bloodline of the divine tree of life can even repair the Supreme Being golden body. Yi Xian laughed 3 times, and while his opponent was still in shock, he attacked with lightning speed. Boom! 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 A series of cold flashes flashed, and another Leopard Man Supreme Being was killed by Yi Xian. Now the last Leopard Man Supreme Being had lost all will to fight, and he turned tail and ran. You want to leave? Yi Xian's eyes were cold. He swept to the side of a corpse and took the interspatial ring. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at level 1 Tribulation Supreme Being. Breakthrough. Chapter 8:14. Die. Yi Xian strength soared as his cultivation level increased. He looked at the fleeing Leopard Man Supreme Being and slashed with his sword. Whoosh! The speed of the slash increased, and in the blink of an eye, it swept past the Leopard Man Supreme Being's throat. Plop! The Leopard Man Supreme Being's corpse fell to the ground, and his head flew hundreds of meters away. The battle had only lasted 3 seconds, but Yi Xian had already killed 3 Leopard Man Supreme Beings. Such strength was enough to challenge the royal family of the Mad Leopard Sacred Dynasty. It's just the incomplete sword intent, but it actually gave me the ability to kill an expert 1 level higher than me. Yi Xian sighed and put away the other 2 interspatial rings and the corpses. If he sent the corpses back, the Sun Flame Emperor would be scared to death. He just didn't know how much draconic luck these corpses could be exchanged for. The Imperial Heavenly Tyrant body in the Imperial Heavenly Technique relied on absorbing the dynasty's draconic luck to strengthen the Supreme Being golden body. If there was a large amount of draconic luck, Yi Xian's Supreme Being golden body might be comparable to a Supreme Being golden body at the peak of Supreme Being golden body. It's said that the Mad Leopard Sacred Dynasty's imperial capital has a second tribulation Supreme Being. It's better not to provoke them. I'll go back and raise the level of my doppelganger. Yi Xian gave up on the idea of going to the Mad Leopard Sacred Dynasty's imperial capital and went back to the border. Previously, when he broke through the border, the Sun Flame Army had also sent troops to the border, but unfortunately, the Mad Leopard Sacred Dynasty had taken it back. Now that Yi Xian had broken through to the Supreme Being, he couldn't leave from the border. At least he couldn't kill anyone. The Holy Verdict Union was secretive and powerful. Yi Xian couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't have some mysterious means to see him kill people. Stop! Who are you? When Yi Xian returned to the Leopard Man Sacred Dynasty's border, someone desperately stopped him. Open the city gates. I want to go. Yi Xian didn't waste any time and directly released his aura. Supreme Being. The Mad Leopard Army's general was shocked, but he quickly reacted. The person in front of him should be the mysterious expert who had wreaked havoc in the Mad Leopard Holy Dynasty. Unexpectedly, he actually came to the border. Open the door. Otherwise, your 200,000-strong Mad Leopard Army will all become ghosts under my sword. Yi Xian said coldly. If you dare to make a move, there will be experts from the Holy Verdict Union who will deal with you. The voice of the general of the Wild Leopard Army trembled slightly. He was only a half-step sovereign with 100% of his body sealed. In front of a true sovereign, he was just an ant. Even if Yi Xian used a finger to stab him to death, he would still be able to do so. If that's the case, then I'll go back and slaughter all of your cities. Yi Xian snorted coldly. After he finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. The Leopardman general called out to Yi Xian. Soon Yi Xian passed through the border. Although the other party was a general of the Mad Leopard Holy Dynasty, when he thought of Yi Xian's fierce reputation, he still compromised. After letting Yi Xian pass, he was very nervous. If the Mad Leopard Holy Dynasty's royal family found out about this, he was afraid that he would be executed. After passing through the border, Yi Xian quickly returned to the Sunflame Holy Dynasty's border. Open the door, I'm back. Yi Xian stood in front of the city gates and shouted. A general of the city guards poked his head out, his face filled with joy. He immediately ordered people to open the city gates. General Yi, you're finally back, the general said. His current idol was Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian had broken through the enemy's border and killed 100,000 Mad Leopard Army soldiers. He was simply a military god. Where's Senior Eagle Eye? Yi Xian asked. He didn't sense the aura of Consecrator Liang and the other two. Could it be that they went back first? Hearing this question, the general's face changed. He said, there's a huge change in the imperial capital. Someone called the 3 consecrators back. Moreover, General Yi, you must not go back. What's the huge change? Yi Xian's heart trembled, and he quickly asked. I heard that a large number of Supreme Being experts have killed their way to the imperial capital. The general replied. A large number of Supreme Being experts? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Could it be the Supreme Being experts of the foreign races who were hiding in the Sunflame Holy Dynasty? I know. Yi Xian nodded silently. Although he was told not to go back, he couldn't sit idly by. After all, he was now a first-class consecrator of the Sunflame Holy Dynasty's royal family. If it weren't for the rewards from the Sunflame Holy Dynasty's emperor, how could he have broken through to the Supreme Being realm so quickly? General Yi Yu? Before the general could finish his words, Yi Xian had already disappeared from where he was, heading towards the imperial capital. In less than a day, he directly arrived at the imperial capital. However, before he could get close, he felt a powerful aura. So many Supreme Being experts. Originally, the foreign races wanted to slowly infiltrate the Sunflame Holy Dynasty and take control of it. But they didn't expect their plan to be disrupted. Now they want to take it by force? Yi Xian's heart trembled. At this time, there were more than 15 Supreme Being experts outside the imperial capital. Half of them were peak Supreme Being experts, and 3 of them had stronger auras. They were probably Second Tribulation Supreme Beings. This is troublesome. There are actually Second Tribulation Supreme Beings. Yi Xian's heart trembled, and he quickly restrained his aura and approached. Above the imperial capital's imperial palace. Old man, have you thought it through? Submit to the Snake Demon Dynasty, or choose to be destroyed? An expert of the Snake Demon clan asked loudly. The original form of the Snake Demon clan was somewhat ugly. Their bodies were covered in green stripes, and their eyes were very strange. Their tongues were like snakes, and they could definitely scare children to tears. However, no one cared about that now. It was a matter of life and death for the Sunflame Holy Dynasty. At this time, a group of Supreme Being experts flew out of the palace. Although there were more than 20 of them, their auras were much weaker than the 15 Supreme Beings of the foreign races. The Sunflame Holy Dynasty would rather die than submit to the foreign races, shouted a human old man. He was the Grand Imperial Emeritus of the Sunflame Holy Dynasty, the only second tribulation Supreme Being in the Sunflame Holy Dynasty. However, he was only an early second tribulation Supreme Being. You are the old man from the Sunflame Holy Dynasty who comprehended 10% of the sword intent? Good, in that case I will destroy the Sunflame Holy Dynasty. The leader of the Snake Demon clan nodded. Then the group of experts behind him came forward. A great battle was about to break out. This is a matter of life and death for the Sunflame Holy Dynasty. Please give me your dragon luck, shouted the Grand Imperial Emeritus. Immediately, the 20 Supreme Being experts behind him didn't waste any time and gave him their dragon luck. It was too late for him to refine his dragon luck, so he could only use his dragon luck to fight. There were 3 early second tribulation Supreme Beings on the other side, so he had to stop them. Don't let them succeed. Go, shouted the Snake Demon clan's old man. He led the 14 Supreme Beings and charged forward. This time, there were only 2 Supreme Beings attacking the Sunflame Holy Dynasty. One was the Snake Demon clan, and the other was the Wild Leopard clan. Chapter 8:15. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the 30-odd figures started fighting. If they were to really compare, the Sunfire Imperial family's strength would be weaker than the other party. Fortunately, the retired emperor had comprehended the sword intent and had even transformed it to 10% sword intent. He alone was able to block 3 experts of the same level. Seeing that the battle had started, Yixian couldn't just stand by and watch. He immediately joined the battle. However, he didn't fly into the sky. Instead, he ran wildly on the ground. Imperial Heavenly Sword Art. Imperial Slash. Yixian's speed on the ground was extremely fast. He was comparable to a peak Supreme Being expert. His attacks were even more terrifying. He could kill a peak Supreme Being expert with just a few strikes. However, the outsiders also had experts who had comprehended sword intent, so the Imperial family suffered many casualties. Whoosh! 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 Slashes flew through the air. Yixian looked for the outsiders that he was confident in killing. He wanted to reduce the pressure on the Imperial family's experts first. His appearance was also noticed by many people. Why is this kid back? And he even broke through to peak Supreme Being? The retired emperor recognized Yixian. Yixian actually broke through from half Supreme Being to peak Supreme Being and peak Supreme Being within a month. His talent was monstrous. Not only did the retired emperor recognize him, but the outsiders also recognized him. It's that kid. I'll capture him. An expert from the demonic snake clan noticed Yixian and immediately swooped down. Not good. The retired emperor's expression changed. However, in the next moment he heard Yixian shout, "Come at me." In an instant, Yixian started fighting with the peak Supreme Being expert. The latter wasn't weak either. He could fight with Yixian. At this moment, "Old man, you dare to be distracted in a 1 versus 3 situation?" The second tribulation Supreme Being from the demonic snake clan sneered and threw a punch. Boom! The retired emperor was sent flying. However, the retired emperor's imperial heavenly tyrant body was extremely high. His golden sovereign body was extremely strong. The punch only caused a superficial wound. The emperor of the Holy Dynasty is indeed powerful, but you will still die today. The demonic snake clan elder shouted. The Snake Demon Holy Dynasty was strong, and he couldn't get a lot of dragon luck. So, he started to think about the low-level Holy Dynasties. Not only would he be able to expand the territory of the Snake Demon Dynasty, but he would also be able to obtain a large amount of dragon luck. This old man swears to protect Sunflame with his life. Die! The retired emperor shouted as he slashed his sword at the demonic snake clan elder. The power of this strike was dozens of times stronger than Yixian's attack. After all, he was a second tribulation supreme venerable, who had comprehended 10% of sword intent. Even an elder from the demonic snake clan of the same level would be severely injured by this attack. Unfortunately, the retired emperor was currently fighting 1 against 3. However, Yixian was very supportive. While the retired emperor was talking to the old man, he directly sent his opponent flying with a single strike of his sword. Die! Yixian swiftly swept over and slashed out with his sword. Hiss! The Peak Supreme Venerable Expert's head flew up. Although he managed to hold on for a while, he couldn't escape death. However, what surprised Yixian was yet to come. After killing the Peak Supreme Venerable Expert from the demonic snake clan, he suddenly heard a system notification. Ding! The incomplete sword intent has transformed into 10% sword intent. The system beep caused Yixian's entire body to tremble. His sword intent had broken through? When he only had incomplete sword intent, he could already kill a Peak Supreme Venerable Expert. Now that his sword intent had increased to 10%, wouldn't he be able to fight against a second Tribulation Supreme Venerable? Immediately, he took the interspatial ring and devoured the good things inside to increase his strength. In the next moment, he directly charged into the sky. Die! Yixian attacked a second Tribulation Supreme Venerable. An attack that contained 10% of sword intent was definitely enough to threaten a second Tribulation Supreme Venerable. What? 10% of sword intent? The foreign tribe experts were shocked. The demonic snake clan elder also widened his eyes and hurriedly threw out a punch to block Yixian's attack. Fortunately, he had comprehended incomplete fist intent. Otherwise, he would have been hit. This guy must not be allowed to live. The demonic snake clan elder's eyes were cold. However, the retired emperor was very strong. He was able to fight against 3 of them with ease. At the same time, his sovereign golden body was extremely strong. The 3 second Tribulation Supreme Venerables of the foreign tribe might not be able to kill him. If the retired emperor held them back while Yixian quickly cleaned up the rest of the foreign tribe experts, they would definitely lose. Let's go! The demonic snake clan elder shouted. They couldn't continue fighting. Otherwise, they would be the ones to die. My Sunflame Sacred Dynasty is not a place where you can come and go as you please. The retired emperor shouted. Go after them. With Yixian around, it was impossible for them to lose this time. After Yixian saw the gap between him and a second Tribulation Supreme Venerable, he immediately turned around and went to kill the other Supreme Venerables. The demonic snake clan elder's face was gloomy. It seemed that they were going to suffer heavy losses this time. A group of people fled while a group of people chased. By the time they reached the outskirts of the imperial capital, there were only 3 Supremes left. They were the 3 second Tribulation Supremes. 9 of the 12 Supreme Venerables had died at the hands of Yixian. Yixian had gained a lot. Bastards, you'd better remember this. The demonic snake clan elder shouted and ran away without looking back. Stop chasing. The retired emperor stopped everyone because he knew that they couldn't catch up to the 3 second Tribulation Supreme Venerables. After all, 2 of the 3 were from the Wild Leopard clan. They were extremely fast when running in a straight line. Even the retired emperor couldn't catch up to them. Then they quickly reported the casualties. A total of 7 Supreme Venerables had died, including 3 members of the imperial family. This time, if Yixian hadn't appeared in time, the casualties would have been much more severe. Yixian, this old man thanks you. The retired emperor cupped his fist at Yixian. Senior, you don't have to do this. I'm also a revered elder of the imperial family. Yixian replied. Since he was paid, he had to help. Since he had accepted the revered elder's salary, he had to do something for the imperial family. He still had this bit of integrity. Let's go back and talk. After the retired emperor finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Although his sovereign golden body was powerful, he had been hit several times by the demonic snake clan elder's fist intent. The aura in his body was extremely chaotic. The sovereign golden body was difficult to repair, so he had to treat his injuries immediately. Everyone quickly returned to the imperial palace and began to treat their injuries one after another. Yixian stood guard for them. Previously, when he fought with the Peak Supreme Venerables, he had been hit several times. However, the divine tree of life had healed him quickly, so he was still in peak condition. Soon, the supreme beings of the imperial family stabilized their injuries and left to treat their injuries. Even the retired emperor did the same. The emperor of the Sunflame dynasty didn't participate in that battle. He immediately went to find Yixian. Yixian, you did a good job this time. The imperial family owes you a favor. The Sunflame dynasty emperor thanked him. Chapter 8:16. It's my duty. Yixian grinned. Then he handed over a universe ring and said, Your Majesty, this is the spoils of war from my trip. I wonder how much dragon luck it can be exchanged for? The emperor took a look at the interspatial ring, and his expression changed drastically. He looked at Yixian with a strange expression. The hundreds of thousands of corpses of the Berserk Leopard army were nothing. The most important thing was that there were so many corpses of supreme martial artists. However, when the emperor thought about how Yixian had killed a peak supreme martial artist, he didn't think much of it. Very well. I will exchange all of these for dragon luck. However, it will take a day. Come and find me tomorrow. The emperor said. All right. Yixian's eyes lit up and he left immediately. Dragon luck could be refined by the imperial heavenly tyrant body to upgrade the sovereign golden body. He wondered how much dragon luck he could exchange for. He was looking forward to it. After today's battle, the emperor of the Sunflame Empire guessed that the other party wouldn't come back so soon. However, they didn't dare to relax. They quickly used a special method to summon the supreme martial artists back. The next day, Yixian went to look for the emperor of the Sunflame Empire again. He couldn't wait to upgrade his sovereign golden body. This token contains the dragon luck you have obtained. In addition, there are 3 imperial golden pills. Consume one when you are refining the dragon luck. It will increase the speed of refining the dragon luck. The emperor of the Sunflame Empire passed Yixian a token and a brocade box. Yixian received the token and directly absorbed the enormous amount of dragon luck into his body. Previously, it took him half a month to refine the dragon luck. Now that he had such a huge amount of dragon luck, it would take him a long time to refine it. Fortunately, he had the imperial golden pills. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yixian quickly thanked the emperor. All right, the other races could come at any time. Hurry up and refine the dragon luck. The emperor of the Sunflame Empire said. Yes, Your Majesty. Yixian nodded and left immediately. However, after he left, the emperor of the Sunflame Empire looked at his back and revealed a strange smile. After leaving, Yixian hurriedly returned to his house by the lake and closed the door. Now that he had such a huge amount of dragon luck, if he could refine it, his sovereign golden body and increase his survival ability. Imperial golden pills that can increase the dragon luck. Yixian take a dragon luck, you take a long time to refine the dragon luck. Refining dragon luck required time. And this royal heavenly golden pill could increase the refining speed. It was a good item. However, when the imperial sky golden pill entered his stomach, Yixian couldn't help but raise his brows. This was because he had heard a system notification. Soul-absorbing pill, what kind of pill is this? Yixian couldn't help but tremble when he saw the poison effects listed by the system. The soul-assimilating pill was a type of pill that could control a person. After consuming it, the person would be controlled and submit to something, such as the golden bell, and become a puppet. Fortunately, there were some ingredients in the soul-assimilating pill that Yixian was immune to. Without those ingredients, the soul-assimilating pill was just an ordinary poison to him. Otherwise, he would have fallen victim to the soul-assimilating pill's effects. Damn it, the emperor is trying to control me? Yixian immediately reacted. However, he felt that something was wrong in the next moment. The emperor gave him a different feeling compared to a month ago. Moreover, if the emperor wanted to control him because he had comprehended the sword intent when he was only a half-step supreme, why didn't he do it earlier? That meant that the emperor was probably a fake. The demonic snake tribe. Damn it, the emperor was secretly killed while I was away. Is the current emperor an expert from the demonic snake tribe in disguise? Yixian sorted out his thoughts. Just then, ding! Suddenly, a crisp sound entered Yixian's ears. As expected, he thinks that I've consumed the pill and is trying to control me? Yixian's eyes flickered. He had already sensed that someone had landed in the pavilion outside the small building in the middle of the lake. The ringing of the bell just now was probably a voice used to control him. Although the poison isn't completely cured, it won't affect me. Fine, I'll expose you. Yixian narrowed his eyes and walked out. Sure enough, there was already a figure in the pavilion outside. It was the Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire in his golden robes. Tisk tsk. Young man, you're too naive. The Emperor grinned and continued to ring the silver bell in his hand. Yixian slowly walked over. The Emperor thought that he had been tricked, so he was not prepared at all. However, even if he was prepared, he was still no match for Yixian because he was only an early-stage supreme being. Let me expose your disguise. Yixian growled. He suddenly took out the Wolfang sword and slashed at the Emperor. A cold light flashed. Before the Emperor could react, his wrist holding the silver bell was cut off. Blood spurted out. What? The Emperor widened his eyes. He did not understand why Yixian suddenly attacked. Only those who had consumed the soul-absorbing pill could hear the ringing of the bell. Yixian walked out with a dazed expression. Was it not because he was being controlled? I didn't expect that even the Emperor would be killed by you. The real Emperor, is he dead or alive? Yixian quickly rushed in front of the Emperor and asked coldly. Now the Snake Demon clan, who was disguised as the Emperor, was sure that Yixian hadn't been tricked. However, he didn't understand how he'd been exposed, because after refining the soul-absorbing pill, there wouldn't be any obvious signs. How did you find out? The fake Emperor widened his eyes. You don't need to know that. Let me ask you, where is the real Emperor? Yixian grabbed the fake Emperor's neck. The fake Emperor was only an early-stage supreme being and was weaker than him. Even if he used his hand as a sword, he could easily cut off the fake Emperor's head. Tisk tsk. The real Emperor is already dead. I advise you to put me down. Otherwise, the fake Emperor snorted. At this moment, his severed hand had mutated. It was indeed the hand of the Snake Demon clan. Otherwise what? Yixian narrowed his eyes. Could it be that this fake Emperor still had a trump card? Otherwise, I can't guarantee the safety of your family and friends in the general's tomb. The fake Emperor's lips suddenly curled up as he said calmly. After hearing this, Yixian's body trembled violently. He said in shock, how did you know? You don't need to know that. Anyway, I've already sent people to the general's tomb to capture your family and friends. If you know what's good for you, obediently consume the soul-absorbing pill and serve the Snake Demon clan. The fake Emperor said directly. Chapter 8:17. Yixian's face sank. He didn't expect this fake Emperor to know about the general's tomb. This was going to be troublesome. His family and friends were all in the general's tomb. At that moment, he dragged the fake Emperor into the house and began to control the clone. At this moment, Yixian's clone suddenly opened his eyes in the general's tomb. With a gloomy expression, he rushed to every corner of the general's tomb and started shouting. Yichong was practicing with the Wolfang cavalry. When he saw Yixian rushing over, he asked in surprise, Yixian, why are you in such a hurry? Father, a strong enemy is attacking. Quickly gather at the entrance of the main hall. After Yixian's clone finished speaking, he quickly left to inform the others. The general's tomb's defense was good, but the enemy was definitely a supreme martial artist. The general's tomb couldn't stop them. Although there was another exit, the enemy was a supreme martial artist. It wouldn't be a problem to find them. What? Yichong was stunned, but Yichong had already disappeared. He didn't dare to delay and quickly informed the others to gather at the entrance of the main hall. Very quickly, Yixian notified everyone. Not a single one of them left out. Then, he left through the secret passage of the general's tomb. As soon as they left, the general's tomb was attacked by a supreme martial artist. A few supreme martial artists broke through the door of the general's tomb and rushed in. They quickly searched but couldn't find anyone. How did they know? Find them. One of the supreme snake charms growled. In order to capture Yixian's family, they had mobilized 3 supreme martial artists. One of them was even a mid-level supreme martial artist. After Yixian found out about the crisis in the imperial capital, he rushed over without stopping. Although he made it in time, he hadn't merged with his clone yet. Therefore, his clone was still at 100% physical seal and only had half-formed sword intent. This kind of strength was enough to deal with an early-level supreme martial artist. However, the enemy was a mid-level supreme martial artist. If he didn't leave, he would definitely be captured. Although they left the general's tomb, Yi Xian didn't let them come out. He went up to investigate. This was because he knew that this time, he would have to sacrifice his clone and use it to attract the enemy's attention. A supreme martial artist's senses were very strong. The moment Yi Xian left the underground, his aura was immediately captured by the other party. He's here. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and slashed forward. Imperial Heavenly Sword Technique, Imperial Slash. Incomplete sword intent. Because he had not merged with his original body, his doppelganger only had an incomplete sword intent. The three supreme beings raised their eyebrows. Then Yi Xian's attack was dispersed by Supreme Being Shimei, who took the lead. What a guy! Another good seedling who has comprehended sword intent at the level of half supreme. Supreme Snake Charmer sneered. When he got closer, he realized that Yi Xian looked somewhat familiar. He took out a portrait, and realized that it was actually Yi Xian. How could it be this brat? Wasn't he supposed to be at the border? A leopard man supreme being couldn't help but ask. No, it's just that they look the same. He should be that brat's twin brother. Capture him and make him eat a soul-absorbing pill, Supreme Snake Charmer said, and immediately rushed to Yi Xian's side at lightning speed. Then he slapped Yi Xian's shoulder. Although Yi Xian really wanted to escape, his family and friends were all under his feet. Moreover, he couldn't escape. Who are you? If you dare to touch me, my brother will definitely not spare you, Yi Xian's doppelganger shouted. As expected, you are that brat's twin brother. I didn't expect that both of you would comprehend sword intent at the level of half supreme. Not bad. Supreme Snake Charmer took out a soul-absorbing pill and forced Yi Xian to swallow it. However, Yi Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life in his body, so he was immune to the soul-absorbing pill. Ding! Supreme Snake Charmer took out a silver bell and shook it, but Yi Xian didn't have any reaction. Strange, the soul-absorbing pill is useless against this brat. A leopard man supreme being said in astonishment. Although I don't know why, this brat isn't even a supreme being. Just ask the shamans of the fox charmer to charm him, Supreme Snake Charmer said, and directly took Yi Xian away. Their goal this time was to capture Yi Xian's family, and use them to threaten Yi Xian. Unexpectedly, they ran into Yi Xian's genius younger brother. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital. Damn it, my doppelganger was captured. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He turned his head and asked, You want to use my family to threaten me? Hehe, as long as you obediently submit to my Snake Charmer clan, your family will be safe. The fake emperor grinned. He didn't know that the three supreme beings had only captured Yi Xian's younger brother. He also didn't know that Yi Xian's family and friends had already passed through the desert of death and returned to the eastern continent. As for the great wilderness, there was still that strange formation laid down by that mysterious powerhouse, old immortal Tianju. Therefore, Qinghua and the others could only go to the eastern continent through the sea. In short, they had dodged a calamity. When Yi Xian heard the fake emperor's words, he snorted coldly and said, In that case, you can go to hell. Rip. With a crisp sound, Yi Xian cut off the fake emperor's head. Then Yi Xian put away the fake emperor's body and went to look for the retired emperor. When the retired emperor heard that his son had died, he was stunned for a moment. Then he sighed repeatedly. Yi Xian hesitated because the crisis of the Sun Flame imperial family was not over yet. He didn't know if the 3 second tribulation supreme beings would come again. However, his doppelganger had been captured, and it seemed like it was going to leave the Sun Flame imperial court. He had to save it. Now, Yi Xian only had 1 advancement point. He still needed 4 more advancement points to condense his second doppelganger. Moreover, if he had 5 advancement points, why would he need to condense a third doppelganger? He might as well directly put them on the fusion stage strength. 5 advancement points could increase the strength of the fusion stage by 50%. Therefore, this doppelganger must not die. Yi Xian, go ahead. Our Sunflame Imperial family still has the Sunflame Great Array that has been sealed for a long time. Even if they come again, we can still hold them off, the retired emperor said to Yi Xian. In that case, Yi Xian did not argue. He had to save his doppelganger. Immediately, he left the imperial capital. His doppelganger and his doppelganger could share vision. He knew everything that his doppelganger saw, so he knew the other party's escape route. However, he didn't expect that the three supreme beings would suddenly knock his doppelganger unconscious. As a result, he lost track of the other party's whereabouts. F***ck, this is bad. Where are they going to leave the Sunflame Imperial Court? Yixian couldn't help but curse. The Sunflame Imperial Court was some distance away from the Fox Charm Imperial Court. Therefore, he didn't think that the other party would capture his doppelganger and bring him to the Fox Charm Imperial Court. Chapter 8:18. Now Yixian understood why he was so important. It was because true geniuses only comprehended sword intent when they were half a step into the sovereign realm. If such a genius were to break through to the sovereign realm, their sword intent would increase faster than others. Thus, these outsiders wanted to control Yixian and nurture him into a super battle force in the future. There are many sacred dynasties around the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. The Great Yuan Sacred Dynasty, the Raging Flame Sacred Dynasty, the Wild Leopard Sacred Dynasty. Yixian took out a map and looked at it. Could it be that those three want to go through the First Heaven Prison and head to the Heavenly Bow Sacred Dynasty? The Heavenly Bow Sacred Dynasty was on the other side of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's First Heaven Prison. Its strength was similar to the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's. Yixian guessed because the three Supremes were heading in the direction of one of the entrances to the First Heaven Prison. I'm just trying my best. I hope they aren't too far away, Yixian said to himself as he headed toward the First Heaven Prison. The First Heaven Prison was filled with battles between mid-level and high-level half-step Supremes. However, this place was too low-level for him. The reason why his clone had been knocked unconscious was because he had spoken too much, which annoyed the three alien paragons. Unfortunately, his clone didn't manage to find out where the three Supremes were heading. Fortunately, his clone woke up a day later. When he saw the red providence above the three Supremes' heads, he knew that his guess was half right. The three Supremes were indeed trying to leave the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty through the Heaven Prison. However, he didn't know which Heaven Prison they were heading to. Senior, where are we going? Yixian, who was being held in Supremacy Snake Charm's hand, asked politely. Humph, you're in a better mood now, aren't you? Supremacy Snake Charm snorted coldly. You'll find out soon enough. Yixian's clone raised his eyebrows and immediately knew. Could it be that the supreme expert of the Fox Charm clan was in the Heavenly Prison? Senior, which Heaven Prison are we in? Yixian's clone asked hastily. At the same time, he realized that only Supremacy Snake Charm was there. The other two leopard men weren't there. Number 1. After Sovereign Snake Charm finished speaking, she brought Yixian and landed in a deep mountain. Then he loudly shouted, Lord Fox! Come in. A woman's voice came from inside. Then Supremacy Snake Charm led Yixian inside. In the end, they stopped in front of a small wooden house. There was another figure standing in front of the wooden house. Yixian took a closer look and realized that it was a female supreme of the foxes. She had the body of a human, but she had fox ears and a tail. She didn't look very old, probably under 30 years old. The Fox Charm clan was the clan that was the closest to humans among all the beast clans. At the same time, their tribe had countless handsome men and beautiful women. The Fox Charm race's supremacy in front of him was a peerless beauty. Her figure was enough to drive any man crazy. What is it? The supremacy of the foxes turned around and asked. Lord Fox, I've captured a human with great potential. Please use your charm on him and make him recognize me as his master. Supremacy Snake Charm said. Oh, a human with great potential? Supremacy Snake Charm narrowed her eyes. She sensed that Yixian was only a half-step supremacy. How could such a person be recognized? Has this human comprehended incomplete sword intent? Supremacy Snake Charm asked. Supremacy Snake Charm's heart trembled. She nodded and said, Yes, Lord Fox. He has comprehended sword intent. As long as Lord Fox is willing to help, the benefits will definitely be. You can leave. I want this human. Supremacy Snake Charm didn't wait for him to finish speaking. Supremacy Snake Charm's body trembled violently. She asked in horror. Lord Fox, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate? I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't leave, then die. Supremacy Snake Charm said coldly. You! Supremacy Snake Charm was at a loss for words. They had found a human genius with great difficulty. They wanted to control him, but the supremacy of the foxes snatched him away. He was only a mid-stage first tribulation supremacy, while Supremacy Snake Charm was a second tribulation supremacy. He didn't have the strength to fight back. Supremacy Snake Charm immediately turned around and left. At the same time, she was thinking about how to deal with the experts of the foxes. Yixian's face was gloomy as he watched Supremacy Snake Charm leave. At this moment, he felt like he was a piece of merchandise. After Supremacy Snake Charm left, Supremacy Snake Charm walked in front of Yixian. She stretched out her hands and pressed on the head of Yixian's clone. Look into my eyes. Supremacy Snake Charm's eyes suddenly changed. They turned pink. At the same time, a strange energy entered Yixian's eyes. Damn it! Yixian cursed in his heart. The foxes were born with the ability to charm others. They could control other races. Yixian's clone's realm was too low. He might be controlled. If the charm succeeded, Yixian didn't know if the clone would still listen to his orders. Fortunately, the devouring system was very powerful. The charm didn't work on him. How is this possible? Why didn't it work? Supremacy Snake Charm was shocked. Yixian's clone didn't say anything else. He was afraid that he would anger the other party and kill him. Supremacy Snake Charm didn't believe it. She tried again, but it still didn't work. Damn it! Kid, what kind of ability do you have? How could you resist my charm? Supremacy Snake Charm said in shock. How would I know? Yixian said coldly. Supremacy Snake Charm couldn't be bothered with Yixian. After thinking for a while, she muttered. It seems that I can only hand you over to that old man. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. However, she couldn't find anything strange about Yixian. She could only choose to give up. Old man? Motherfucker. Yixian's clone cursed in his heart. At this time, his main body had just entered Heaven's Prison number 1 and was searching every inch of the place. At this time, Yixian's clone suddenly took out a map and said, Senior, may I ask where we are now? Unexpectedly, Supremacy Snake Charm didn't say anything. She directly slapped him on the top of his head and said in a low voice, You talk too much. Originally, she thought that she could get a half-step supreme human genius who comprehended sword intent. She didn't expect that she couldn't charm him. Therefore, she could only hand him over to a stronger fox charm expert. Yixian was also drunk. His clone had fainted again. This meant that he had lost his target again. It seemed that he could only find Supremacy Snake Charm, capture her and ask for her location. I hope she doesn't leave Heaven's Prison number 1. Yixian's main body thought to himself. Now that his doppelganger had been knocked unconscious, he had no way of knowing where the supreme being of the Fox Charm clan was. However, he could compare the time his doppelganger had taken with the supreme being Snake Charm's speed. The devouring system had already copied a map of Heaven's Prison number 1. He started to search according to the 2 data. Chapter 8:19. Since Supreme Snake Charmer had been chased away, he must be resentful. As long as Yixian guarded the entrance of Heaven's Prison number 1, he would be able to find him. Of course, there was also a possibility that he would not be able to find him because he could leave from another entrance or go somewhere else to find his clansmen. Yixian decided to wait for a day. Time passed slowly, but Yixian did not sense any supreme being experts. What a tragedy! It seems that my plan has gone awry. Yixian cursed angrily. He had been waiting for half a day. If Supreme Snake Charmer really wanted to leave from this entrance, he should have arrived by now. However, he did not sense any supreme being. However, just as Yixian was about to conduct a thorough search, a powerful aura stepped into his sensing range. He's here. Yixian's body trembled. The eye of perception was like a super radar that could even detect the opponent's running movements. This person was Supreme Snake Charmer. You really came. You're courting death. Yixian immediately rushed over. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and slashed with his sword. Heavenly Emperor Sword Art. Sword Emperor Slash. 10% sword intent. The slash broke through the air, its speed surpassing that of the Snake Charmer clan's expert, who was only a supreme being at the middle stage. Rip. A crisp sound was heard as one of Supreme Snake Charmer's arms was cut off. What? Supreme Snake Charmer's eyes widened. He was a supreme being at the middle stage, an invincible existence in heaven's prison. However, his arm was cut off by someone else. The other party was either a supreme being or had comprehended sword intent. Who is it? Supremacy. Shimei looked over and saw a figure dashing toward her at high speed. Yi Xian. What? It's this guy. Supreme Snake Charmer's brain did not react for a moment. He thought that Yi Xian was the one he had just captured. However, in the next moment, he remembered that the other person was only at physique ceiling realm and had only comprehended incomplete sword intent. The Yi Xian in front of him looked exactly the same as before, but his aura was even more powerful. Most importantly, he had comprehended incomplete sword intent. By the time he reacted, Yi Xian had already rushed over with the heavenly dragon roaming steps. Facing such a powerful opponent, Supreme Snake Charmer was in despair. I'll give you 3 breaths time. Where's my brother? Said Yi. He was not going to tell Yi. If I were to tell you, would you spare my life? Utmost exalted Snake Charms paused for a moment before asking. Is to be. Supreme Snake Charmer shuddered and hurriedly said. There's a mark on the map in my interspatial ring. When Yi Xian heard this, he hurried over and took off his interspatial ring. Then he quickly searched for it. Sure enough, there was a mark on the map. That should be where Supreme Snake Charmer was. If the mark is correct, I'll spare your life. Yi Xian put away his opponent's severed arm, then slapped him on the shoulder and forcibly dragged him away. This Supreme Snake Charmer was a super strong enemy to his clone, but she was nothing more than an ant to his main body. Although Supreme Snake Charmer was very upset, she wanted to see Yi Xian and Supreme Snake Charmer fight to the death. Yi Xian's speed was extremely fast, much faster than Sovereign Snake Charms. In less than half a day, he'd arrived at the mountain. Damn it, they're gone. Yi Xian cursed when he arrived. His eye of perception did not detect anything. There was no one in this mountain. Where did they go? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. I don't know. I left after Lord Fox chased me away. Supreme Snake Charmer immediately shook his head. If he helped Yi Xian find his clone, Yi Xian might spare him. But now that Supreme Snake Charmer had left, he might be killed by Yi Xian. Tell me, where could she have gone? Yi Xian pressed. I really don't know. Supreme Snake Charmer still gave the same answer. Yi Xian looked into his eyes and said, If the Lord Fox you speak of is unable to charm my younger brother, where could she have gone? Unable to charm him? Supreme Snake Charmer was stunned. Why couldn't she charm him? Lord Fox was a second Tribulation Supreme. How could she be unable to charm a half-step Supreme? However, since Yi Xian asked, she could only follow Yi Xian's meaning. Find a stronger expert. Supreme Snake Charmer subconsciously said. If she can't do it, she will definitely find someone else. As far as I know, there is only one Fox Charmer in the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. She must have returned to the Fox Charmer Sacred Dynasty. Fox Charmer Sacred Dynasty? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Supreme Snake Charmer's words made sense. A half-step Supreme who comprehended sword intent was a hot commodity. If she was nurtured, she would be a super battle force. If Lord Fox couldn't charm her, she might give it to someone else. She was only an early second Tribulation Supreme. Yi Xian could fight with her. However, if she gave her clone to someone else, Yi Xian would be in trouble. What if an expert couldn't charm him and killed his clone in anger? Damn it, I can only go to the Fox Charmer Sacred Dynasty and see if I can intercept her. Yi Xian did not dare to delay and continued to carry Supreme Snake Charmer. If he wanted to go to the Fox Charmer Sacred Dynasty, he had to go through the Heavenly Bow Sacred Dynasty. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to go directly to the Heavenly Bow Sacred Dynasty's territory. The first Heaven Prison was connected to the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Heavenly Bow Sacred Dynasty. Therefore, Yi Xian could go directly to the enemy's entrance. The Heavenly Bow Sacred Dynasty did have a Supreme Being expert, but Yi Xian did not care so much. Although he did not have a pass, he directly opened the entrance with his cultivation base. The Heavenly Bow Sacred Dynasty and the Fox Charmer Sacred Dynasty are neighbors. How can I go to the Fox Charmer Sacred Dynasty? After arriving at the Heavenly Bow Sacred Dynasty, Yixian asked Supreme Snake Charmer. The Fox Charmer Sacred Dynasty is an intermediate sacred dynasty. Therefore, the Heavenly Bow Sacred Dynasty is no match for it. The border can be crossed, Supreme Snake Charmer replied. Is that so? Immediately, Yixian continued on his way. The Fox Charmer Sacred Dynasty was an intermediate sacred dynasty. It was dozens of times stronger than the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. Therefore, there were countless supreme beings there. When Yixian passed through the Heavenly Bow Sacred Dynasty and arrived at the Fox Charmer Sacred Dynasty, he found that the Fox Charmer Sacred Dynasty's border general was a second tribulation supreme, as expected of an intermediate sacred dynasty. However, aren't the humans and the alien races opposing each other? Why can the Heavenly Bow Sacred Dynasty and the Fox Charmer Sacred Dynasty pass through? Yixian asked in a low voice. Because the Heavenly Bow Sacred Dynasty's imperial family has been charmed. Supreme Snake Charmer, who only had one arm, answered. I see. Chapter 820. If that supreme being from the Fox Charm clan has passed through here, we can ask her. Supreme being Snake Charm suggested. I know. Yixian nodded and walked over. The general was a second tribulation supreme being from the Fox Charm clan. He sensed the auras of Yixian and supreme being Snake Charm, so he kept his eyes on them. At this moment, Yixian suddenly walked over. May I ask if there was a person who looked exactly like me who passed through this trial a few days ago? Yixian asked. The general narrowed his eyes and glanced at Yixian. He shook his head and said, No. Then what about this woman from the Fox Charm clan? Yixian took out a portrait drawn by Supreme Being Snake Charm. It was Lord Fox's appearance. The general glanced at it and nodded. Yes, she caught a human. I didn't notice. He now understood that Lord Fox might have caught Yixian's twin brother. That was why Yixian came to investigate. Please tell me where she went, Yixian hurriedly asked. Hee. The general suddenly grinned and didn't say anything. Yixian immediately understood. He quickly took out a precious natural treasure and handed it over. After the general accepted it, he pointed in a direction and said, She seems to be going to the Lotus Heart tribe. Many thanks. Yixian immediately cupped his fists and left with Supreme Being Snake Charm. Fortunately, there was no war between the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty and the Heaven Bow Holy Dynasty. Otherwise, he would have to force his way through. How much do you know about the Lotus Heart tribe? Yixian turned around and asked Supreme Being Snake Charm. There are many tribes in the Fox Charm Holy Dynasty. However, to establish a tribe, the tribe leader has to be at least a second tribulation supreme being. It's my first time here, so I don't know much about it, Supreme Being Snake Charm said, shaking her head. At least a second tribulation supreme being. Yixian narrowed his eyes. If Lord Fox's destination was the Lotus Heart tribe, then he would have to deal with at least 2 second tribulation supreme beings. However, his clone had been captured, so even if it was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, he still had to charge in. It had to be said that this was really too embarrassing. He had lived for so many years, but this was the first time he had seen something like saving yourself. In order to avoid going the wrong way, Yixian bought a map from a passerby and rushed to the Lien Xian tribe. The Lotus Heart tribe was a small tribe. The tribe leader was only a second tribulation supreme venerable. However, there were more than 1,000 people in the tribe, including 100 supreme venerables. After Yixian arrived, he felt waves of aura. At the same time, he also felt the aura of his own clone. Found it. Yixian was overjoyed. The heavens did not disappoint those who persevered. He finally found his clone. His clone was in the Lotus Heart tribe. However, he did not sense the auras of the 2 second tribulation supremes. Strange that Lord Fox and the tribe leader are not in the Lotus Heart tribe. Furthermore, there is only one peak supreme being Fox Orc. Yixian was a little surprised. However, he couldn't care less. You take a nap first. Suddenly, Yixian attacked Snake Charm Supreme Venerable, who was beside him. He slapped the top of her head and she fell down. After that, Yixian placed her in a hidden place and rushed into the Lotus Heart tribe. Who is it? When he approached, a supreme venerable from the Fox Charm clan jumped out. Go to hell. Yixian did not say anything. He slashed with his sword and split the Supreme Venerable into 2 halves. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of the Supreme Venerables in the Lotus Heart tribe. An unfamiliar aura. Who is it? The peak Supreme Being who was in charge of the Lotus Heart tribe shouted. Then he saw Yixian, who was wearing the dragon-patterned golden armor, charging towards him. You go to hell too. Yixian slashed with his sword again. His attack was enough to kill a peak Supreme Being. However, this peak Supreme Being chose to block it. Boom! The peak Supreme Being's attack was easily dispersed by Yixian's slash. A cold light flashed, and the peak Supreme Being's head fell to the ground. Instant kill. You overestimate yourself. Yixian quickly put away the interspatial ring. Then he dashed into a house. According to the eye of perception, he could sense that there was a peak Supreme Being guarding beside his clone. Then he slashed with his sword across the air. Rip! The peak Supreme Being died immediately and turned into a corpse. Clone, wake up! Yixian rushed in and merged with his clone. The Gemini bloodline instantly took effect. The clone's cultivation level and sword intent were all renewed. The heavenly sword technique reached 100% mastery, 10% sword intent, peak Supreme Being, peak Supreme Being. Not only that, after merging with his clone, Yixian's strength increased by 10%. Phew, it was a close call. Yixian heaved a sigh of relief. He had succeeded in rescuing himself this time. However, he was also lucky because the 2 second tribulation Supreme Beings were not in the Lotus Heart tribe. Then Yixian, who was wearing the dragon-patterned golden armor, walked out together with his clone. The experts of the Lotus Heart tribe had already surrounded them. There were more than a dozen peak Supreme Being and dozens of peak Supreme Being. Even a peak Supreme Being was instantly killed by me. Are you people here to die? Yixian's original body said. Who are you? Why did you kill the people of the Lotus Heart tribe? A peak Supreme Being from the Fox Charm tribe asked. Humph. Yixian did not answer his question. Instead, he threw out a portrait and said, Where did the person in this portrait go? The Fox Charm tribe man grabbed the portrait and exclaimed, Young clan leader? Young clan leader. Yixian raised his eyebrows. If that was the case, Lady Fox was the daughter of the Lotus Heart tribe leader. Where is she? Yixian asked coldly. Do you think I will tell you? The Fox Charm tribe man said with a gloomy face. But in the next moment, a slash broke through the air. Swish! Swish! 2 Supreme Beings from the Fox Charm tribe fell. They were both peak Supreme Beings. Killing 2 peak Supreme Beings with a single slash was enough to intimidate the others. Not to mention, Yixian's attack could kill a peak Supreme Being in an instant. Even if these people attacked together, they would not be a match for Yixian. If you don't tell me, I will slaughter your tribe. Yixian directly attacked. A bloodbath immediately broke out in the Lotus Heart tribe. Stop, stop! The Fox Charm tribe man shouted. In the blink of an eye, Yixian killed all the peak Supreme Beings in the Lotus Heart tribe. Only this man was left. I will speak, I will speak. The Fox Charm tribe man shouted anxiously. At this moment, he was the strongest person in the Lotus Heart tribe. Speak. Yixian put away the interspatial rings. Humans and beastmen were originally in opposing camps. As long as he wanted to, he could really annihilate the entire Lotus Heart tribe and leave no one alive. Just now, he only killed the intermediate stage Supreme Being Fox Charm tribesman. He was already being merciful. Chapter 821. The Patriarch and Young Patriarch brought the experts of the tribe to the White Sun tribe. The man from the Fox Charm tribe said, Bringing so many experts there? Are they going to fight? Yixian narrowed his eyes and asked, Why are they going to the White Sun tribe? Because the people of the White Sun tribe found a spiritual dream mushroom in our territory, so the Patriarch and Young Patriarch went to ask for it. The man from the Fox Charm tribe answered. Hearing this, Yixian's heart trembled. He heard a familiar name. Spiritual dream mushroom. It's actually the spiritual dream mushroom. A necessary item to activate the Eye of Control. Yixian's heart exploded. The Eye of Control was a very powerful sky eye. Its effect was similar to the Fox Charm tribe's charm. But Yixian knew that the Eye of Control was definitely better than the Charm tribe. I can't believe I found the spiritual dream mushroom. I must get it. Yixian's eyes widened. With the spiritual dream mushroom, He could activate the Eye of Control and control Supreme Snake Charm. The Sun Flame Imperial family was still in danger. If he could control Supreme Snake Charm, he might be able to find out where the 3 Second Tribulation Supremes were hiding. At that moment, Yi Xian's original body and his clone quickly left the Lotus Heart tribe and rushed toward the White Sun tribe. This time he wanted to fight for the Spiritual Dream Mushroom with his clone. The Spiritual Dream Mushroom was a heavenly treasure that could increase one's mental strength. It could improve one's state of mind and prevent one from going berserk easily. At the same time, the Spiritual Dream Mushroom could also increase the Fox Charm tribe's charm ability. That was why the White Sun tribe and the Lotus Heart tribe were fighting. When Yi Xian arrived at the White Sun tribe, the two sides had already started fighting. Apart from the Patriarch and Young Patriarch, the Lotus Heart tribe had 6 Supreme Beings and 1 Peak Supreme Being. The strength of the White Sun tribe was not weak either. They also had 2 Second Tribulation Supremes. However, they only had 5 First Tribulation Supremes, which was 1 less. Shui Yuanji, hand over the Spiritual Dream Mushroom. One of the Second Tribulation Supremes shouted. He was the Patriarch of the Lotus Heart tribe that Yi Xian was looking for. Humph, this Spiritual Dream Mushroom was discovered by my clansmen, and you still want me to hand it over? Another man replied. He was the chief of the White Sun tribe. This Spiritual Dream Mushroom grew in the territory of the Lotus Heart tribe. It should be mine. The chief of the Lotus Heart tribe continued. Why didn't you notice it in your tribe's territory? Cut the crap. The Spirit Dream Mushroom belongs to the strong. The chief of the White Sun tribe was too lazy to talk nonsense. All right, since you are courting death, I will kill you all. The tribe leader of the Lotus Heart tribe did not waste any more time. Listening to their conversation, Yi Xian thought for a moment. He guessed that the Lingmeng mushroom should be in the White Sun tribe Patriarch's interspatial ring. He immediately fused with his clone, and his strength instantly increased by 10%. When the Sandpiper and the Clam fight, the fisherman benefits. I'll cut off your left and right arms first. Yi Xian charged forward with his Wolf Fang sword in hand. Imperial Heavenly Sword Technique, Imperial Slash. 10% Sword Intent. After fusing 10% Sword Intent, Yi Xian's attack power was enough to kill a Peak Supreme Martial Artist instantly. A Peak Supreme Martial Artist didn't even have time to react before he was chopped into 2. He easily broke the Sovereign Golden Body. This was Sword Intent. The opponent of the dead man immediately reacted. However, in the next moment, a cold light flashed across his neck. Instant kill. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the 2 interspatial rings. His cultivation level increased by another level. The deaths of the 2 men attracted the attention of the others. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian attacked crazily with his sword again. Imperial Heavenly Sword Technique, Imperial Slash. Swoosh! Another 2 figures fell. Yi Xian obtained another 2 interspatial rings. At this moment 2 people from both sides had died. There were only 7 Peak Supreme Martial Artists left. Who is that guy? Damn it, he must be from the other tribes. Kill him. How dare he kill my tribesmen? He is courting death. Immediately 4 Peak Supreme Martial Artists swooped down. One of them even comprehended Sword Intent. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He attacked the 4 people crazily. After fusing, his strength would increase by 10%. Moreover, this increase was permanent. Therefore, the heavenly treasures he devoured just now were equivalent to 10% more. Swoosh! 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 Yi Xian easily killed the 3 sovereigns with a single sword strike. The remaining person was the one who had comprehended the incomplete Sword Intent. It's just incomplete Sword Intent. You are courting death. Yi Xian attacked with his sword again. He attacked his opponent with all his strength. This Peak Supreme Martial Artist from the Fox clan had a higher cultivation level than Yi Xian. Although his Sword Intent was lower than Yi Xian's by 5%, he was holding a Supreme Being Divine weapon in his hand. This greatly increased his attack power. Boom! 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 Yi Xian and his opponent exchanged blows. The difference in attack power between the 2 was actually not big. Waves of energy surged. However, the opponent had no intention of taking the interspatial rings. Therefore, Yi Xian benefited from the 3 interspatial rings. After Yi Xian devoured the 3 interspatial rings, His cultivation level reached the mid-stage supreme martial artist shackles. If he was given some more heavenly treasures, he would be able to break through. Humph! I will show you the power of the Gemini bloodline. At this time, Yixian suddenly separated from his clone. His entire body was divided into two. His original body was wearing the dragon-patterned golden armor, while his clone was showing his true face. Seeing Yixian suddenly split into two, this peak supreme martial artist was shocked. In this instant, Yixian took advantage of his weakness. Eye of illusion. He was stunned for a moment. However, in the next moment the two Yixian launched their attacks at the same time. The Fox clan's spiritual energy was stronger, so he quickly dispelled the illusion. However, by the time he reacted, two attacks containing 10% of sword intent were already close to him. Oh no! He slashed with his sword with all his might and dispersed the attack from Yixian's original body. However, he was cut in half by Yixian's clone. Dead. Humph! At this moment, Yixian merged with his clone again and dashed over. The interspatial rings were in his hands. Not only that, Yixian also obtained a Paragon Divine weapon this time. His strength sword again. There are 3 people left. I will kill you first. Yixian's clone attacked the 3 people in the sky again. His sudden appearance surprised everyone. At this time, the young clan leader of the Lotus Heart tribe finally noticed Yixian. How could it be him? The young clan leader of the Lotus Heart tribe was shocked. This was because she was the one who brought back Yixian's clone. At that time, Yixian's clone was only at 100% body sealing. However, how could he be so strong now that he could easily kill a peak supreme martial artist? Moreover, how could he merge with another person? This was beyond the young clan leader of the Lotus Heart tribe's understanding. Not only that, even the other 3 second tribulation supreme martial artists did not understand. Hiss! 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 After 3 crisp sounds, the remaining 3 peak supreme martial artists of the Fox clan were all killed by Yixian. Chapter 822. D***, where did they come from? The chief of the White Sun tribe gritted his teeth because 5 of the 11 supreme martial artists who had died were from the White Sun tribe. There were only 5 supreme martial artists in the entire White Sun tribe, and now all of them had died. Most importantly, the person who had died earlier was his own son. I want you to die. The chief of the White Sun tribe opened his eyes wide and suddenly swooped down, preparing to kill Yixian and his son. However, at this moment, Yixian had obtained the last 3 interspatial rings. Haha! Yixian's original body and doppelganger merged again. He looked at the chief of the White Sun tribe and grinned. Ding! The host has broken through and is now a supreme martial artist at the peak of the first tribulation. The system's notification sounded suddenly. Yixian's aura suddenly surged. What? The chief of the White Sun tribe opened his eyes wide and hurriedly attacked. However, at the same time Yixian also attacked. Imperial Heaven Sword Technique. Rising Dragon Sword. 10% sword intent. Yixian, who was holding a supreme martial artist, directly swept his sword. Boom! The 2 sword auras collided and instantly exploded. However, Yixian was stronger in the end. After all, he had the bloodline of the sword god. Bang! The slash directly hit the chief of the White Sun tribe. Fortunately, he was stronger and did not die immediately after being hit by the sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of air breaking rang again as Yixian slashed more than 10 times in an instant. Now, the chief of the White Sun tribe did not have the ability to block, so he could only dodge. However, at this moment, don't think of running. Yixian glared. Forbidden Eye of Illusion. Yixian saw the chief of the White Sun tribe's eyes, and an invisible force penetrated into them. Bang! 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 More than 10 slashes all hit the chief of the White Sun tribe. He only took 3 slashes and was killed. When he died, Yixian was already approaching rapidly. The spiritual dream mushroom was in the universe ring of the White Sun tribe. However, the other 3 second tribulation supremes did not dare to approach. The White Sun tribe's patriarch wanted to kill Yixian, but he was unexpectedly killed by Yixian instead. Yixian's strength was probably not something they could match. After all, even if the tribe leader of the White Sun tribe and the tribe leader of the Lotus Heart tribe were to fight one-on-one, it would be difficult for them to kill each other even if they fought for hundreds of rounds. Go. The patriarch and young patriarch of the Lotus Heart tribe looked at each other and quickly retreated. Now they didn't dare to have any ideas about the spiritual dream Wuxia. Their lives were more important. As for the vice chief of the White Sun tribe, he also turned around and left. Yixian quickly rushed over and took off the universe ring of the White Sun tribe's chief. Ding! Eye of Control has been successfully activated. The system prompted. After hearing this notification, the corners of Yixian's mouth curled up into a bewitching arc. You still want to leave now? Yixian quickly chased after him. This time his target was the vice chief of the White Sun tribe because he was the closest to him. His speed on land was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the vice chief of the White Sun tribe and launched an attack. Stop! The vice chief of the White Sun tribe was scared to death and hurriedly raised his hands to defend. However, this attack was not infused with the sword essence because Yixian did not want him to die. Bam! The two sword essences collided, creating a huge commotion. At the same time, Yixian also used the Eye of Illusion on the vice chief. The vice chief of the White Sun tribe fell into the illusion, but his mental strength was strong and he instantly broke through the illusion. However, in the next moment, Yixian slashed his body with his sword. Bam! The vice chief of the White Sun tribe was severely injured, and at the same time, Yixian took advantage of this opportunity. Eye of Control. This time Yixian finally used the new Heavenly Eye. The Eye of Control could control a total of 5 people. The controlled person would obey Yixian unconditionally, and would not have any intention of rebelling. Of course, if the Heavenly Eye bloodline evolved, the number of controlled people would increase. The vice chief of the White Sun tribe trembled. However, he was not controlled by Yixian yet. After all, he was the supreme being of the Foxy clan and he also knew how to charm people. However, when Yixian attacked him again, his will could not hold on and he was controlled by Yixian. Ding! Control successful. A notification sounded in his mind. Haha, I have subordinates now. Yixian laughed in his heart. Controlling a servant was like controlling an avatar. Immediately, he gave the vice chief of the White Sun tribe an order in his mind to chase after the 2 people of the Lotus Heart tribe. At the same time he also went out to kill. What? The chief of the Lotus Heart tribe felt that something was amiss. When he turned around he was shocked. The vice chief of the Lotus Heart tribe, who was being chased by Yixian, suddenly joined forces with Yixian and flew toward them. What is going on? Yixian was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the 2 people and he immediately created an avatar. How did he do it? The chief of the Lotus Heart tribe and his daughter were shocked. They stopped and looked at Yixian. Now they were surrounded. Who are you? The young chief of the Lotus Heart tribe asked in horror. You kidnapped me and brought me to the Foxcharm Holy Dynasty. Can't you recognize me? Yixian's avatar laughed. Impossible. You were just a half-step supreme being back then. The young chief of the Lotus Heart tribe said doubtfully. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. I just want to ask you one thing. Will the 2 of you surrender or die? Yixian's avatar said coldly. Surrender or die. Hearing this, the chief and young chief of the Lotus Heart tribe looked at each other. Impossible. The 2 of them replied in unison. Since that's the case, I will kill the 2 of you and then the Lotus Heart tribe. Yixian did not waste any more time and was ready to attack. The 2 of them were shocked. Although Yixian's cultivation level was lower than the 2 of them, Yixian's strength was much stronger than them. If they refused, they would definitely die here. At that time, the Lotus Heart tribe would be destroyed. Wait! The chief of the Lotus Heart tribe suddenly shouted. Why? Have you changed your mind? Yixian suddenly stopped. In fact, he wanted to give the other party a chance. Otherwise, he would have attacked directly and would not wait for the other party to speak. What do you mean by surrendering to you? The chief of the Lotus Heart tribe asked. It means to be my servant. I will use a secret technique to control you. However, I will not change your mind. You will obey my orders unconditionally and follow me. In the future, your tribe will be stronger than it is now. Yixian said coldly. Control with a secret technique? The chief of the Lotus Heart tribe and his daughter looked at each other again. If they refused, they would die immediately. Even the tribe that they had developed would be destroyed. Therefore, they chose to compromise. All right, I agree. The chief of the Lotus Heart tribe nodded in agreement. If that's the case, don't resist. After Yixian finished speaking, he immediately used the eye of control on them. To clarify, ever since Yuluo started writing, although she said that she would at least update 3 chapters a day, she has always updated 4 chapters. She has never updated less than 3 chapters. The most she updated was 50 chapters a day. Everyone can see that. Chapter 823. Even though they were told not to resist, the tribe leader and young tribe leader were still a little reluctant. After all, this was the first time they had encountered such a situation. However, when they thought of Yixian's strength, they gave up on resisting. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. 2 notifications rang out and Yixian had 2 more servants. Greetings, Master. After the chief and young chief of the Lotus Heart tribe were subdued, they followed the vice chief of the White Sun tribe and landed on the ground. They knelt on one knee and said in unison. Seeing this, Yixian said with great enjoyment, "Rise!" The 3 of them stood up and looked at Yixian with the same look in their eyes. That was absolute submission. Yixian, who was only at the peak of First Tribulation Supreme, was overjoyed to have 3 Second Tribulation Supreme martial artists as his subordinates. From today onwards, your 2 tribes will be merged and you will be called the Lianyun tribe. You will be the tribe leader and vice tribe leader. Yixian said. The Lianyun tribe was named after Lianyun City, which was his hometown. The tribe leader was the original tribe leader of the Lotus Heart tribe, and vice tribe leader was the vice tribe leader of the Lotus Heart tribe. Yes. The 3 of them did not dare to object and nodded. Following that, Yixian checked the universe rings of the 3 of them to see if there was anything that could be used. After all, the 3 of them were his servants. It was only right for him to take the things that belonged to his servants. If he became stronger, the Lianyun tribe would become stronger as well. Therefore, he had no qualms about taking their things. At the same time, he asked for their names. The tribe leader of the Lianyun tribe was Yu Lai, his daughter was Yu Sini, and the vice tribe leader was Gan Feng. The beast tribe was a tribe formed by the mating of humans and beasts. Therefore, it was normal for them to use human names. Yu Lai, Gan Feng, I will leave the merging of the tribes to you. Yu Sini, come with me. Yixian said. Yes. Yu Lai and Gan Feng replied. However, Yu Sini trembled. She was now Yixian's servant. Even if Yixian wanted her to sleep with him, she wouldn't dare to object. Gan Feng returned to the daytime tribe while Yixian brought Yu Lai and Yu Sini back to the Lotus Heart tribe. Yixian had killed quite a number of Lian Xian tribe members just now, so he didn't need to go in. He just needed to be the boss behind the scenes. Because of that, he directly left with Yu Sini and went to find that utmost exalted snake charmer. He had chopped off one of her arms and knocked her unconscious. She was hiding in a secluded place and had yet to wake up when Yixian returned. Eye of Control. Yixian didn't wake him up. He immediately used the Eye of Control. In an instant, the snake demon sovereign became Yixian's 4th servant. Although the sovereign of the demonic snake clan was only at the middle stage of the sovereign stage, Yixian had other intentions for controlling him. The Sunflame dynasty was still in danger, so Yixian had to rely on him to find the 3 people. After being controlled by Yixian, the snake demon sovereign woke up. Do you know the location of the people who attacked the Sunflame dynasty's imperial capital? Yixian asked directly. Yes. The snake demon sovereign answered without hesitation. Very good. Yixian directly asked him to write down the location. Then Yixian said to Yu Sini, "Charm him." After saying that, Yixian released the sovereign of the snake demon clan. Then Yu Sini directly used charm on him. The Eye of Control could only control 5 people, but charm was much more than the Eye of Control. That was why Yixian brought Yu Sini along. Very good. Let's return to the Sunflame dynasty. Yixian nodded in satisfaction and immediately left with the 2 people. The Snake Demon Sovereign and the Fox Demon Sovereign were both very good. One of them could disguise himself even with the Eye of Revelation, while the other could charm others. This time, Yixian was determined to solve the crisis of the Sunflame dynasty. Immediately, Yixian brought Yu Sini and the Snake Demon Sovereign out of the Fox Demon Sovereign. Then they passed through the Heaven Prison of the Tianbua dynasty and arrived at the Sunflame dynasty. Let's go back to the imperial capital first. Yi Xian thought and quickly brought the two people back to the imperial capital. At this time there was a special array in the imperial capital. It should be the Sunflame array. Although there was an array blocking, Yi Xian could still sense the aura of the people in the array. Not one of them was missing. Phew, it seems that the 3-second tribulation supremacies did not attack again while I was away. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief and immediately approached the Sunflame array. Who? A human supreme being yelled. It's me. Yi Xian replied. At this time, Wuxia and the Snake Demon Sovereign were behind him under a black cloak. The Snake Demon Sovereign had the ability to transform. At the same level, even Yi Xian's eye of revelation could not see any clues. The Fox Demon Sovereign looked almost the same as a human, except that they had a fox tail and ears. When the human sovereign saw Yi Xian, he was overjoyed and said, "Please wait for a moment, Yi Xian." The Sunflame array was the trump card of the Sunflame Imperial family. It consumed a lot of dragon luck and resources to operate, and it was personally operated by the retired emperor. Then the human sovereign opened a passage for Yi Xian and the other two to enter. Did anything happen recently? After leading the two and Yi Xian asked. No, the 3-second tribulation supremacies did not appear. The human sovereign shook his head. In the battle that day, the retired emperor used a lot of dragon luck and 10% of sword intent to injure the 3-second tribulation supremacies. Therefore, the three should be recuperating and recruiting new people to prepare for the next attack. Okay, I understand. Yi Xian nodded. At this time, a few figures suddenly rushed over from afar, and at the same time an old voice sounded. Who opened the array? The retired emperor shouted from afar. Father, Yi Xian is back. The human sovereign replied. He was the brother of the previous Sunflame emperor, and he was a prince of the Sunflame imperial family. Yi Xian. The retired emperor quickly rushed over with a few experts. He looked at Yi Xian with a frown and asked, "How did you confirm his identity?" This? The human sovereign frowned. He suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to confirm Yi Xian's identity. After all, the Snake Demon Sovereign had the ability to transform. What if this Yi Xian in front of him was a fake, and a Snake Demon Sovereign had transformed and entered in disguise? Not good. The retired emperor's expression changed. He hurriedly took out his weapon and said to Yi Xian in horror, "You make them take off their cloaks." Yi Xian paused. It seemed that the retired emperor was beginning to suspect him. He was also thinking about how to convince the retired emperor and the others later. "Take them off," Yi Xian said calmly. Wuxia and Supremacy Snake Demon did not say anything and directly took off their cloaks. Supremacy Snake Demon was fine because he had transformed into a middle-aged man. Chapter 824. It is indeed an alien race. The retired emperor immediately retreated. The Marquis was also frightened. Because of his carelessness, he had let an alien race in. This was bad. D***, prepare for battle. Someone shouted, and his voice echoed throughout the imperial city. Immediately, many supreme beings flew over. To be honest, even if Yi Xian started a war with the Sunflame Holy Dynasty, he was not afraid. With his strength, as long as he wanted to, he could kill all of them. However, he was not an alien race. Why would he kill the people of the Sunflame Holy Dynasty? Retired Emperor, they have been subdued by me. You can rest assured. Yi Xian hurriedly explained. Nonsense, how could an alien race recognize a human as their master? The retired emperor was in disbelief. That's right, you alien race. How dare you transform into Yi Xian? Don't even think about leaving today. Kill them. That is the supreme being of the Foxy clan. Be careful of her charm. Everyone shouted in fear. If that is the case, then I will offend you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he turned to look at the Marquis who had let him in. The Eye of Control. Ding! Control successful. After the notification, the Marquis, who was in the early stage of the Supreme Being Level 1, was controlled by Yi Xian. He immediately knelt down on one knee and said, "Greetings, Master." What? Everyone present was shocked, including the retired emperor. He was killed long ago. Is this also a disguise of the Foxy clan? The retired emperor cursed. After the battle that day, 2 of his sons died. Even the Sunflame Holy Dynasty's emperor, who did not participate in the battle, was killed and then impersonated. Now, another one of his sons had been killed. He was so anxious that he was overwhelmed with anger. Just as he was about to make a move, Yixian suddenly cut off one of the marquee fingers in front of everyone. The finger fell to the ground, and everyone's attention was focused on it. However, what surprised them was that the finger did not change. This meant that the marquee was not an impersonation of the supreme being of the Foxy clan, but a real human. Charm, this must be the charm of the Foxy clan. Immediately, someone reacted. *CK, why don't you believe me? Yixian felt a little helpless as he released the prince. At the same time, he explained, when the foxes use their charms, their eyes will turn pink. Did you see that? After this reminder, everyone also thought of this point. I don't think so, the retired emperor thought to himself, but he was not very sure. After all, his attention was on that prince just now. Father, this? The prince swallowed his saliva and hurriedly picked up his severed finger. Even he couldn't explain what had just happened. Fortunately, if the sovereign golden body of an early-stage sovereign was broken, it was still relatively easy to repair it. However, Yixian knew they wouldn't believe it, so he said, "Everyone look at her eyes." After saying that, Yixian directly used the Eye of Control on a middle-stage supreme being beside the retired emperor. Ding! Control successful. The system notification sounded. Then the middle-stage supreme being walked out. Yixian swept his sword and cut off one of his fingers. Under everyone's gaze, this finger didn't change at all. Now they didn't know what to say. Just now, the retired emperor had been staring at Yucini's eyes. Indeed, they didn't turn pink. However, the human beside him was still being controlled. What was going on? Everyone saw it. I used a secret technique to control 2 of the alien races. With the 2 of them around, I can find the 3-second tribulation supreme beings that day, said Yixian. The retired emperor was still a little skeptical. He said, Are you really Yixian? Of course I am. Senior, you saw it just now. Yucini's eyes didn't turn pink, which means she didn't use her charm. Moreover, I'm already at the peak of the first tribulation supreme being. My sovereign golden body is extremely difficult to repair, so I didn't test it myself. Yixian nodded. It was difficult for others to repair their sovereign golden body, but he had the bloodline of the divine tree of life. No matter how serious his injuries were, he could heal them. However, if he cut off his own arm, it would wither, and it would be difficult to explain. The retired emperor and the others thought about it and finally decided to believe Yixian. This was because Yucini, who was beside Yixian, was also a second tribulation supreme being. If she made a move, she could charm them and start a fight. Everyone put away their weapons. The retired emperor said, Yixian, are you done with your business? Yes. I went to the Fox Charm dynasty. Now, I'm back to deal with the 3-second tribulation supreme beings. After saying that, Yixian took out a supreme being divine weapon and threw it to the retired emperor. He said, Senior, I'll go and find those 3 people now. After saying that, he left with Yucini and the one-armed supreme being Shimei, leaving behind a group of shocked people. In fact, Yixian could directly find the 3-second tribulation supreme beings and kill them. He just wanted to confirm the safety of the Sunflame Holy Dynasty's imperial family. He didn't expect to cause such a misunderstanding. After leaving the imperial capital, Yixian left with the 2 of them. Back then, he didn't have the strength to fight against a second tribulation supreme being. Now that he had the strength, he naturally wanted to take revenge. These alien races dared to target his family and friends. They deserved to die 1,000 deaths. Yixian controlled Yucini of the Fox Charm race, and Yucini used her charm to control Supreme Being Shimei. Therefore, Supreme Being Shimei was also one of his people. According to Supreme Being Shimei's intelligence, the 3-second tribulation Supreme Beings were hiding in a secluded place. Yixian guessed that they were recuperating while informing the experts to prepare for another attack on the imperial capital. Yixian led Yucini and Supreme Being Shimei to the rendezvous point of the alien races. This was a canyon. It was said that there was a Supreme Being sacred beast here, so no humans would come near. However, the Supreme Being sacred beast posed no threat to the alien races. I sensed it. It's really the 3-second tribulation Supreme Beings. There are also a few first tribulation supreme beings. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yixian narrowed his eyes. Of the 3 second tribulation supreme beings, 2 were from the mad leopard tribe, and the last one was from the demonic snake tribe. Therefore, Yixian's goal was to kill the 2 second tribulation supreme beings, and then control the shapeshifting supreme being Shimei. You Cini go in later. You hold off the second tribulation supreme being from the demonic snake tribe, Yixian said to Yu Cini. Yes, master. Yu Cini nodded. It had to be said that it was a pleasure to have a beautiful fox charm race as a servant. The fox charm race was full of handsome men and beautiful women. When a beautiful woman with a foxtail called you master, the satisfaction was not something an ordinary person could enjoy. As for you, don't go in. Chapter 825. Yes. Supreme Snake Charmer nodded. Yu Cini was his master, and Yixian was Yu Cini's master, so he naturally had to listen to Yixian's orders. Alright, let's kill. After Yixian finished speaking, he immediately took out a supreme divine weapon and charged in. Yu Cini followed closely behind. Who's there? The supreme martial artist in the canyon sensed the 2 killing intents. Immediately someone shouted. The person who shouted was a peak supreme martial artist who had just been summoned. However, he did not survive Yixian's attack. Rip! With a crisp sound, his head was directly chopped off by Yixian. Yixian had always been known to be invincible among those of the same level. He was also a peak supreme martial artist, so how could his opponent be a match for him? At this moment, another person rushed over. Yu Cini held a weapon in her hand and directly slashed with it. Incomplete sword intent. Rip! The mid-level supreme martial artist of the wild leopard race was instantly killed. Not bad. I can nurture her. Yixian narrowed his eyes. Those who could comprehend sword intent were all geniuses. If the heavenly treasure that he had used to devour were given to Yu Cini, she would probably be able to break through. After all, the devour system was too greedy. The items required to level up were at least 10 times more than those of the same level. The 2 charged in, killing everyone in sight. After all, they were all from the other races. Who is so bold? A violent roar was heard. Yixian recognized this voice. It was the voice of the old man from the Snake Charmer clan. He sensed that the 3 second tribulation supreme martial artists were already charging toward him. Clone! In an instant, Yixian split into 2 and attacked the 2 leopard men. He had seen the strength of these 3 people that day. They were not weak, and they had all comprehended sword intent and fist intent. However, this bit of strength was not enough for him. Although merging could increase one's strength by 10%, in this case it was better to split into 2. The 2 Yixian attacked the same person crazily. What? The leopard man's supreme being sensed the immense power in front of him and immediately dodged. However, the attacks of the 2 Yixian were very scattered. After dodging a few attacks, he was struck by the Sword Emperor slash. Boom! This early-stage second supreme being from the mad leopard race was sent flying. His wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen. Seeing this, the 2 Yixian quickly rushed over. Bastard scram! The supreme being of the demonic snake clan bellowed and frantically punched Yixian. Yixian dodged one attack after another that contained incomplete fist intent. Your opponent is me. Yu Cini rushed over and instantly exchanged blows with the demonic snake clan supremacy. This supreme being of the demonic snake clan was a second tribulation supreme being. His shape-shifting ability was useful to Yixian, so Yixian didn't want to hurt him. He only wanted to subdue him. As for the 2 leopardmen supremes, they weren't so lucky. Imperial Heavenly Sword Technique. Imperial slash. Imperial Heavenly Sword Technique. Imperial slash. 10% sword intent. The 2 Yixian attacked at the same time. All of their attacks were directed at the severely injured leopardman supreme being. The other leopardman supreme being wanted to block the attacks, but he couldn't block all of them. He could only watch as all of the attacks landed on his companion. Eye of Illusion. Yixian and his doppelganger attacked at the same time. Boom! 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 Almost all of the sword rays landed on the leopardman's supreme being. In an instant, he was blasted to death. Now that one was dead, there was only one left. Oh no, run! The leopardman's supreme being who was still alive changed his expression and quickly turned around. However, before that, Yixian used the Eye of Illusion on him again. By the time he reacted, countless attacks had already landed on him, instantly killing him. The 2 second tribulation supreme beings of the mad leopard race were both dead. Yixian immediately rushed over and collected the 2 interspatial rings. On the other side, Wuxia was fighting the second tribulation supreme being of the demonic snake race. The latter's expression changed when he saw his 2 companions die. He quickly turned around and prepared to leave. However, before that, the 2 Yixian blocked his way. "Submit to me or die," Yixian said calmly. "Impossible," the old man shouted angrily. He looked at Wuxia and said, "You colluded with humans? The strong are respected. There is no such thing as collusion. Wuxia, charm him," Yixian said directly. Wuxia immediately did as she was told. Her eyes quickly turned pink. Seeing this, the old man hurriedly turned around. However, Yixian's eyes were fixed on him. "I have illusion." Yixian's sky eye was different from the demonic fox race's charm. When Wuxia of the demonic fox race used charm, her eyes would turn pink. However, Yixian's sky eye did not react at all. It could be activated as long as he saw the other party's eyes. At this moment, the snake-like old man was besieged by Yixian. His state of mind was somewhat unstable, so he took advantage of the situation to enter. However, he quickly broke through the environment. In the next moment, what awaited him was Wuxia's charm. "Humph, you think you can deal with me, who is at the same level as you?" The old man tried his best to resist. However, Wuxia was not the only one who knew how to control people. Yixian knew it too. Eye of control. While Wuxia was using charm, Yixian used the eye of control again. This time, the old man could not resist at all because he was using all his strength to resist Wuxia's charm. Ding! Control successful. "Greetings, master." The old man knelt down on one knee in the air. "Very good." Yixian smiled in satisfaction. Now he had another servant. Including Yulai, Gonfeng, and Wuxia, he now had 4 servants. The Heavenly Eye race's bloodline did not evolve, so the Eye of Control can only control 5 people. However, 5 should be enough. Yixian thought to himself. Now that he had 4 people under his control, he could control 1 more. If that was not enough, he could just remove Wuxia's father, Yulai. After all, Wuxia was in his hands, so Yulai would not dare to act rashly. "Tell me, how many other races are hiding in the Sunflame Holy Dynasty?" Yixian asked. "Not many. However, I have already found the wild leopard ancestor of the wild leopard Holy Dynasty. He is a mid-stage second venerable," the old man replied. When the old man said that, Yixian and Wuxia were shocked. "Mid-stage second venerable? When will he arrive?" Yixian asked again. "In 1 or 2 days," the old man replied. When Yixian heard the old man's reply, he rejoiced that he had returned in time. Otherwise, the Sunflame Holy Dynasty would be annihilated the moment the wild leopard ancestor arrived. "A mid-stage second venerable? With my strength, Wuxia, and the old man, dealing with a mid-stage second venerable shouldn't be a problem." Yixian narrowed his eyes. With Wuxia and the old man under his control, they could launch a sneak attack when the time came. "Give me the interspatial ring," Yixian ordered the old man before turning to Wuxia. "Go and deal with the fish that escaped the net." "Yes, master." Chapter 826. There were several other races in the surroundings, and they were all mid-stage supreme being experts. With Wuxia's strength, dealing with them wouldn't be a problem. As a precaution, Yixian's clone also rushed out. After all, they had a plan to launch a sneak attack on the wild leopard ancestor later. Soon Yixian's clone and Wuxia returned with many interspatial rings. The snake old man's interspatial ring was also taken away by Yixian. Adding the 2 second tribulation supreme beings' interspatial ring, Yixian's harvest was bountiful. However, he was still some distance away from breaking through. The wild leopard ancestor was the strongest expert in the wild leopard holy dynasty, so there must be a lot of good things in his interspatial ring. Hence, Yixian estimated that as long as he killed or controlled the wild leopard ancestor, he would be able to reach the peak of the first tribulation supreme being realm. At that time, he would be able to undergo the tribulation. However, the retired emperor had told Yixian that the golden dragon patterned armor could only be used during the first tribulation. During the second tribulation, the golden dragon patterned armor would be shattered by the powerful lightning tribulation. In short, The golden dragon patterned armor was useless during the second tribulation, which made Yixian feel regretful. Since the wild leopard ancestor had yet to arrive, Yixian's group of 3 waited here. A day later, Yixian felt a powerful aura that he'd never felt before rapidly approaching him. "He's here. You two be careful," Yixian said in a low voice, then stood behind Yucini. Yucini and the snake old man nodded slightly. Soon a figure entered their eyes. "Wild leopard ancestor, you're finally here," the snake old man said with a smile when he saw the newcomer. The wild leopard ancestor was taller than the average wild leopard. After all, he was the strongest expert in the wild leopard holy dynasty, and also the only second tribulation supreme being. "And why is the fox charm race involved? What's the matter with that human?" the wild leopard ancestor asked in astonishment. "Don't worry, the reward I promised you won't be lacking. That human was charmed by her, and his aptitude is good, so we brought him along," the snake old man quickly explained. The wild leopard ancestor had heard of the fox charm race's charms, so he didn't think too much about it. However, he still asked, "Where are my clansmen?" "They've all gone to the Sun Flame Emperor's capital and are hiding in the surroundings waiting for us," the snake old man casually replied. The wild leopard ancestor snorted. "I ask for half of the reward," the wild leopard ancestor snorted coldly. "I ask for half of the reward, the wild leopard ancestor coldly snorted. The snake, Sts Long's divine's ancestor was St. From the emperor's S. Originally, it was half of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's wealth and draconic luck. Now, with another half, it was 75% of the wealth and draconic luck. The wild leopard tribe's supremacy that was killed by Yixian also used dragon luck to improve their physique. However, Yixian had 10% sword intent, so their supremacy golden body was too weak. And this wild leopard ancestor was the wild leopard dynasty's boss, not an ordinary second stage supremacy. This was also the reason why Yixian wanted the 3 of them to join forces to launch a sneak attack. If he knew that the wild leopard ancestor would come, Yixian would definitely have left the 2 supremacies behind to increase their combat strength. How can I not give you a reward for coming all the way here?" the wild leopard ancestor snorted. The snake old man gritted his teeth and pretended to think for a while before saying, "All right, 75% it is." He originally wanted to destroy the Sun Flame Emperor dynasty and become the emperor. That way he could collect dragon luck. However, he was now under Yixian's control, so he naturally pretended to agree to the wild leopard ancestor. "Ha ha ha, great." The wild leopard ancestor laughed. "Since that's the case, let's hurry." "All right." The snake old man nodded and then rushed over with Yucini and Yixian. Until now, the wild leopard ancestor didn't have any doubts. When the 3 of them got close, the wind suddenly blew. Heavenly Emperor Sword Art, Sword Emperor / Heavenly Emperor Sword Art, Sword Emperor / Yixian suddenly split into 2. Although it was said that their strength would increase by 10% when they fused, their attacks would double. This wasn't something that 10% strength could compare with. Not only that, but the snake old man and Yucini also attacked at the same time. Die! The 4 of them had the same target. Countless powerful attacks were launched at the wild leopard ancestor. What? The wild leopard ancestor never thought that the snake demon old man and Yucini would actually attack him. Even more so, he never thought that Yixian would be able to create an identical person and even use 10% of his sword intent. Boom! 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 The series of attacks landed on the wild leopard ancestor. Although his sovereign golden body was strong, it couldn't withstand so many attacks. The wild leopard ancestor's sovereign golden body was broken. He spurted blood from the attacks of Yixian and the other 2 and was instantly injured. The sovereign golden body is indeed powerful. Yixian's eyes widened. The wild leopard ancestor was the ancestor of the wild leopard dynasty. It was unknown how many dragons he had fished up to improve his sovereign golden body. It was already very good that they could injure him. "Charm him!" Yixian shouted. Yucini immediately understood and used her charm. The wild leopard ancestor wanted to dodge, but he was hit by Yixian's Eye of Illusion. The short moment of distraction allowed Wuxia to see the wild leopard ancestor's eyes. Not only that, but Wuxia also quickly used his eye of control. Wuxia had failed to charm the old man before. Now she used her charm to weaken the wild leopard ancestor's mental state, giving Wuxia an opportunity to attack. The heavily injured wild leopard ancestor had to break the illusion, resist the charm and resist Wuxia's eye of control. However, he was still a mid-stage second tribulation supremacy. How could he be defeated so easily? I am the wild leopard ancestor. The wild leopard ancestor roared and suddenly slashed out with his sword. This was an attack that contained 10% of sword intent. And the target of this attack was Wuxia. Wuxia's clone also suddenly attacked. Several sword emperor slashes scattered the wild leopard ancestor's attack. His willpower is quite strong. Hit him. Wuxia's main body continued to use his eye of control to weaken the wild leopard ancestor's willpower. However, using the eye of control continuously made his eyes a little rusty. This was the aftereffect of using too much eye power. The wild leopard ancestor was worthy of being a mid-stage second tribulation supremacy. He was very difficult to deal with. If Wuxia were to deal with him alone, he would have to fight a battle of attrition. Unfortunately, Wuxia still had two strong helpers. If you don't submit, we will join hands and kill you, Wuxia's clone said in a cold tone. Chapter 827. If you don't submit, we'll join hands and kill you. Wild leopard patriarch's heart wavered when he heard those words. He was heavily injured and his strength had decreased by at least 40%. With only 60% of his strength left, there was no way he could escape from Wuxia and the other two. Eye of control. Wuxia used the eye of control for the last time. He had exhausted too much of his eye power. If he didn't succeed, he would have to kill Wild Leopard Patriarch. Fortunately, Wild Leopard Patriarch was afraid of death, so he fell for it. Ding! Control successful. A notification rang in Wuxia's mind. In fact, Wuxia was prepared to use the advancement point on the Heavenly Eye clan's bloodline to improve the ability of the Heavenly Eye. After all, he was 2 realms away from the other party, and there was still the Supremacy Tribulation. But now it seemed that there was no need for that. Greetings, Master. Wild Leopard Patriarch said respectfully as he covered his wound that was constantly spurting blood. Now the 5 slots for the Eye of Control had been used up. At this time, Wuxia suddenly took out a jade bottle and threw it over. The jade bottle contained his blood. He had the Divine Tree of Life bloodline, which could heal his Supremacy golden body quickly. It was much better than those elixirs. Wild Leopard Patriarch caught the jade bottle and drank Wuxia's blood without thinking. Then, his wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. This, Wild Leopard Patriarch, Snake Demon Elder, and Wuxia were shocked. What kind of elixir was that? How could it heal his Supremacy golden body so quickly? Not bad, not bad. Wuxia was very satisfied. He felt that he had a good eye for choosing a bloodline. The Sword God bloodline increased his attack power and perception by a lot. The Beast God bloodline increased his attack power against the beasts. The Divine Tree of Life bloodline recovered quickly. The Gemini bloodline gave him 2 lives. The Heavenly Eye clan bloodline gave him all kinds of heavenly eyes. He had now merged 5 bloodlines, 2 support bloodlines, 2 physique bloodlines, and 1 combat bloodline. The last item was the combat bloodline expansion slot. It was so expensive that even his eyes were going dizzy. It was not something that he could afford right now. Bloodlines weren't expensive, but the expansion slots were. Just the auxiliary bloodline expansion slots and the physique bloodline expansion slots were 100 million times more expensive than the former. I still have a lot of these healing pills. You all have them. Wuxia suddenly pulled out a large pile of health potions. Right now, he was a mobile blood bank. As his cultivation level increased, the effects of his Divine Tree of Life bloodline would also increase. However, the effects of these blood potions would be greatly reduced for those with high cultivation levels. Wuxia and the others' eyes lit up. Each of them had received 100 health potions. They had made a huge profit. After seeing their gazes, Wuxia suddenly saw a way to make money, and that was blood. Patriarch Wild Leopard, give me your interspatial ring, ordered Wuxia. Now that Patriarch Wild Leopard was subdued, he wouldn't hesitate even if Wuxia asked him to commit suicide. He immediately threw the interspatial ring to Yixian. Not bad, not bad. Yixian was grinning from ear to ear. As expected of the patriarch of a holy dynasty, his wealth was comparable to that of a country. After Yixian kept the good stuff inside, he returned the interspatial ring to Patriarch Wild Leopard. Ding! The host has obtained the shackles of the first tribulation supremacy. The current success rate is 83%. The system notified. Only 83%? Yixian narrowed his eyes. He merged with his doppelganger and glanced at it again. The success rate of the tribulation was 100%. A 10% increase in strength didn't mean a 10% increase in the success rate of the tribulation. After all, a 10% increase in strength would bring about a huge change. Protect me. I am going to undergo the tribulation. After Yixian finished speaking, he directly landed on the ground. Ding! The tribulation begins. Patriarch Wild Leopard and the others looked at each other and immediately landed on the ground to protect him. The yuan qi of heaven and earth began to gather rapidly. The second tribulation supremacy consisted of 2 tribulation lightning bolts. Moreover, the power of each tribulation lightning was more than 100 times stronger than the first tribulation supremacy. Yixian waited quietly. The dragon-patterned golden armor was of no help to him. Soon, the tribulation lightning was completed. A cold light flashed in the sky. Boom! A tribulation lightning bolt struck down and hit Yixian's head. Buzz! Yixian could hear the sound of electric current. However, with his powerful sovereign golden body, he was not afraid of the tribulation lightning. The first tribulation lightning was completed. The yuan qi of heaven and earth began to gather the second tribulation lightning. Master is really amazing. When I was undergoing the tribulation, I was seriously injured by the first tribulation lightning bolt. I was lucky enough to survive the second tribulation lightning bolt. But he actually took it so easily. Patriarch Wild Leopard said in shock. Of course. Master's future is limitless. We can also benefit from his glory by following him. The snake demon old man also quickly flattered Yixian. As for Yucini, she watched silently. She did not like to talk, let alone flattering others. However, she still admired Yixian from the bottom of her heart. Boom! The second tribulation lightning struck down and struck Yixian's head again. Ding! Master has successfully passed the tribulation and is currently rebuilding his sovereign golden body. Tribulation success. The second tribulation of the sovereign golden body was not difficult for Yixian at all. The imperial celestial tyrant body is really amazing. I feel that after my sovereign golden body is reconstructed, it might be stronger than Yucini. Yixian narrowed his eyes and waited quietly. After a while, the sovereign golden body was reconstructed. At this time, Yixian suddenly looked at the snake demon old man and said, "Punch me with your fist intent." The snake demon old man was stunned when he heard this. He nodded and said, "Yes, master." Huff! The snake demon old man threw out a punch. The wind whistled and this punch landed directly on Yixian's body. Boom! Yixian was sent flying by this punch and fiercely smashed into the canyon stone wall. Not long after, Yixian walked out without any injuries. This was not because the divine tree of life bloodline had healed his injuries, but because he was not injured in the first place. So strong. Yixian was shocked. The snake demon old man, who was at the same level as him, could not break his sovereign golden body with his incomplete fist intent. This meant that even if he stood there and let the snake demon old man hit him, the snake demon old man would not be able to break his defense. If I activate the Eye of Eternity and focus all my vital points on my eyes, I will really be an undying cockroach. Yixian was very excited. After activating the Eye of Eternity, the snake demon old man had to destroy Yixian's eyes to kill him. Moreover, the snake demon old man had to do it quickly. Otherwise, the divine tree of life bloodline would heal his injuries. However, if he did not say it, who would know that his vital points were his eyes? The shift of vital points meant that even if Yixian's head was cut off, he would not die. He would still be able to move after his heart was destroyed. With the help of the divine tree of life bloodline, he would heal his injuries. He was invincible. Chapter 828. A single bloodline was fine, but when all of them were combined together, it would be the best. For example, the Sword God bloodline, Beast God bloodline, Divine Tree of Life bloodline, and Gemini bloodline, Wild Leopard ancestor. Does your Wild Leopard dynasty have a lot of dragon luck? Yi Xian asked suddenly. Wild Leopard ancestor paused for a moment before shaking his head. Not much. I used it to improve my sovereign golden body. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to the Sunflame dynasty personally. All right. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. The most important thing for a dynasty was its dragon luck. If the overall dragon luck was strong, then the yuan qi in the dynasty would be more abundant, and it would be easier for those heavenly treasures to appear. On the other hand, if the dragon luck decreased, the dynasty's territory would become increasingly barren, and the strength of the country would decline. It was a pity that Yi Xian had used up a lot of dragon luck when he killed those wild leopard supremes. Otherwise, if he gathered all of it, his sovereign golden body could be improved again. The three of you, follow me back to the imperial capital, Yi Xian said. Immediately, he brought Yucini and the other two, as well as the almost forgotten first supreme being from the demonic snake clan, back to the imperial capital. The crisis of the Sunflame dynasty was finally over. Yi Xian had fulfilled his promise to the Wolffang general with the help of the Sunflame emperor. Now the Nether Spirit sect was destroyed. Unfortunately, Emperor Rian was assassinated in secret. When Yi Xian returned to the imperial capital with a few servants, the retired emperor was so shocked that he prostrated himself on the ground. He had heard of the wild leopard ancestor's name, but such a ruthless person had been subdued by Yi Xian. This was too terrifying. Now that the Sunflame emperor was dead and the retired emperor had abdicated, the position of emperor was handed over to the innocent sixth prince. Yi Xian also returned to the eastern continent to take a look. Fortunately, this time it was a close call for him, otherwise, he would be in deep trouble. Previously, he had promised Song Suijing and Guan Yulan that he would only get married after breaking through to the Supreme Being level. Now that he had finally become a Supreme Being, he was here to fulfill his promise. After returning to the eastern continent, Yi Xian immediately found a place to build a city. Since he was of the earth attribute, building a city was very easy for him. This city was called Lianyun City. He didn't want Yi Chong and the others to go to the main continent because it was too dangerous. Moreover, as long as they had dragon luck, the origin chi of heaven and earth in the eastern continent wouldn't be too bad. Next, he used the ores he obtained to create 3,000 Wolffang cavalry. These 3,000 Wolffang cavalry all had 100% body sealing strength. The battle prowess of 3,000 physique seals at full power was very strong for ordinary people. But in fact, an early-stage Supreme Being would be able to destroy them all. At the same time, Yi Xian also asked the Wild Leopard ancestor to leave behind a martial art. It was a cultivation technique that the Wild Leopard dynasty's royal family cultivated. It could also be used to increase one's physique to deal with the supremacy tribulation. As for the dragon pattern golden armor with the devouring system, it was naturally mass-produced. The materials used to forge the dragon pattern golden armor were rare, but it was nothing to Yi Xian. After Lianyun City was built, Yi Xian also sent out invitations to the major forces. He was a supreme being, the strongest person in the entire eastern continent. His wedding naturally had to be held in a grand manner. The news spread quickly. Although many people didn't know who Yi Xian was, when they heard that Yi Xian was a supreme being who had surpassed the void god realm, Yi Xian immediately became a name that everyone knew. Before the big day, a large number of guests had already arrived. However, Yi Xian didn't have anyone else in Lianyun City, so there were plenty of rooms. The guests this time came from all over the world, including the Sword God Palace, Beast King Palace, Warlord Palace, Empress Pirates, and so on. Not only that, those families and forces who wanted to come could also come. Yi Xian welcomed them all. These people all wanted to see the Supreme Being, so there were more than 10,000 people at Yi Xian's wedding. Even in the entire eastern continent, it was the first time that more than 10,000 guests came to attend the wedding. Tomorrow was Yi Xian's big day. At this time, in a room in the Lianyun City Lord Mansion, Yi Xian sat on the bed with a smile, hugging the shoulders of the two beauties beside him and said, "Suijing Yulan, we are getting married tomorrow. Are you nervous?" When the two beauties heard this, their faces turned slightly red, and they were extremely shy. Although their strength had reached 100% physique sealing realm, And they could call the wind and summon the rain in the eastern continent. In front of Yi Xian, they were two little girls. It was impossible to say that they weren't nervous. Yi Xian suddenly remembered that when he transmigrated, his body was only 14 years old. Now, in the blink of an eye, he was 23 years old. It was simply too fast. Most importantly, whether it was Song Suijing or Guan Yulan, they were both older than him. He actually married two beautiful women. This was something that he never expected. Yi Xian, do you want to marry us alone tomorrow, or? At this time, Song Suijing suddenly turned her beautiful eyes and asked softly. Yi Xian understood what she meant and immediately chuckled. Of course, I want to marry you alone. However, when it comes to the bridal chamber, it depends on the situation. When he said this, the two girls' faces turned red again. They also didn't expect that Yi Xian's clone wasn't a puppet, but an existence similar to his original body. Just so happened that there were two of them. Brother is also getting married tomorrow. When the time comes, we want to go through the heavenly tribulation together. Song Suijing suddenly changed the topic. Song Suijing's brother, Song Saijue, had already brought his wives over. When he was in the Great Song dynasty, Song Saijue had already married a few wives at the age of 18. Then he met Shiman, the princess of the Sea Tribe, in the deep-sea underground palace. Then he met Lan Yu, the young master of the Battle King Palace. Therefore, Song Saijue would marry two beautiful women tomorrow, just like Yi Xian. However, there was a special main character who would be getting married tomorrow, and that was Yi Chong. The other party was naturally the first elder of the Soaring Sky Mansion, Lin Wenyue, and of course Jiang Xinyan. Although Yi Chong and Jiang Xinyan were already married, there was no one else at that time, only the two of them. Now, the King of Tul's palace no longer had the ability to stop Yi Chong, so they had to go through the wedding ceremony again. In addition, Lin Wenyue was finally recognized, which was something worth celebrating. Father and the judge have also sealed their bodies completely. With the dragon luck that I gave you, it won't be a problem for you to go through the first heavenly tribulation. Yi Xian nodded and said. The first heavenly tribulation was difficult for those without a strong background. But Yi Xian had the dragon pattern golden armor, and a large amount of dragon luck. Chapter 829. Yi Xian estimated that Song Suijing, Guan Yulan, Song Jeju, Yi Chong, Jiang Xinyan, Qinghua, Xian Zhongshan, and the others could all break through. After tomorrow's wedding, they might as well break through together and become supremes, becoming legends in the eastern continent. More than 10 people breaking through to supremes at the same time would definitely be passed down through the ages. After all, the famous experts in the eastern continent were only empty god realm great emperors. Above empty god realm great emperors were half-step supremes, followed by supremes. That night, Yi Xian fell asleep with the two ladies in his arms. When the next day came, the outside was bustling with noise and excitement. Today was Yi Xian's big day, but he was very free. He only needed to make a majestic appearance on the day of the wedding. For this, he specially went to the Sunflame Holy Dynasty to capture a supreme-grade sacred beast. This supreme-grade sacred beast was called the Heaven-Mixing Scarlet Dragon. It was a red heavenly dragon, which was very suitable for this occasion. In addition, there were 3 7-colored sparrows. They were also supreme-grade sacred beasts. Wherever the 7-colored sparrows passed, they would leave behind a 7-colored rainbow, which was very beautiful. The heaven-mixing scarlet dragon was for Yi Xian himself, and the 3 7-colored sparrows were naturally left for the 6 brides. At this moment, the guests had already started to present their gifts. The people who started to present their gifts had great backgrounds. The strongest was naturally from the Sunflame Holy Dynasty, followed by the Sword God Palace, Warlord Palace, and Tool King Palace. There were more than 10,000 guests and there were more than 1,000 forces. However, everyone was an expert, so the time taken to present their gifts was not long. With Yi Xian's wealth, ordinary things could not move him, so he did not care too much and just went through the formalities. After the gifts were presented, the guests took their seats. Then, a dragon's roar resounded in the sky, which fell into everyone's ears. Look! Everyone turned their heads and saw a giant red dragon in the sky. The dragon's roar was so shocking that everyone was shocked to the point that they could not move. What a terrifying aura! What kind of void god beast is that? Hey you idiot! Who is the main character today? He is a supreme grade sacred beast. Would he capture a void god beast? At the very least, it should be a quasi-supreme grade sacred beast, right? What quasi-supreme holy beast? That must be a supreme holy beast. The guests began to discuss among themselves. Indeed, only a supreme sacred beast was worthy of Yi Xian. In order to appear more handsome, Yi Xian deliberately let the crimson flame chaos dragon fly slowly. It wasn't easy for him to show off, so he naturally had to show off a little more. When the heaven red flame dragon approached, everyone realized how big it was. One of its wings was enough to cover the entire Lianyun city. Then, 3 figures descended from the back of the dragon. They were Yi Xian, Yi Chong, and Song Saijue. The 3 grooms have arrived. The guests' eyes lit up. However, all of their attention was focused on Yi Xian. Supreme being? That's the supreme being? Feels no different from us. Nonsense. A supreme being is also a human. Of course, he looks no different from us. However, if he wants to kill us, I'm afraid that just his aura alone can make our hearts explode. Do you see that? The people at that table are the distinguished guests of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. Even if the entire Eastern continent and chaotic astral ocean were to combine forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat one of them. Yi Xian and the other 2 landed and stepped into the palace that was hung with countless red lanterns. There were already many people in the palace. Lianyun City's Yi family, Shattering Cloud Sect, Shattering Cloud Pirate Group, Soaring Sky Mansion, Great Song Dynasty, Deep Sea Underground Palace, Tool King Hall, Battle King Hall, Sunflame Sacred Dynasty, Mysterious Mountain, and so on. In short, they were all directly related to the bride and groom. Among these forces, there were differences in the strength of the younger generation. The weaker ones were only at the Void God realm, while the stronger ones had already reached the Supreme Being realm. For example, the 6th prince had just broken through not long ago. In order to not cause a commotion, Yusini and the other pagans were guarding somewhere else. Alright, let's welcome the first pair of brides. After seeing Yi Xian and the other 2 arrive, someone shouted loudly. Then, a rainbow-colored figure flew over from the horizon. The first rainbow-colored sparrow carried Jiang Xinyan and Lin Wenyue. Let's welcome the second pair of brides. The second rainbow-colored sparrow carried Shiman, the princess of the Sea Tribe, and Lan Yu, the young master of the Battle King Hall. Let's welcome the third pair of brides. The last rainbow-colored sparrow carried Song Suijing and Guan Yulan. Since they were all on the same side, they might as well go through the ceremony together to save themselves the trouble. The 3 rainbow-colored sparrows formed 3 rainbow bridges, dazzling the guests below. There was nothing to say about the way they made their entrance. Today was a day of great joy. There were 3 brides and 6 grooms. Song Suijing, Guan Yulan, Jiang Xinyan, Lin Wenyue, Shiman, and Lan Yu were all wearing red dresses. After they made their entrance, the eyes of everyone present lit up. A phrase appeared in their minds at the same time: a perfect match. Although Jiang Xinyan was already a mother, this time she blushed and looked bashful. Yi Xian and Yi Chong looked at each other and immediately laughed. Let's begin the ceremony. The 6 women walked to their respective husbands. Song Suijing and Guan Yulan also stood on either side of Yi Xian. First bow to the heavens and earth. Second bow to the parents. Husband and wife bow to each other. Enter. However, at this moment, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a strange laughter fell into everyone's ears. Yi Xian was instantly enraged. Who dared to laugh at this time? If he found out who it was, he would definitely give that person a good beating. Everyone was also shocked and began to search for the source of the laughter. Yi Xian immediately began to sense and found that no one in the entire Lianyun city was laughing. So where did this laughter come from? What's going on? Yi Chong frowned and asked. Just as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the entrance of the palace. It was a young man wearing a red and blue robe. He looked to be around 80 years old. However, when Yi Xian saw him, he was completely stunned. His eye of revelation could not see through this person. May I ask who you are? Yi Xian hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully cupped his fists. He estimated that the young man in the red and blue robe was at least a 3rd Tribulation Supreme. Get lost. However, unexpectedly, the mysterious young man glared at Yi Xian and sent him flying. How was this possible? Everyone was shocked. With just a glance, Yi Xian, a second tribulation supreme, was sent flying. What kind of ability was this? Ha ha ha. I finally found the perfect yin-yang twin physique. Perfect, this is really perfect. Chapter 830. After hearing the words of the mysterious youth, everyone present reacted. This person came for Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. Quick! Acknowledge me as your master and become my disciple. I can make you as strong as me. The mysterious youth said eagerly. Song Suijing was too lazy to pay attention to him. Shi and Guan Yulan rushed to Yi Xian's side and comforted him. At this time, Yi Xian also understood that the other party was not a third tribulation supreme. He was afraid that the other party could kill him with just a glance. Who are you? Yi Xian asked again. Fine, I'll tell you. I'm the yin-yang old ancestor. I've taken a fancy to these two and want to take them as my disciples. If you know what's good for you, then shut your mouth. Not just anyone can be taken as my disciple. The mysterious young man said coldly. Yin-yang old ancestor? Yi Xian quickly searched his memory, but he did not hear of this name. However, he could guess that the yin-yang old ancestor referred to the yin-yang twin physique. Song Suijing's face became extremely pale. The other party could seriously injure Yi Xian with just a glance. His strength was terrifying. If she did not obey, everyone here would die. Okay, I agree. Song Suijing was not a fool and immediately agreed. I also agree. Adjudicator Song also understood this point and hurriedly said, ha 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 ha. After hearing the two's answer, the yin-yang old ancestor laughed again. There were actually two voices in his laughter. Sister, we finally found a perfect yin-yang twin physique. Tell me, how many years has it been? The yin-yang old ancestor suddenly said. Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. The yin-yang old ancestor has a sister? However, in the next moment everyone present was frightened. The yin-yang old ancestor opened his mouth again, but it was a woman's voice. Brother, it has been 230 years. Hiss! The people present widened their eyes. The yin-yang old ancestor answered his own question. Not only that, but the 230 years also shocked everyone present. Among the people present, the oldest was only 100 years old. However, old ancestor Yin-yang had been searching for the perfect yin and yang dual physique for 230 years. How old was he? However, Yi Xian's attention was not on these 230 years, but on the voice of the yin-yang ancestor. Not good. Could it be that the yin-yang patriarch is a hermaphrodite? Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He guessed that the yin-yang old ancestor might have been two people in the past. Like Song Suijing and Song Saijue, they had the yin and yang twin physiques. Then, they cultivated some kind of technique and shared the same body. Thinking of this, Yi Xian panicked. Ha ha ha, let's not talk nonsense. You two come with me, old ancestor Yin-yang said, preparing to leave with Song Suijing and Saijue Song. Wait! Song Suijing suddenly shouted. What? Do you think that kid can see you again? Old ancestor Yin-yang narrowed his eyes and said, a mere second tribulation supremacy should be the overlord of this small place. Let's go. In the next moment, a gust of wind blew in the hall. When Yi Xian heard the voice, Song Suijing and Saijue Song had already disappeared, leaving behind a stunned crowd. No. Yi Xian got up from the ground, roared, and chased after them. However, even with the eye of perception, he couldn't find the aura of the yin-yang old ancestor. Last time he went to the Tool King Hall to steal the bride, but this time he was the one who was robbed. Moreover, the opponent was a mysterious powerhouse that even he couldn't resist. Yi Xian wandered around Lianyun City like a madman, but he still couldn't find the yin-yang old ancestor and Saijue Song. The people in Lianyun City were shocked. A dignified supremacy was robbed of his wife by a mysterious powerhouse. What kind of situation was this? Yi Xian created a clone and searched for them in Lianyun City for a long time, but he still couldn't find them. This was troublesome. If it was someone else, Yi Xian wouldn't be worried. However, the yin-yang old ancestor was weird. The two siblings shared the same body, which scared Yi Xian. The other party obviously didn't want Song Suijing and Saijue Song to have anything to do with Yi Xian, a country bumpkin, so they directly took them away. Damn it, what should I do now? Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He quickly used the Eye of Control to send a message to Wild Leopard Old Ancestor. Wild Leopard Old Ancestor was his servant now, so he might know something. The Eye of Control had a mysterious connection between the controller and the controlled, so Wild Leopard Old Ancestor quickly found him. Master, Wild Leopard Old Ancestor respectfully said. Immediately, Yixian narrated the situation. After Wild Leopard Old Ancestor heard it, his face turned pale with shock. Yixian, a second Tribulation Supreme, was sent flying with just a glance. What kind of strength was that? Master, I have never heard of this Yin-Yang Old Ancestor. Maybe he's an expert from a human intermediate holy dynasty. Wild Leopard Old Ancestor said. An intermediate holy dynasty? Yixian narrowed his eyes. If it was an intermediate holy dynasty, the gap between him and the other party shouldn't be big. However, he felt that something was wrong. That Yin-Yang Old Ancestor wasn't as simple as a supreme. Right, Tianju Old Immortal? Yixian suddenly thought of a person. Even a supreme couldn't pass through Tianju Old Immortal's array. The sixth prince of the Sunflame Holy Dynasty, and the others came from the chaotic astral ocean. Therefore, he might understand that Tianju Old Immortal was very strong. At that moment, Yixian's original body went to the Great Wilderness, while his clone went back to comfort his family. Previously, the Great Wilderness was a problem, but with Yixian's current realm, he could come and go freely in the Great Wilderness. However, how was he going to find Tianju Old Immortal? No matter what, he had to find the place where Tianju Old Immortal had appeared that day. The array there was still there. Yixian looked at the array and shouted loudly, "Junior Yixian wishes to see Senior." His voice was very loud. After all, he didn't know where Tianju Old Immortal was. He just wanted to try his luck. If Tianju Old Immortal didn't appear, he would go in. However, what surprised him was, "Follow the light and come in." An old man's voice came from inside. Then Yixian saw a pillar